Chapter 39-43. There was a commotion at the scene as everyone discussed. "Quiet down," Ling Huashua said and raised his hand. The scene immediately quieted down. "All right, there's a small accident. Now the holy worshipping ceremony will continue. Didn't you want to know who got the seed of the holy tree? Now I'll announce it," Ling Huashua said. The elves' eyes were filled with anticipation. They temporarily put aside the matter of the angels. They were more curious about who got the seed of the holy tree. After all, the seed of the holy tree had a greater impact on the elves. It was related to the rise and fall of the elves. Everyone's eyes fell on Ling Huashua, waiting for his announcement. "The person who got the seed of the holy tree is..." Ling Huashua pointed at Lu Ming and announced loudly, "Mu Yun." "What?" Everyone was shocked. They turned to look at Lu Ming and stared at Lu Ming in a daze. It was Lu Ming. The one who got the seed of the holy tree was Lu Ming. This was beyond everyone's expectations. They thought it was a certain prodigy of the elves. They never expected it to be Lu Ming. After Ling Huafeng, Ling Piao, and the others recommended Mu Yin to participate in the holy seed assessment. In the end, Mu Yin exceeded my expectations and brought out the holy tree seed from the ancestral land. He even brought out 49 high-grade elven tree seeds. Yu Wei also successfully obtained the opportunity of the holy seed mother tree, Ling Huashua said. Behind him, Ling Piao, Ling Huafeng, and the others' faces were as black as charcoal. Initially, they had secretly informed Gilbert, so that they could make use of the power of the angels to kill Lu Ming. However, in the end, the people from the angels had come but left with their tails between their legs. Lu Ming was still alive and well. Their anger already surged into the heavens, their mentality exploding, extremely unresigned. But now Ling Huashua had touched on their sore spot. He had mentioned that they were the ones who recommended Lu Ming to participate in the holy seed assessment, and that was how he got the seed of the holy tree. At the thought of this, they felt even more displeased. They felt that their heart, liver, spleen, lungs, and kidneys were in pain. Hua. At this moment, everyone present finally reacted. There was an uproar as they discussed animatedly. They finally knew why Ling Huashua wanted to protect Lu Ming even when facing the pressure of the angels. This was because Lu Ming had made a huge contribution to the angels. No matter what, they had to protect Lu Ming. They finally knew why Ling Yue's cultivation was so fast, and her talent reached such an astonishing level. It was also because she obtained the seed of the holy seed. Mu Yun, he is a person. He is. And. Previously, many people thought that Ling Huashua should not offend the angels because of Lu Ming. This would be disadvantageous to the elves. But now their thinking had changed completely. He thought that Ling Huashua had done the right thing. They even thought that Lu Ming would be able to prosper the elf race and bring luck to the elf race. He had yet to marry Ling Yue, but he had already brought the seeds of the holy tree and 49 high-level elf tree seeds to the elf race. If he were to get married, what benefits would it bring to the elf race? There were even people urging Lu Ming and Ling Yue to get married quickly. This made Lu Ming speechless. But in the end, most of the elves recognized Lu Ming. Even the younger generation of elves who wanted to pursue Ling Yue also recognized Lu Ming. After all, the seed of the holy tree was too important to the elves. Only Ling Piao and the others were hiding at the back, gritting their teeth so hard that they were about to shatter. After announcing the origin of the holy tree seed, the sacred worship ceremony continued. In the end, Ling Huashua took out the holy tree seed, pushing the atmosphere to its peak. After that, Lu Ming had nothing to do. Lu Ming just watched quietly from the side. The next morning, Lu Ming bid farewell to Ling Yue, Ling Huashua, and the others. "You're leaving so soon. Why don't you stay for a while longer?" Ling Yue looked at Lu Ming with hidden bitterness. That gaze was enough to melt even steel. Fortunately, Lu Ming's heart was harder than steel, and he was able to withstand it. "I received news from the sect leader that the Heavenly Palace is about to start recruiting heavenly soldiers. I need to go back and prepare," Lu Ming said. And Ling Huashua nodded his head and said, "In the universe, most of the geniuses will choose to join the Heavenly Palace and become a heavenly soldier, obtaining better training. You going to the Heavenly Palace to become a heavenly soldier and train yourself is also a good direction. Back then, I also entered the Heavenly Palace to become a heavenly soldier. Can you still withdraw after becoming a heavenly soldier? Lu Ming was curious. Ling Huashua was now the elf patriarch, so he definitely wouldn't be a heavenly soldier. This was because when he was a heavenly soldier, he definitely wouldn't be able to return to be the elf patriarch. Of course you can, but there are conditions. As long as you accumulate enough merit points for the Heavenly Palace, you can retire and regain your freedom. Many of the Overlord-level characters in the universe were heavenly soldiers when they were young. Ling Huashua said. Merit points? Lu Ming was curious. You'll know about this when you become a heavenly soldier. It's not convenient for me to reveal too much now, Ling Huashua said. Does the Heavenly Palace only recruit people from the younger generation when they recruit heavenly soldiers? Lu Ming asked again. As an overlord and a heavenly soldier, Ling Huashua definitely knew a lot of information. Lu Ming naturally had to seize the opportunity to inquire about it. Not necessarily. Those who are older will also be recruited. It mainly depends on their potential. Those who don't have enough potential won't be recruited. Of course, it's still mainly the younger generation. Ling Huashua explained. Lu Ming nodded and then asked a few more questions, which Ling Huashua answered one by one. After that, Lu Ming bid farewell and left under Ling Yue's reluctant gaze. He left the elf clan and headed towards the Iron Sea Star region. Lu Ming's departure was very secretive. Other than Ling Yue and Ling Huashua, no one else knew about it. It was also to prevent anyone from harming Lu Ming. Ling Yue even made the illusion that Lu Ming was still in the elf clan in order to confuse others. The elf clan was very far away from the Plentiful Sword sect. Lu Ming took a few months to return to the Plentiful Sword sect. Lu Ming did not make a big fuss. Instead, he secretly returned to the Plentiful Sword sect and met with sect leader Wang. Sect leader Wang, where should I sign up for the Heavenly Palace's recruitment of heavenly soldiers? What do I need to prepare? Lu Ming asked. In the past, the registration was from the various heavenly cities. As for the requirements for registration and what needs to be prepared, I still don't know. Sect leader Wang said. Heavenly City was a huge city built by the Heavenly Palace. It floated in the starry sky of the universe. Ordinary people were unable to enter the Heavenly Palace. They could only enter Heavenly City. Chapter 3944. You don't even know the conditions? What do you mean? Lu Ming frowned slightly. Yes, the Heavenly Palace is recruiting heavenly soldiers. Not everyone can sign up. There are conditions. In a few months on the day of Extreme Een, the Heavenly Palace will issue the conditions for signing up. This condition is actually a requirement. Only those who meet the requirements can sign up. Sect leader Wang explained. I see. Lu Ming nodded. It was still early. There were still 7 to 8 months before the day of Extreme Een. There was no hurry. In the following days, Lu Ming stayed here and focused on cultivating. He mainly focused on comprehending the Great God Wind technique and the Great Shattering technique. Time flew. In the blink of an eye, it was the day of Extreme Een. The day of Extreme Een was a very special day. On this day, the Yang Qi of the entire primitive universe would be weak, and the Yin Qi would be strong. This day only happened once in many years. It was a great opportunity for those who cultivated Extreme Een techniques. Cultivating on this day would often result in great breakthroughs. On this day, the Heavenly Palace finally issued the requirements for signing up for the Heavenly Soldier Assessment through the dreamy Heavenly Jade. Those who wanted to sign up had to bring a wisp of spiritual Yin Qi. Moreover, they had to obtain it themselves to meet the requirements. Buying it or giving it to others did not meet the requirements. Only those who had a wisp of spiritual Yin Qi could sign up in the Heavenly City and qualify for the Heavenly Soldier Assessment. Demonic Yin Qi? Lu Ming was confused. He immediately asked Sect Leader Wang. After Sect Leader Wang's explanation, Lu Ming finally understood. On the day of Extreme Een, there would be a lot of demonic Yin Qi in all parts of the universe. Many demonic Yin Qi would even give birth to spiritual Yin Qi, especially in places with extremely dense Yin Qi and demonic Qi. It was easier for them to be born. Those who wanted to sign up for the Heavenly Soldier Assessment had to find demonic yin qi with spiritual yin qi. Only those who obtained demonic yin qi with spiritual yin qi were qualified to sign up. Moreover, they had to obtain it themselves. If others helped them, it did not count. You might ask, how would the Heavenly Palace know if they obtained it themselves? This was because there were people in the Heavenly Palace who were good at calculation. As long as they got hold of a spiritual yin qi, they would be able to calculate it. Once it was discovered that it had been purchased or obtained with the help of an elder, it would be considered as cheating the Heavenly Palace. The consequences of deceiving the Heavenly Palace would be severe. It wasn't that there weren't such people in history, but in the end, these people all disappeared and never appeared again. Everyone knew in their hearts that these people would never appear again. Sect Leader Wang, do you know which places in the universe have denser baleful yin qi? It is more likely that there will be baleful yin qi with spirituality. Lu Ming asked. In the universe, there are many places with dense baleful yin energy. There are also many places where baleful yin energy can be found. However, it is not easy for ordinary people to obtain baleful yin energy with spirituality. Sect Head Wang explained. What do you mean? Lu Ming asked. Because there are so many people who want to participate in the Heavenly Soldier examination. Countless races in the primitive universe will participate. Therefore, I'm afraid that many baleful yin lands will be sealed off by the experts of those powerful forces. It will be difficult for outsiders to interfere. Sect Head Wang said. Didn't they say that others can't help? Why can those powerful forces still send people to seal off those places? Lu Ming frowned. They just send people to seal off certain areas, and let those forces' own people enter those areas to search for baleful yin qi. Even if they don't help, the Heavenly Palace will not be able to calculate it. This is called the Heavenly Palace has a policy, and there are countermeasures below. Sect Head Wang explained. Lu Ming was speechless and frowned. In this way, it would be really difficult to obtain baleful yin qi with spirituality. Some famous baleful yin places would be sealed off by those powerful forces. It would be difficult for others to enter and compete for them. Then the others can only try their luck? Lu Ming said. Was he going to be stumped at the first hurdle? He did not have to enter the Heavenly Palace to become a heavenly soldier. However, the mid-autumn moon was likely to be taken away by the big shots in the dreamy Heavenly Palace. If he did not enter the Heavenly Palace, how could he inquire about the mid-autumn moon? He would not be at ease if he did not find out more about the mid-autumn moon. Moreover, during this period, he also knew that becoming a heavenly soldier in the Heavenly Palace was an excellent training. In the universe, 90% of the overlords had entered the Heavenly Palace and become a heavenly soldier. Many geniuses would experience explosive growth in their cultivation after entering the Celestial Palace, leaving those who did not enter in the dust. If they wanted to go further in the future, they would need to become celestial soldiers, which would be very useful. Therefore, Lu Ming still hoped to become a heavenly soldier. He could not be stopped at the first step. Indeed, people from small forces can only try their luck, or go to places where the baleful yin qi is not very dense. After all, in the universe there are some places where the baleful yin qi is not very dense, but there will still be baleful yin qi with spirituality born on the day of extreme yin. Leader Wang explained. After chatting with Leader Wang for a while, Leader Wang left, leaving Lu Ming alone to ponder. Lu Ming, I have a place that I can recommend you to go. At this time Gumo's voice sounded. What place? Lu Ming was delighted. That place is called the Land of 1,000 Graves. It contains rich baleful yin qi, and there is a great chance that baleful yin qi with spirituality will be born there. Guemo said. Such a place should be blocked by many powerful forces. How can I go in? Lu Ming said. Don't worry, I have stayed in that place for a period of time, so I am very familiar with it. Even if those forces block it tightly, I will have a way to go in. Moreover, I have hidden some things in that place. There are 3,000 ancient secret skills and some ordinary secret skills of diabolism. They are suitable for you. Guemo said. There are 3,000 ancient secret skills? Lu Ming's eyes lit up. He immediately decided that he must go to that place. Since Guemo said that he could go, there should be no problem. Okay, let's go then. Lu Ming immediately made up his mind. He then took out a few pieces of starry sky map and began to observe. These pieces of starry sky map were obtained from the elf tribe. They were the best starry sky map, covering most of the territories in the universe. Only a powerful race like the elf tribe would have such a starry sky map. This kind of starry sky map was very precious. If not for Lu Ming's great kindness to the elf tribe, he would not have been able to obtain it. Soon, Lu Ming found the location of the Land of 1,000 Graves on the starry sky map. It was still some distance away from the Iron Sea Star Zone group. Lu Ming immediately rushed over. Half a month later, Lu Ming arrived at the vicinity of the Land of 1,000 Graves. He was indeed one step too late. The vast Land of 1,000 Graves had been blocked by several forces. There were a total of 2 powerful races that had sealed off the Land of 1,000 Graves. Chapter 39:45. The Yiksha tribe and the Sun Moon tribe were 2 extremely powerful and terrifying tribes. They were ranked 29th and 32nd respectively on the primitive tribe board. Their strength was not weaker than the elf tribe. In fact, they were even stronger. The experts of the 2 tribes each took half of the area and sealed off the outer perimeter of the Land of 1,000 Graves. It was difficult for others to enter. Even from a distance, one could feel a powerful aura in the starry sky. It was intimidating. The experts of the 2 tribes sealed off the perimeter. Those who were interested in participating in the Heavenly Palace's Heavenly Soldier Test were all in the Land of 1,000 Graves, searching for evil Yin Qi. Whoever found it would be able to participate in the Heavenly Soldier Test. These superpowers are really overbearing. Lu Ming exclaimed. The Land of 1,000 Graves was special. Its core area was a huge continent that floated in the starry sky. And in the starry sky around the continent, there were some small fragments floating. Some of these fragments were only a few dozen meters in size, while others were a few kilometers in size. Naturally, it was impossible for these small fragments to have baleful Yin Qi. Only the huge continent at the core had it. From afar, Lu Ming saw a burly figure standing on one of the small fragments. This figure was in human form. He was about 3 meters tall and had green skin. His eyes were like copper bells and he had fangs in his mouth. This was the typical appearance of the Yiksha tribe. This Yiksha tribe's aura was extremely terrifying. His eyes swept across the starry sky like 2 beams of light. His powerful aura made the starry sky tremble. This Yiksha tribe's cultivation was at least at the peak Divine Emperor realm, or even higher. It was not something that Lu Ming could fight against. This was only one direction. In other directions, there was a terrifying existence at regular intervals. They had completely sealed off the core area of the Land of 1,000 Graves. If anyone tried to force their way in, they would definitely be attacked. Lu Ming sighed and asked Bone Demon how to get in. That's easy. Do you see those small fragments around? Back then, I set up a teleportation array on one of the small fragments. It can send you directly to the core continent. I'll take you there. Bone Demon said. Following that, Lu Ming flew in a certain direction according to Bone Demon's instructions. There were many fragments around the core of the Land of 1,000 Graves. Some of them were very far away from the core continent. Naturally, the Yiksha tribe and Sun Moon tribe could not detect all of them. In fact, they were only blocking access to the core continent to prevent others from entering. As for who might be spying on them, they couldn't be bothered. Soon Lu Ming arrived at a small fragment. The diameter of the fragment was only a few hundred meters. This kind of land is really strange. It is incomparably cold and deathly still. However, there seems to be a trace of life within it. After landing on this fragment, Lu Ming could feel that this fragment was indeed extraordinary. It was quite different from the other fragments. Of course. Otherwise, many powerful existences in ancient times would not have buried themselves here. Guemo said. Bury himself here? Lu Ming was puzzled. You'll know once you enter the real Land of 10,000 Graves. Bone Demon said, but did not explain too much for the time being. Lu Ming looked around the fragment, but could not find any traces of the teleportation array. Where is the teleportation array you mentioned? Lu Ming asked. Hey, isn't that the teleportation array? Bone Demon flew out and pointed at a place. Lu Ming looked over and did not know whether to laugh or cry. The place Bone Demon was pointing at was a pile of rocks. A pile of rocks was a teleportation array? What's with your expression? Kid, this is my method. I just casually set up a teleportation array. If it was set up nicely, do you think it would still be around after so many years? Bone Demon said unhappily. Lu Ming had to admit that Bone Demon's words made sense. If it was set up like a teleportation array, it would have been long gone and discovered by others. Only if it was set up like a pile of rocks would no one discover it. The Bone Devil began to attack. It waved its bone claws, and pitch-black runes flew out and landed on the pile of rubble. In the next moment, the rubble began to shine brightly, and a vortex appeared. Go in quickly. The experts nearby will sense it soon. Bone Demon hurriedly urged. He turned into a ray of light and flew into Lu Ming's glabella. Lu Ming did not delay at all. He took a step forward, landed in the vortex, and disappeared. As soon as Lu Ming's figure disappeared, the vortex disappeared as well. Just as the vortex disappeared, a burly figure descended from the sky and landed on the fragment, causing it to tremble. It was an expert from the Yaksha race. His eyes were filled with ferocity as he looked around in confusion. I clearly felt some movement here just now. There were spatial fluctuations. How did it disappear in the blink of an eye? The Yaksha expert muttered. Then his eyes flashed as he punched the fragment. With a boom, the fragment exploded into even smaller fragments. The teleportation array was naturally destroyed as well. Who cares what happened? Destroy it first. The Yaksha expert muttered. His figure flashed and he left. He stepped into the teleportation array. The next moment he appeared in a call in the mountains. He had arrived at the core continent of the land of myriad tombs. Looking around, there was not a single blade of grass on the ground. It was dead silent. But in the dead silence, there seemed to be a life force being born. It was very contradictory but also very strange. This feeling was even stronger than the fragments outside. Lu Ming spread out his spiritual sense and found that there were no auras of other living beings. Then Lu Ming soared into the sky and looked around. He found that this was only the periphery of the continent. In the distance, he could still see the fragments in the starry sky. That is, Lu Ming looked at the ground and found several huge hills. No, they were not hills. They were clearly tombs. The land of myriad tombs is indeed worthy of its reputation. But who was buried here? Lu Ming was puzzled. In ancient times, after many mighty figures died, their descendants would bury them here. Many mighty figures would even choose to be buried here when they reached the end of their lifespan. Guemo said. Why is that? Lu Ming was curious. It has to do with the terrain here. You should have noticed the peculiarity of the terrain here. Legend has it that after death, being buried here can bring one back to life. There is a possibility of resurrection. There is also another saying that the feng shui here is excellent. Being buried here can bring luck to the descendants and protect them. Guemo said. There is such a saying? Lu Ming thought of the land here. There was a trace of life in the dead silence. Could it really be possible to come back to life? This shocked him greatly. Chapter 3946. Lu Ming was shocked. Resurrection? Was it really possible to resurrect the dead? He knew about reincarnation, and reincarnation could be real. For example, Xian Yanqing was reincarnation. However, resurrection sounded even more mysterious. Was it possible to come back from the dead after one's lifespan was depleted and live another life? There was a period of time when these two legends were very popular. Therefore, during that period of time, many powerful existences fell and were buried here. This place became the burial ground of countless powerful experts, so it was called the Land of 10,000 Graves. Guemo whispered. Then, did anyone really come back from the dead? Lu Ming asked. Facts have proven that those two legends are false. Over the countless years, not a single one of those supreme beings who were buried in there was able to come back from the dead. As for being able to protect their descendants, that's not necessarily true. The destruction of countless forces is proof of that. Later on, no one believed in these two legends. However, there were too many experts buried here, and the Inchi was thick. Naturally, it became the land of a haze. Guemo said. Lu Ming nodded. So, this was the origin of the Land of 1,000 Graves. If you want to find Haze Chi, You can only look for it in the graves. Only those graves have the thickest haze chi. Only then can spiritual haze chi be born. Moreover, legend has it that the core of the mainland has the best effect and the chances of resurrection are the highest. Hence, the more powerful the being is, the more likely it is to be buried in the core. Hence, the more likely it is for spiritual haze chi to be born. Gu Mo explained. Lu Ming nodded. He already had a plan in mind. Swoosh. Lu Ming flew towards the few large graves. As he neared, Lu Ming realized that the graves had been opened. The tombstones had been moved away. Obviously, the Hag tribe or Sun Moon tribe had taken them first. Lu Ming did not stop, and continued to fly towards the depths of the mainland. Along the way, Lu Ming saw many large graves. They were tall and majestic, like small hills. However, they had all been opened. Lu Ming naturally had no interest in exploring those that had been opened, so he continued to fly inside. More than an hour later, Lu Ming suddenly noticed a figure flashing in front of him. Lu Ming immediately stopped and retracted his aura. He landed on the ground and moved forward along the ground. After approaching, Lu Ming first discovered a huge grave. This large tomb was paved with gold and jade. Although many years had passed, it was still dazzling. And it was especially tall, like a huge mountain peak. At this moment, a group of people were surrounding the tomb, busying themselves with their work. Lu Ming glanced at them, and knew that they were all from the Yaksha tribe. Moreover, they all looked quite young. There were more than 20 of them. The Heavenly Palace did not set an age limit when recruiting heavenly soldiers. Older people could also participate, but in reality, those powerful races almost never sent older people to participate. Because of their age, their potential was limited. After becoming a heavenly soldier, it was not easy to quit. They had to accumulate a certain amount of contribution points before they could quit. Because of their age, their potential was limited. It was very difficult to accumulate a certain amount of contribution points. They had to stay in the Heavenly Palace for the rest of their lives. Only the young geniuses with unlimited potential could become heavenly soldiers and accumulate enough contribution points in the future to quit the heavenly soldiers. They would regain their freedom. Only those who felt that cultivation was difficult, or those who wanted to rely on the Heavenly Palace would choose to become heavenly soldiers. They would work hard for the heavenly soldiers for the rest of their lives. Even so, the Heavenly Palace would still select them. Those who did not have enough potential would be eliminated by the Heavenly Palace. Even if they were older, they had to have potential. For top races like the Yaksha tribe and the Sun Moon tribe, they naturally would not send older geniuses to become heavenly soldiers. Those who participated were all young geniuses. More than 20 geniuses from the Yaksha tribe were circling around the majestic grave. Lu Ming looked carefully, and realized that there was a protective array around the grave. The geniuses from the Yaksha tribe were trying to break the array. Such a huge grave, there should be haze chi in it, right? Lu Ming thought. Lu Ming decided that if there was haze chi here, he would take it for himself. Lu Ming could not be bothered with the geniuses from the Yaksha tribe and the Sun Moon tribe. His goal now was to obtain a wisp of haze chi with spirituality to meet the requirements to register as a heavenly soldier. Then he would enter the core of the grave of 1,000 graves and obtain the ancient secret skill and other demon secret skills left behind by the bone demon. It was useless to have too many baleful yin chi with spirituality. Just one strand was enough. Lu Ming hid himself and waited quietly. About 2 hours later, buzz. The surroundings of the large tomb emitted a resplendent light. Following that, the light formed a large runic array that floated in the air. However, in just 3 breaths of time, the runic array exploded with a bang and turned into a rain of light that dissipated in the air. The array around the grave was broken. Swoosh, swoosh, swoosh. The 20 or so Yaksha geniuses immediately charged toward the burial mound. They unleashed their godly power and opened the tombstones. Then more than 20 geniuses from the Yaksha tribe rushed into the grave. Although they were all geniuses from the Yaksha tribe, they were actually competitors. After all, whoever obtained the haze chi would be able to register for the heavenly soldier test, and the elders of the Yaksha tribe could not interfere. No matter how talented one was or how strong one's background was, if one did not obtain the haze chi, the senior members of the Yaksha tribe would not dare to interfere. If the heavenly palace found out, the consequences would be dire. Should I go in? Lu Ming thought. In the end, Lu Ming decided to wait a little longer. He was not sure if there was any haze qi in the grave. If there was no haze qi, he would expose himself if he rushed out now. It would not be too late to rush out after confirming that there was haze qi. However, Lu Ming did not wait for more than 2 minutes before something strange happened. Roar. Suddenly, a terrifying roar came from the grave. A terrifying aura rushed out of the grave, causing the ground to shake violently. There's a terrifying creature in the grave. Lu Ming's expression changed. That's to be expected. There are many powerful entities buried here. Some of them were turned to ash, and some of them, by chance and coincidence, would undergo bizarre transformations and turn into dead spirits. Clearly there is a dead spirit in this tomb. Gu Mo explained. Lu Ming's face turned pale. Why didn't Gu Mo explain this before? What a scam. Those who were buried here were all powerful beings. Even if they turned into dead spirits after death, they would still be terrifying. Roar, 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 roar. Terrifying haze qi continued to flow out of the grave. Run, run, run. Cries of alarm rang out as the Yaksha race prodigies rushed out of the burial mound in a panic. Chapter 3947. Lu Ming had seen clearly earlier that 23 of them had gone in. However, only 18 of them had come out. That was to say, the 5 geniuses of the Yaksha tribe had most likely been trapped inside forever. The remaining 18 of them ran out of the tomb in a panic. Roar. The roaring continued and Lu Ming saw a claw that resembled a ferocious tiger reaching out from the tomb. However, the claw looked horrifying, as if it was rotten. Rotten flesh hung on it, and bones could be seen. The claws were extremely fast. One of the geniuses of the Yaksha race was caught by the claws. He screamed in fear and struggled with all his might. His attacks landed on the claws, but they were all useless. Poof! The Yaksha race's genius exploded from the claw. Roar! Another roar was heard, and a huge creature rushed out of the tomb. It was a creature that looked like a tiger. It was dozens of meters tall, but it looked horrifying. Its body was covered in rotten flesh, and its bones were exposed. 2 green flames danced in its eye sockets. Bone Devil was right. This ferocious tiger had completely turned into a dead spirit. The tiger undead spirit continued to roar. It stared at the remaining geniuses of the Yaksha clan, and continued to rush towards them. Use the evil suppression seal. One of the Yaksha prodigies shouted. Then, one of the geniuses from the Yaksha tribe stopped and waved his hand. Golden talismans flew out and floated in the air, emitting a brilliant glow. There were 18 seals in total, and they pressed down on the tiger undead spirit like a wall. The other geniuses of the Yaksha race stopped and channeled their god force into the golden seal. The golden seal shone even brighter, and the evil aura dissipated rapidly wherever the golden light passed. The ferocious tiger undead spirit revealed a trace of fear when it saw the golden seal. In the end, it let out a furious roar and madly pounced at the golden seal. Boom! The ferocious tiger slammed into the golden seal, causing a loud explosion. Then, a sizzling sound came from the ferocious tiger's body. It was like ice meeting fire, emitting bursts of green smoke. The tiger undead spirit roared and retreated. It was obvious that the tiger undead spirit was restrained. The Yaksha prodigies had come prepared, and some of them had brought along the evil suppression seal. The evil suppression seal was used to restrain evil beings, such as undead spirits. It didn't need to be strong to unleash its power. It was most effective against powerful evil beings. This kind of evil suppressing talisman was not very powerful when used to fight with other people, because it did not have a restraining effect. However, it was extremely effective when used to deal with undead. Continue! Shouted the Yaksha genius who had taken out the evil suppressing talisman. The other Yaksha geniuses also poured their god force into the evil suppressing talisman. The 18 evil suppressing talisman shone with golden light, and pressed down on the tiger undead spirit. The tiger undead spirit roared like thunder. Although it was very powerful, it was completely suppressed by the evil suppression sigil. Fear appeared in its eyes as it was forced back again, and again by the evil suppression sigil. In the end, it simply turned around and fled back into the great tomb. The Yiksha prodigies heaved a sigh of relief. Let's go, there's no baleful Inchi in this tomb. The prodigy with the evil suppression seal shook his head and put it away. He flew away and disappeared in the blink of an eye. The others also left quickly. It seems like it's not that easy to get evil energy with spirituality. Lu Ming shook his head and left. Next, Lu Ming encountered many large tombs. Most of them had been explored. Under the guidance of the Bone Demon, Lu Ming also explored the few tombs that he had not explored. However, he did not discover any sinister aura. Lu Ming could only go deeper into the myriad tombs. The myriad tombs was huge, and Lu Ming didn't find any evil energy even after walking around for half a day. Boom boom boom. Suddenly, a loud explosion came from ahead, accompanied by a dazzling golden light that lit up the sky. That's the light of the evil suppression seal. Lu Ming carefully walked in that direction, and hid in the dark to observe. Roar. A terrifying roar shook the void. Lu Ming saw a huge tomb in front of him. It was even bigger than the tomb with the ferocious tiger dead spirit. At that moment, a group of Yiksha elites was besieging a dead spirit. The undead spirit looked like a crocodile, but its body was in tatters. Its aura was terrifying, several times stronger than the tiger undead spirit. There were at least 100 Yiksha prodigies attacking the crocodile undead spirit. Of course, the Yiksha prodigies were no match for the undead spirit. They relied on the evil suppression seal. Furthermore, it wasn't just one set. There were 3 sets, and each set had 18 golden talismans. The 100 Yiksha prodigies were divided into 3 groups. Each group had dozens of people, and they worked together to activate a set of evil suppression seal. The 3 sets of evil suppression seal shone brightly and pressed down on the crocodile undead spirit. There's a strand of baleful Inchi inside. Let's first work together to get rid of this evil spirit. Then fight for the baleful Inchi. In the end, the baleful Inchi will belong to whoever has the ability. One of the Yiksha prodigies shouted. That's right. Let's not hold back. Give it your all. Give it your all. All the geniuses from the Yiksha tribe shouted. Then all the geniuses from the Yiksha tribe used their full strength. They had not used their full strength before. They had been waiting for the others to use their full strength. Now that they had reached an agreement, the Yiksha prodigies poured their divine energy into the evil suppression seal and maximized its power. The 3 sets of evil suppressing runes continued to press down on the crocodile undead spirit. Moreover, they were divided into 3 directions, completely surrounding the crocodile undead spirit in the middle. The crocodile undead spirit wanted to rush out, but it was unable to do so. The crocodile undead spirit was also trying to attack, but as soon as it got close to the evil suppressing rune, the power of the evil suppressing rune would erupt with shocking power. The crocodile undead spirit's body emitted a sizzling sound as it emitted bursts of green smoke. Its rotten flesh and bones were constantly being corroded and melted, and its aura became weaker and weaker. Keep it up. This undead spirit won't last long. A Yiksha prodigy shouted. In the distance, Lu Ming's eyes were shining. There's actually baleful Inchi in this great tomb? Lu Ming whispered, his eyes glowing. Lu Ming did not want to miss out on this opportunity. He wanted to get the evil energy and complete the mission as soon as possible. Lu Ming swept his gaze across the place. That strand of baleful Yin energy should still be in the great tomb. Right now, the Yiksha geniuses were besieging the dead crocodile spirit. If he entered the great tomb now, he might be able to catch them off guard and obtain the baleful Yin energy. Chapter 3948. Having made up his mind, Lu Ming immediately took action. Using the obstacles, he carefully made his way towards the entrance of the tomb. Lu Ming was not discovered. He was within 10,000 meters of the entrance of the tomb. Lu Ming revealed a smile. Just as he was about to dash into the tomb in one go. Suddenly, roar! The crocodile dead spirit let out a furious roar as it stared at Lu Ming with its ferocious eyes. Nestle, I've been discovered. This crocodile dead spirit's senses are too sharp. It can sense someone approaching the tomb. Lu Ming really wanted to curse out loud. Obviously, this crocodile dead spirit's senses were extremely sharp. The moment other living beings approached the tomb, they would be discovered. Lu Ming had successfully avoided the eyes of the Yiksha tribe, But he could not avoid the crocodile dead spirit's senses. The crocodile dead spirit's roar immediately attracted the attention of the Yaksha tribe elites. They all looked towards Lu Ming and discovered Lu Ming. It's a human. It's actually a human. How did he get in? Damn it, he wanted to steal the haze energy when we weren't paying attention. He's courting death. The moment the Yaksha tribe elites saw Lu Ming, they guessed Lu Ming's intentions and roared angrily. At the same time, they were shocked and confused. They could tell at a glance that Lu Ming was a human. Then, how did Lu Ming get in? The entire tomb of 1,000 graves had been sealed off by the Yaksha tribe and the Sun Moon tribe. Recently, there should only be people from the Yaksha tribe and the Sun Moon tribe in the tomb of 1,000 graves. How did Lu Ming, a human, appear here? How did he get in? Could it be that he had been hiding in the tomb of 1,000 graves for a long time? Furthermore, he dared to covet their haze energy. He was courting death. It seems like it's impossible to steal the haze energy secretly. Then, let's do it openly. Lu Ming was speechless. However, since he had been discovered, Lu Ming was not afraid of trouble. He sped up and rushed into the tomb. You're courting death. Stop him. The geniuses of the Yaksha race roared. They channeled all their strength into the evil suppressing sigil, hoping to get rid of the crocodile once and for all, then deal with Lu Ming. However, the crocodile undead spirit was extremely powerful. Although they used all their strength to control the evil suppressing runes to bombard the crocodile undead spirit, causing its body to emit sizzling sounds and thick smoke to fill the air, they were unable to completely obliterate the crocodile undead spirit. Send someone to deal with that brat first. That kid is only a quasi-emperor. I'll go kill him. The elites of the Yaksha tribe hollered. Then, a few figures dashed toward Lu Ming at high speed. These figures were all at the quasi-emperor realm. The Yaksha race was very talented. Their combat power was usually much stronger than other races of the same level, let alone humans. They did not take Lu Ming seriously at all. Therefore, when they saw that Lu Ming was only at the quasi-emperor level, the Yaksha race's quasi-emperor elites thought that they could easily deal with Lu Ming. There was a total of 3 quasi-emperors with ferocious faces and ferocious fangs. They held tridents in their hands and charged toward Lu Ming. Before they arrived, the tridents pierced toward Lu Ming with a terrifying whistling sound. Lu Ming's gaze turned cold. His palm was like a saber as he slashed horizontally. A ray of divine light tore through the void and defeated the attacks of the 3 Yakshas. At the same time, the 3 quasi-emperor geniuses of the Yakshas were killed before they could even scream. The remaining Yaksha race's geniuses looked furious. That boy is not weak. I'll go and kill him, said a Yaksha cultivator of the first godly emperor layer, flying towards Lu Ming. I'll go and fight him too, said another godly emperor layer cultivator, flying towards Lu Ming. A few Yaksha race's geniuses flew towards Lu Ming, which annoyed the other Yaksha race's geniuses. You want to kill that boy and then take the gloomy Yin Chi from the grave? Impossible. You think I can't see through such a cheap trick? I'll pretend to kill that boy and take the gloomy Yin Chi first. Many Yaksha race's geniuses stopped attacking the crocodile and threw themselves at Lu Ming. On the surface, it looked like they were working together, but in reality, they all wanted to take the gloomy Yin Chi first. Therefore, they wanted to take the opportunity to go into the grave first. Killing Lu Ming was just an excuse. Lu Ming was just a quasi-emperor. Even if he could easily kill the quasi-emperors of the Yaksha race, the godly emperors wouldn't take him seriously. Fuck. You want to take the gloomy Yin Chi? In your dreams. I'll go too. The remaining Yaksha race's geniuses weren't stupid either. When they saw the others rushing towards the grave, they also killed the crocodile and rushed towards the grave. Very quickly, only a few Yaksha race's geniuses were left. The remaining Yaksha race's geniuses couldn't suppress the crocodile anymore. The crocodile roared and rushed towards the evil suppression talisman. Boom. The evil suppression talisman was sent flying away by the crocodile's geniuses. The crocodile rushed out of the encirclement and rushed towards the grave. Wow, it's so lively here. Lu Ming was speechless. He wrapped himself in the great divine wind skill and dashed toward the tomb like a phantom. He dashed into the tomb through the entrance. The tomb was pitch black and filled with sinister aura. Waves of sinister aura rushed toward Lu Ming continuously. Lu Ming used the taboo power to protect his body and blocked the sinister aura. Where is the gloomy Yin Qi? Lu Ming looked around. The great tomb was huge, and the inside was like a palace, extending in all directions. The gloomy Yin Qi can only be found in the place with the densest Yin Qi, said Guemo. Lu Ming didn't hesitate and rushed towards the place with the densest Yin Qi. Roar! Die! Behind him, shouts filled the air. The crocodile's geniuses were extremely fast. It caught up with the Yaksha race's geniuses, and they started fighting. However, the crocodile undead spirit had been severely injured by the evil suppression talisman. Although it still retained some of its strength, it was no longer invincible. At the very least, the Yaksha sky prides were locked in a fierce battle with the crocodile undead spirit. Some of the Yaksha race's geniuses were extremely fast, and were about to catch up with Lu Ming. Little boy, die! Shouted a Yaksha race's genius who had the strength of the first godly emperor layer. His trident pierced through the air towards Lu Ming. That Yaksha race's genius was extremely strong. He was much stronger than ordinary cultivators of the first godly emperor layer. However, compared to Hua Tian from the elf clan, he was much weaker. Compared to Lu Ming, he was even weaker. However, Lu Ming's target was the sinister aura. He had no intention of fighting with these people from the Yaksha tribe. He executed the great divine wind skill, and dodged the attack of the Yaksha tribe's prodigy in a flash. He continued to move forward and dashed into the underground grotto. The Yin Qi there was even denser. Inside the Yin Qi, there was Yin Qi which kept twisting and turning. It looked like a dragon. It was the gloomy Yin Qi. Chapter 3949. It was gloomy Yin Qi. Lu Ming's eyes lit up. This constantly twisting airflow was the sinister aura. It was nurtured by the power of extreme Yin. It would be of great help to those who cultivated the path of extreme Yin in their cultivation. Or it could be used to refine weapons. It would also be an excellent material. Of course, nobody would use it to practice cultivation or make weapons. They would use it to qualify for the Celestial Soldier exam. Lu Ming threw himself at the gloomy Yin Qi. He condensed a gigantic hand and grabbed the gloomy Yin Qi. Unexpectedly, the process was very smooth. Lu Ming grabbed the sinister aura in his hands and kept it in a storage ring without hesitation. You want to die? Die. The geniuses from the Yaksha tribe were enraged. They charged toward Lu Ming and thrust their tridents at him. According to the rules of the Heavenly Palace, cultivators couldn't rely on others to obtain gloomy Yin Qi. Killing and stealing other people's gloomy Yin Qi was also their own strength. In a flash, at least 6 people attacked Lu Ming. Lu Ming's silhouette flickered and he dodged 3 attacks. Then he raised his hand and slashed at the other 3 attacks. Boom! Boom! Lu Ming slashed at the 3 tridents consecutively. The 3 tridents shook violently and fine cracks appeared on them. They then exploded into pieces with a loud bang. He didn't stop attacking the 3 geniuses of the Yaksha clan. The 3 geniuses had the strength of the first godly emperor layer. They couldn't compete with Lu Ming at all. They coughed up blood and retreated a few hundred meters away. Their bodies were covered in wounds. Ah! 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 The 3 sky prides of the Yaksha tribe screamed in terror. In the next moment, their bodies exploded and they died on the spot. Lu Ming didn't stop. He continued moving forward. The other geniuses of the Yaksha clan were astonished and furious. They all attacked Lu Ming. This time, at least 20 geniuses of the Yaksha clan attacked Lu Ming. There weren't only cultivators of the first godly emperor layer, there were also cultivators of the second godly emperor layer. Lu Ming was fearless. He dashed into the crowd of the Yaksha tribe's prodigies. He unleashed his full combat ability and launched a fierce attack. A series of explosions sounded. The void shook crazily. It was completely torn apart, blasted through. The entire great necropolis shook violently. However, the owner of the great necropolis, that crocodile undead spirit, had been extraordinary when it was alive. Therefore, the great necropolis he had built was also extraordinary. The materials used were tough and indestructible, and he had set up all sorts of reinforcing formations. Even when their attacks hit the walls of the great necropolis, they didn't cause any damage. After a series of clashes, The yakshas were forced to retreat one after another. Those who had the strength of the first godly emperor layer were coughing up blood. They were severely injured. And this was because Lu Ming had dispersed his power. Otherwise, they wouldn't have just been injured. Even the geniuses of the second godly emperor layer coughed up blood and retreated. Shocking. The geniuses of the Yaksha clan were astonished. They were all geniuses and extremely strong. They all had the strength of the first godly emperor layer, the second godly emperor layer, and so many of them had joined hands to fight against Lu Ming. Surprisingly, they were defeated by Lu Ming. What kind of monstrous cultivator was Lu Ming? How could a human be so strong? After Lu Ming forced the geniuses of the Yaksha clan to retreat, he continued moving forward. Lu Ming had a few wounds on his body after the earlier confrontation. After all, he could not avoid the joint attack of more than 20 Yaksha geniuses. However, these injuries did not affect him much. They were just minor injuries. "We have to kill that little boy." "I'll go and kill him," shouted some geniuses of the third godly emperor layer. They had the strength of the third godly emperor layer, but they hadn't fought against Lu Ming because they had controlled the talisman. At that moment, a few geniuses of the third godly emperor realm were charging towards Lu Ming. Their violent auras covered the sky and the earth, causing the void to be torn apart. Lu Ming looked worried. Those geniuses of the Yaksha clan were extremely strong. They were much stronger than ordinary cultivators of the same level. Lu Ming could fight against those of the second godly emperor layer, but against those of the third godly emperor layer, Lu Ming couldn't defeat them. However, Lu Ming had many trump cards. Qiu turned into an armor and covered Lu Ming's body. Lu Ming was about to charge over when a roar was heard. The crocodile spirit had also rushed over. It had a ferocious look in its eyes as it launched a frenzied attack. It didn't have a target, it just attacked. The geniuses of the Yaksha clan were in front of it, so of course it attacked them. The geniuses of the third godly emperor layer were startled. They had no choice but to stop and fight against the crocodile. They controlled the talisman and threw it at the crocodile. Boom! The crocodile crashed into the talisman. The talisman shook violently. One of the geniuses of the Yaksha clan who controlled the talisman was pushed back. The higher the cultivation of the person controlling the evil suppressing sigil, the more people controlling it, the more powerful it would be. If one person controlled it, the power would be a bit strong, so it would be repelled. Roar, roar, roar. The crocodile roared and bit down on the two Yaksha prodigies with its mouth full of sharp teeth. After a few bites, the Yaksha prodigies were torn to pieces. The geniuses of the Yaksha clan joined hands and controlled the talisman to suppress the crocodile. Move back and control the talisman together. Drive the crocodile away to fight against that little bastard from the Yaksha clan. One of the geniuses of the Yaksha clan said to the other geniuses telepathically. The geniuses of the Yaksha clan nodded and moved back. They blocked the exit of the Great Tomb and controlled the talisman together. There were 3 talismans in total. They emitted a dazzling golden light and moved towards the crocodile from the exit of the Great Tomb. Roar! The crocodile roared. It didn't dare attack the exit, so it tried to enter the Great Tomb. Lu Ming was inside the Great Tomb. He wanted to get out of the Great Tomb, but the crocodile and the geniuses of the Yaksha clan were in the way. The crocodile spirit roared loudly. With a violent aura, it charged toward Lu Ming. The airwaves were like mountains and seas. The divine power of this crocodile spirit was very powerful. Although it had been restrained by the evil suppressing rune previously, and its flesh and blood had melted, its strength had been greatly reduced. It was still stronger than Lu Ming. Swoosh! Lu Ming didn't want to fight the crocodile head-on. He used the greater godly wind technique and retreated. The crocodile chased after Lu Ming. Go in. The geniuses of the Yaksha clan shouted and controlled the 3 talismans to suppress the crocodile. They chased after Lu Ming. Lu Ming didn't take it head-on. He kept retreating. When he reached an open space, Lu Ming suddenly rushed towards the crocodile. Swoosh! The crocodile's tail was covered with rotten flesh. It whipped at Lu Ming, and the void shattered. Lu Ming waved Qiuqiu's silver spear and lashed out. Chapter 3950. Lu Ming waved the silver spear that Qiuqiu had transformed into and lashed out. The silver spear rapidly expanded and collided with the crocodile's tail. Boom. Lu Ming sensed a monstrous strength moving towards him. His body shook violently as he used that strength to throw himself at the Yaksha clan's young geniuses. At the moment of collision, he had already adjusted the direction of the collision. Therefore, when the two forces collided, he was sent flying in the direction of the Yakshas. Lu Ming's arm was broken. The crocodile was extremely strong. Even with Qiu Qiu's help, he couldn't compete with it. If the Yaksha clan's young geniuses didn't have the help of the evil suppressing talisman, they wouldn't have been able to compete with the crocodile. However, Lu Ming's recovery ability was extremely strong. When he flew out, there was a steady flow of energy in his cells. Lu Ming's arm recovered within a few breaths. "Kill him!" shouted the Yaksha clan's young geniuses when they saw Lu Ming coming towards them. Then, they threw themselves at Lu Ming. They didn't use the evil suppressing talisman to attack Lu Ming. The evil suppressing talisman was very effective against evil things, but it didn't have much effect on ordinary people. Swoosh swoosh swoosh. Lu Ming brandished his silver spear continuously, smashing the attacks that were directed at him. The evil suppressing talisman isn't bad. Maybe I can use it. Lu Ming's eyes twinkled as he threw himself at a Yaksha clan's young genius of the third godly emperor layer. That Yaksha clan's young genius had the evil suppressing talisman. "Die!" shouted the young genius of the third godly emperor layer furiously. He used his full strength to attack Lu Ming. There were at least 30 Yaksha clan's young geniuses next to him. They all attacked at the same time. However, Qiu Qiu had broken through to the fourth godly emperor layer, so he was extremely strong. After turning into a silver spear, his attacks were even more terrifying. Lu Ming held his silver spear and started spinning like a drill. He penetrated the crowd of Yaksha clan's young geniuses and broke through their attacks. Lu Ming dashed forward like a bolt of silver lightning, thrusting his spear at the third-level godly emperor realm Yaksha. The Yaksha clan's young genius expression changed drastically. He hadn't thought Lu Ming would be so strong. He shouted furiously and retreated. However, Lu Ming kept moving forwards and his silver spear was extremely fast. The Yaksha clan's young genius couldn't dodge it. In the end, he shouted furiously and used his full strength. But he couldn't block Qiu Qiu's silver spear. Even cultivators of the sixth godly emperor layer wouldn't be able to block that attack, let alone him. He didn't have a weapon. Not everyone's clans. Was Lin Qiu's young celestial. And Qiu, Qiu. Of course, these powerful forces did not lack such powerful weapons, but not everyone could control them and unleash their full power. In fact, there were harsh conditions to control such a killing machine. After all, the cultivation bases of these geniuses were still too low. It was impossible for them to control these weapons with their cultivation bases alone. Therefore, they had to be compatible with each other. Only those who were compatible with these weapons would be able to refine them and control them. For example, Lu Ming's Gale Bead was only able to empty it because Lu Ming had cultivated the Great Divine Wind technique. If it were anyone else, they would not have been able to draw out the gale inside. For example, Lu Ming had to rely on his forbidden power to barely refine a treasure like the mysterious ice rod. Limitless cultivation relied on the power of the blood azura. Back then, Ling Yue wanted to refine it, but she was unable to do so. Another example was Ling Yue's bloodstained elven king bow. That was the war bow of the elven ancestor. Ling Yue relied on her powerful elven bloodline and her powerful innate talent. Xiao Wuji's half of the Shura Emperor Sword and Di Jiani's rusty iron sword all followed the same logic. They all required very strict conditions to be able to control them. With a low cultivation level, it was very, very difficult to control such a weapon. In fact, there were very few people in the universe who could control such a weapon with a low cultivation level. They were all monstrous geniuses. Not all geniuses from powerful groups had such a weapon. If they were not compatible, even if they were given such a weapon, they would not be able to use it. They might even die. Obviously, even though the geniuses of the Yaksha clan were geniuses, they were far from being as strong as Ling Yue and Xiao Wuji. The geniuses of the third godly emperor layer of the Yaksha clan were pierced through the forehead. Their soul was destroyed and they died. After that person died, the evil suppressing talisman became an object without an owner. It quickly shrank and turned into 18 ordinary talismans. They floated in the air, and Lu Ming put them away. When the remaining geniuses of the Yaksha clan saw how strong Lu Ming was, they were terrified. They did not dare fight against Lu Ming. They all retreated frantically. Lu Ming dashed past without any hindrance. He dashed out of the huge tomb. The geniuses of the Yaksha clan could only watch as Lu Ming ran away. Damn it! Who is that guy? Who the hell is he? After Lu Ming left, the geniuses of the Yaksha clan shouted. I don't know him. He's only a quasi-emperor, but he's so strong. He's not on the quasi-emperor's list. I've never seen him in the illusionary godly jade. The other geniuses of the Yaksha clan shook their heads. Of course, they did not recognize Lu Ming. In fact, when he attacked, Lu Ming had already changed his appearance. These people had never seen Lu Ming before, so they did not recognize Lu Ming's life origin chi. Therefore, as long as he changed his appearance, they would not be able to recognize Lu Ming. Lu Ming did not want to make too many enemies. After rushing out of the tomb, Lu Ming did not stop. His body flashed and soon, he was far away from the place. Not long after, Lu Ming came to a deserted place and stopped. Then he took out a storage ring. The storage ring was filled with vile yin qi. Lu Ming wanted to check it. With a thought, the vile yin qi flew out, and was surrounded by Lu Ming's forbidden energy. No, it doesn't have any spirituality. Lu Ming took a closer look and his face darkened. This wisp of vile yin qi was lifeless and did not have any spirituality. The heavenly palace required vile yin qi with spirituality. This wisp of vile yin qi did not meet the requirements. Only when vile yin qi is extremely dense can it develop spirituality. This wisp of vile yin qi does not have any spirituality. Guemo also spoke. Lu Ming was speechless. Without spirituality, the sinister aura was just an ordinary material. It was of no use to Lu Ming at all. After wasting so much effort, he only got a wisp of vile yin qi without spirituality. It was a waste of effort. It seems like it's not easy to get a wisp of vile yin qi with spirituality. Lu Ming sighed. The heavenly palace's requirements are naturally not that easy to fulfill. However, the myriad tombs is a place where vile yin qi gathers. There will definitely be vile yin qi with spirituality. Don't worry. Guemo said. Chapter 39:51. Lu Ming muttered a few words and put away the wisp of yin qi that had no spirituality. He then took out 18 pieces of evil-suppressing talismans. The 18 evil suppression talismans were refined from a kind of golden divine jade. They were engraved with fine runes and were incomparably mysterious. This set of evil suppression talismans was extremely valuable on the market. The main reason was that the materials were hard to find, and the refining process was very difficult. Otherwise, there wouldn't be more than 100 Yaksha geniuses who only had 3 sets of evil suppression talismans. Lu Ming used forbidden energy to erase the imprints left by the Yaksha geniuses on the evil suppression talismans. Then, he injected forbidden energy into them and started refining them. It was very easy to refine them with forbidden energy. In less than an hour, Lu Ming had completely refined them. With a thought, the 18 evil suppression talismans flew into the sky and shone with a dazzling golden light. Lu Ming tested them for a while before putting them away to avoid attracting others. Then Lu Ming continued flying into the depths of the land of myriad tombs. Along the way, Lu Ming would encounter Yaksha geniuses from time to time. When these Yaksha geniuses saw that Lu Ming was a human, they would all attack him. Some were killed by Lu Ming, while others fled. At the same time, Lu Ming saw some shocking tombs. There were terrifying roars coming from some tombs. Some of the geniuses of the Yaksha race wanted to attack them, but were killed by the dead spirits in the tombs. Even the evil suppressing talisman could not stop them. Those dead spirits were too terrifying. Lu Ming didn't dare to attack them at all, and took a detour. A few days later, Lu Ming was close to the core of the land of myriad tombs. At this moment he stopped, because he saw a shocking scene. In front of him, 9 tombs were connected in a circle. Each tomb was incomparably huge and majestic. They were like 9 huge mountains that surrounded each other. The 9 tombs were connected and gathered endless yin qi. There, black fog filled the sky and covered the sun. What a terrifying place. This place can definitely nurture baleful yin qi with spirituality. Lu Ming sighed and wondered if he should go in and explore. However, in this kind of place, it was very likely that there would be extremely terrifying dead spirits, so he had to be extremely cautious. There's someone. All of a sudden, Lu Ming sensed a figure flashing in front of him. It was a genius from the Yiksha tribe. It seems that the Yikshas have their eyes on this place. That's good. Let's use the same trick and see if we can fish in troubled waters. Lu Ming smiled, retracted his aura, and quietly moved forward. The yin energy here was so dense that it was almost tangible. It was like a black fog, making it very easy to hide. Lu Ming was very close to the 9 burial mounds when Lu Ming stopped. This was because Lu Ming sensed that there was a large number of Yiksha elites ahead. Through the black yin qi, Lu Ming sensed that there were at least 1,000 Yikshas in front of him. The Yikshas seemed to be chatting about something. Lu Ming activated his heavenly ear ability and heard voices in Lu Ming's ears. I have checked it out. There are a total of 9 wisps of yin qi gathered in the middle of the 9 burial mounds. However, there are 6 dead spirits guarding them. One of them said, 6 dead spirits? How powerful are the dead spirits? Someone asked in a serious tone. They are very powerful. It's very strong, but it's not too strong either. Together, we have 36 sets of evil-suppressing talisman. And dealing with 6 undead spirits at the same time might be a bit difficult. However, we can break through them one by one, first lure one out, then gather all our strength to destroy one undead spirit, then attract the second one by one, and finally destroy all the undead spirits. The first person to speak said again. That is a good idea. However, how do we lure the dead spirits? Who should we send? Another voice said. The Yikshas fell into a short silence. That's right, it was extremely dangerous to attract dead spirits. It was simply a 9 out of 10 chance of dying. Furthermore, the person who was going to lure the dead spirits could not bring the exorcism talismans with him. Otherwise, it would be useless to scare the dead spirits away. That would be even more dangerous. Who would do such a dangerous thing? That's easy. The Sun Moon tribe members that we have captured can be put to good use. The first person sneered. That's right. Haha, those Sun Moon tribe people are courting death. How dare they fight with us for the yin qi? Now, we will use them to lure the dead spirits. Let's do it now. I will make those Sun Moon tribe people listen to me. Cold voices rang out one after another. Then the Yikshas started to move. Sun Moon tribe? Lu Ming pondered from afar. The burial mounds had been sealed off by the Yikshas and Sun Moon tribe. The Yikshas entered from one side while the Sun Moon tribe entered from the other side. In the burial mounds, the two tribes would definitely meet and kill each other. Obviously, the Yikshas had caught some Sun Moon tribe people, and were going to use them to lure the dead spirits. Lu Ming did not care about what method they were going to use. He just had to wait patiently. Lu Ming did not have to wait for long. Roar. In front of him, there was an earth-shattering roar from the 9 burial mounds. The roar was like thunder, piercing through the clouds. The terrifying sound wave tore the space apart. A wave of yin qi as dense as the sea gushed out from within. Quick, take out the exorcism talismans. Block it. A series of roars could be heard as golden rays were emitted, resulting in a brilliant sight. From a distance, Lu Ming could see that the 36 balls of golden light were extremely dazzling. They had melted the rich sinister aura. When the yin qi met the golden light, it was like ice meeting fire. As the yin qi melted, Lu Ming's field of vision opened up. He could see that there were more than 1,000 Yiksha tribe geniuses gathered together to control the 36 exorcism talismans, to fight against an undead spirit. The undead spirit was like a giant ape. It was more than 100 meters tall, and it roared at the sky. Its aura was majestic as it fought against the Yiksha tribe geniuses. Loud explosions rang out from the undead spirit. It was much more powerful than the crocodile undead spirit. Even though it was facing the 36 exorcism talismans, and more than 1,000 Yiksha tribe geniuses, it was still able to hold its own. The undead spirit charged around and attacked the exorcism talismans. Every time it attacked the exorcism talismans would shake violently. However, every time the exorcism talismans hit the undead spirit, the golden light from the exorcism talismans would cause the undead spirit to sizzle and corrode its flesh and bones. Every time the exorcism talismans corroded the undead spirit, it would weaken a little. 36 sets of evil-suppressing talismans completely surrounded the giant ape undead spirit, constantly pressuring it, preventing it from rushing out. Just like that, the giant ape undead spirit grew weaker and weaker as time passed. Chapter 39:52. After about half an hour, the giant ape undead spirit was extremely weak. The 36 exorcism runes pressed down on the giant ape undead spirit. The giant ape undead spirit let out an indignant roar and turned into ashes in the golden light. A powerful undead spirit had been killed by the combined forces of the Yiksha tribe elites. The area was quiet once again. Thick Yin-Chi surged in from all directions, and the area was once again shrouded in thick Yin-Chi. However, not long after, another terrifying roar broke the silence. Following this, rays of brilliant golden light were emitted as the 36 sets of evil-suppressing talismans were unleashed, encapsulating the first dead spirit, before the two sides engaged in an intense battle. After a while, the second undead spirit was also destroyed. Just like that, the same trick was repeated. One by one, the undead spirits were lured out and then killed. Soon, 4 undead spirits had died at the hands of the Yiksha tribe Sky Prides. The Yiksha tribe Sky Prides were excited. There were 6 undead spirits in total, and they had already killed 4. There were 2 more to go. As long as they killed the last 2, they would be able to obtain 6 strands of Yin-Chi. Although there were more than 1,000 of them, 6 strands of Yin-Chi were not enough to go around. There would definitely be a fight. However, many a little makes a mickle. Moreover, there should be more Yin-Chi in the grave of 1,000 graves. They would search for more Yin-Chi in other places after they had collected all the Yin-Chi here. There were so many elites in the Yiksha tribe. Naturally, not all of them were qualified to take part in the Heavenly Soldier test. However, some of them were qualified to take part. Who could guarantee that they would not be part of that group? More than 1,000 elites of the Yiksha tribe hid behind a large tomb and waited quietly. Some of the Sun Moon tribe members had already entered to lure the undead spirits. Although dozens of Sun Moon tribe geniuses had been killed in the previous 4 attempts to attract the dead spirits, the remaining Sun Moon tribe geniuses did not dare to disobey. They had been set up with an evil array, and if they dared to disobey, they would suffer a fate worse than death. Indeed, not long after, a terrifying roar could be heard from afar. It was getting closer and closer. However, the faces of the elites of the Yiksha tribe changed. This was because there was not 1 roar, but 2. It came from 2 different undead spirits. The remaining 2 undead spirits had been lured over. Damn it, why did I attract 2 dead souls at the same time? These trash from the Sun Moon tribe are courting death. Many Yiksha Sky Prides roared. However, when the dead spirits approached, they had no choice but to face them head-on. They flew out from behind the great tomb and stood in the air. With the evil-suppressing sigil as the core, they set up a formation. Roar! Roar! 2 different roars came from the depths of the 9 graves, shaking the void. Then, the Yiksha tribesmen saw more than 10 Sun Moon tribe geniuses flying out in a panic. Roar! With a terrifying roar, a huge claw stretched out from the thick Yin-Chi and killed a genius of the Sun Moon tribe. Damn trash. I told you to lure 1 out. Why did you lure 2 out? You guys split up and lure 1 of them back in. Hurry. The Yikshas roared. However, the geniuses of the Sun Moon tribe could not be bothered with them. Their eyes flashed viciously as they led the 2 terrifying dead spirits towards the geniuses of the Hag tribe. Damn it, you're all courting death. Attack! The Yiksha tribesmen roared. However, they could not care less about the geniuses of the Sun Moon tribe. All the geniuses of the Yiksha tribe worked together and infused their divine force into the 36 evil-suppressing sigil. The 36 evil-suppressing sigil shone brightly and suppressed the 2 dead spirits. In an instant, the 2 dead spirits were surrounded by the 36 evil-suppressing sigil. Roar! Roar! The 2 dead spirits roared in anger as they attacked the evil-suppressing sigil with thick Yin-Chi. Boom boom boom. The evil-suppressing talisman trembled unceasingly. The 2 dead spirits were attacking at the same time. Some of the Yiksha geniuses who were only at the quasi-emperor level trembled violently and spat out blood. They could easily deal with one dead spirit, but it was difficult to deal with two of them at the same time. Block it. The dead spirits will be weakened by the evil suppressing sigil. Victory is ours. A Yiksha tribesman shouted. More than 1,000 Yiksha tribesmen gritted their teeth and infused their divine force into the 36 evil suppressing sigil to suppress the two dead spirits, slowly weakening their strength. The two dead spirits were also attacking wildly. After a while, some of the Yiksha tribesmen who were not strong enough were killed. However, the Yiksha tribesmen did not dare to relax. They gritted their teeth and held on. Once they relaxed, the two dead spirits would rush out and they would be in greater danger. There would be more casualties. At that moment, they hated the remaining Sun Moon tribe geniuses. They swore to themselves that after they killed the two dead spirits, they would make the remaining Sun Moon tribe geniuses suffer a fate worse than death. However, the remaining Sun Moon tribe geniuses did not run away. Instead, they stood not far away and looked coldly at the Yiksha tribesmen. Suddenly, swoosh swoosh swoosh, in another direction, a few figures flew over. There were at least a few hundred of them. They are here. The Sun Moon tribe geniuses smirked coldly. Oh no, it's the Sun Moon tribe. The Yiksha tribesmen also noticed the few hundred figures. They were the geniuses of the Sun Moon tribe. The few hundred Sun Moon tribe geniuses glanced coldly at the Yiksha tribesmen and continued to fly towards the middle of the 9 graves. Damn it, they are going to snatch the haze chi. Damn it. The Yiksha tribesmen roared. However, they were held back by the two powerful dead spirits and could not be distracted. How dare you inform the other Sun Moon tribesmen? You are digging your own graves. The Yiksha tribesmen glared at the Sun Moon tribe geniuses and roared. So what if we die? But we will not die in vain. We will make the Yiksha tribesmen pay the price. The Sun Moon tribe geniuses sneered, their eyes filled with madness. As they spoke, the few hundred Sun Moon tribe geniuses were about to fly into the depths of the 9 graves. No, we cannot let them get the haze chi. We must kill the two dead spirits quickly. How can we kill the two dead spirits quickly? Explode the evil suppressing sigil. This is the only way. Quick. The Yiksha tribesmen quickly made up their minds. Although the evil suppressing sigil was precious, they had to give it up. Otherwise, the Sun Moon tribe would get the haze chi. Furthermore, the Sun Moon tribe would definitely attack them when they got the haze chi. They could not afford to be held back by the two dead spirits. Boom. One of the Yiksha tribesmen was very decisive and exploded the evil suppressing sigil. When the evil suppressing sigil exploded, it turned into a golden sun and pressed down on the two dead spirits. The entire area was filled with golden light. Chapter 39:53. A set of exorcism runes exploded and dazzling golden light engulfed the two dead spirits like a golden ocean. Sizzle sizzle sizzle. Sounds of corrosion could be heard and thick green smoke rose from the area. Roar. Roar. The two dead spirits let out terrifying roars and attacked with all their might. In the dazzling golden light, they could see two dead spirits with tattered bodies rushing out from inside. Although the self-destruction of a set of evil-suppressing talismans was incomparably terrifying, it did not completely obliterate the two dead spirits. However, the two dead spirits had also suffered heavy injuries. A large portion of their rotten flesh and bones had melted. Explode again. Another roar could be heard. Boom. Another set of exorcism runes exploded and engulfed the two dead spirits. After two sets of exorcism runes exploded, the two dead spirits were severely injured. However, they were not completely destroyed. Then the third set of exorcism runes exploded. This time, the two dead spirits were completely finished off. In the Golden Sea, they turned into ashes and dissipated. They had sacrificed 3 sets of exorcism runes to destroy the two dead spirits. However, the Yiksha tribesmen did not care about the pain. After killing the two dead spirits, they rushed to the center of the 9 graves. Kill the Sun Moon tribesmen. Kill. The Yiksha tribesmen roared and thousands of Yiksha tribe geniuses rushed to the center of the 9 graves. At that moment Lu Ming moved. Now that the dead spirits had been killed, the Sun Moon tribe and the Yiksha tribe would fight for the haze chi. This was a good opportunity for him to take advantage of the chaos. When both sides took the haze chi and kept it, it would be difficult for him to get another haze chi. Lu Ming turned into a gust of wind and rushed to the center of the 9 graves at a shocking speed. The 9 graves were connected and there was a circle in the middle. The haze chi was thick and the temperature was high. When Lu Ming arrived, he saw that the Sun Moon tribe and the Yaksha tribe were already engaged in a fierce battle. Although the Sun Moon tribe only had a few hundred people, which was less than the Yaksha tribe, the Sun Moon tribe members were all elites and were very strong. In an instant, they were locked in a fierce battle with the Yaksha tribe geniuses. The two sides fought fiercely and many people died. Lu Ming's gaze swept around rapidly, and he immediately found his target. Among the places with strong sinister aura, there were 6 places that caught Lu Ming's attention. The haze chi in these 6 places was extremely thick, and it was almost tangible. Haze chi. There were 6 haze chi in these 6 places, and it was just as the Yaksha tribesmen had said. The battle around these 6 places were also the most intense. Lu Ming carefully leaped toward the nearest place. When Lu Ming approached them, the Yaksha tribe and Sun Moon tribe members noticed him. The people on both sides were slightly taken aback, somewhat dumbfounded. They were from the haze of the tribe and of the haze moon tribe, the haze of the tribesmen of the tribe, haze. Lu Ming was stunned for a moment before he seized the opportunity and dashed toward the sinister aura. You! How dare you target the haze chi? I will send you to hell. The Yaksha tribesmen of the two sides were enraged and they attacked Lu Ming. Rays of divine light almost engulfed Lu Ming. Swoosh swoosh swoosh. Lu Ming cast the great divine wind skill and flashed continuously, avoiding a portion of the attacks. The remaining attacks were deflected by the silver spear that Lu Ming transformed from Qiuqiu. Thereafter Lu Ming dashed through and dashed into the thick sinister aura. Lu Ming found a haze chi in the thick haze chi. Lu Ming grabbed the haze chi in his hand. However, Lu Ming's face darkened in the next instant. It had no spirituality. This wisp of sinister aura was exactly the same as the wisp of sinister aura that Lu Ming had obtained previously. It was also a sinister aura without spirituality. What bad luck! Lu Ming muttered and his face darkened. Kill! Brat, hand over the haze chi. At that moment, the Yaksha tribesmen and the Sun Moon tribesmen had charged over. Both sides aimed their attacks at Lu Ming. Anyway, Lu Ming was a human and not a member of the Yaksha tribesmen. They would kill him first. You want the haze chi? Here. As Lu Ming dodged the attacks, he threw the haze chi in his hand out. When the haze chi flew out, the Yaksha tribesmen's eyes lit up. The haze chi is mine. It's mine. Go to hell. The elites of the two clans instantly abandoned Lu Ming and engaged in an intense fight over the sinister aura. Lu Ming took the opportunity to escape and tried to dash to the other side. However, not everyone was fooled by Lu Ming. Shush! A golden trident pierced toward Lu Ming. There was a gust of wind, and a terrifying force blasted the space. It was extremely terrifying. Lu Ming glanced around and saw a genius from the Yaksha tribesmen charging towards him. He was a terrifying genius who had the strength of the 4th godly emperor layer. Clang! Lu Ming waved his silver spear and blocked the trident's attack. With the help of the trident's attack, he retreated rapidly. The Yaksha tribesman was surprised. He hadn't thought that Lu Ming would be able to block his attack. Then he continued to attack Lu Ming. When he saw Lu Ming throw out the sinister aura, he did not snatch it. This was because he had already guessed that the sinister aura thrown out by Lu Ming was most likely not up to standard and did not have spirituality. Don't think that I'm afraid of you. Lu Ming hollered coldly. His silver spear pierced out. With a loud bang, it collided with the Yaksha clan's prodigy. Even though the Yaksha tribesman was strong and had the strength of the 4th godly emperor layer, which was the same level as Qiuqiu, he wasn't as strong as Qiuqiu. He couldn't kill someone who was 2 levels higher than him. After that, Lu Ming didn't waste any time. His silhouette flickered and he moved towards the next haze chi. Over there, the geniuses of the Sun Moon tribe and the Yaksha tribesmen were fighting fiercely. Before Lu Ming could rush over, there was a roar coming from inside. Haze chi that has no spirit. If you want it, I'll give it to you. Loud roars accompanied the sounds of battle. Haze chi that has no spirit? Lu Ming's face darkened. He turned around and moved towards the third haze chi. This time, the battle was extremely fierce. The ground was covered with corpses of the geniuses of the two clans. Bastards of the Sun Moon tribe die. The geniuses of the Yiksha tribesmen were extremely strong, and they forced the Sun Moon tribesmen to retreat. Suddenly, a cold holy light flashed past. Then one of the geniuses of the Yiksha tribesmen froze on the spot. Then with a loud bang he was smashed into pieces. Shush shush. The Sun Moon divine light flashed continuously, and a few geniuses of the Yiksha tribesmen were killed. Not far away, a young man flew towards them. The young man was in a black robe and his face was cold. He looked a little pale and he had a feminine aura. He was surrounded by the Sun Moon Chi and his aura was extremely oppressive. Chapter 3954. Yiksha tribe, go to hell. The genius of the Sun Moon tribe said coldly and attacked continuously. No one from the Yiksha tribe could stop him, and they were killed one after another. It's Yin Jiuling. One of the candidates of the Universe Genius list, Yin Jiuling, he is here too. There was a burst of exclamations from the Yiksha tribe, and their voices were filled with horror. One of the candidates of the Universe Genius list, no wonder he is so powerful. Lu Ming's heart skipped a beat. In the primitive universe, only 100 people were listed on the Universe Genius list. These 100 people were definitely the most powerful, and each of them had unparalleled talent. Of course, there were also some people who were not listed on the Universe Genius list, but had the talent to be listed on the Universe Genius list. These people were called the candidates of the Universe Genius list. These candidates did not care about cultivation but only about talent. These people had the potential to be listed on the Universe Genius list. For example, the top 5 on the top 100 quasi-emperors list were known as the candidates for the Universe Genius list. This was because their talents were shockingly high. It was just that their cultivation levels were not high enough. After a few years, they would have the possibility of making it to the Universe Genius list. There were many people who had this possibility in the universe. Lu Ming estimated that Xiao Wuji, who had turned into Blood Azura, and Ling Yue, who had evolved, had this talent but had not spread it out yet. The person in front of him, Yin Jiuling of the Sun Moon tribe, was one of them. He had the cultivation of the second-level God Emperor realm, but his combat strength was extremely terrifying. Several geniuses of the fourth-level God Emperor realm were killed by him in seconds. Yin Jiuling's body was shrouded in Sun Moon divine light. Wherever he passed, the geniuses of the Yiksha tribe were killed by him one by one. Run. The remaining geniuses of the Yiksha tribe did not dare to compete with Yin Jiuling and ran away frantically. No one from the Yiksha tribe in this area dared to stay. Similarly, the geniuses of the Sun Moon tribe did not dare to compete with Yin Jiuling for the haze chi. When they saw Yin Jiuling coming, they kept retreating. Yin Jiuling waved his hand and caught the haze chi in his hand. But immediately he frowned and whispered, "It has no spirituality, useless." Although he said so, Yin Jiuling still kept the haze chi. The Sun Moon tribe cultivated the path of extreme yin. Even the haze chi, which had no spirituality, was very useful to them. Lu Ming also retreated. He also didn't want to fight against Yin Jiuling. This kind of genius had many trump cards, and it was very likely that he had a powerful weapon in his hand, which was very difficult to deal with. Lu Ming rushed to the fourth location. With Qiu Qiu's power, he easily killed his way through the crowd of the two major races, and obtained the baleful Yin Qi. However, it still had no spirituality. What's going on? Logically speaking, with such dense Yin Qi, the baleful Yin Qi that was nurtured should possess spirituality. Why isn't there any spirituality? This time, even Bone Devil felt strange. At this moment, the remaining 2 strands of baleful Yin energy were also obtained by others. However, they did not possess any intelligence. However, the prodigies of the 2 races were still engaged in a fierce battle. The Yiksha tribe dared to use the prodigies of the Sun Moon tribe as bait to lure the dead spirits. How could the Sun Moon tribe let it go? The battle between the 2 sides was very fierce. Lu Ming just wanted to take the opportunity to retreat. A terrifying Sun Moon divine light swept towards Lu Ming. Lu Ming quickly blocked it with his silver-long spear. Boom! Lu Ming felt a terrifying force coming towards him. His body shook violently and he retreated rapidly. Yin Jiuling. In the process of Lu Ming retreating, he found that the one who attacked him was one of the candidates of the Universe Genius list, Yin Jiuling. A human actually sneaked in and wanted to fish in troubled waters. If I let you leave, what would others think of me? Yin Jiuling stepped on the air and said coldly. 2 strands of sun-moon divine light were constantly rotating around his body. Swish. In the next moment, Yin Jiuling flashed like a gust of wind and arrived in front of Lu Ming. 2 strands of sun-moon divine light slashed towards Lu Ming like 2 divine swords. Lu Ming burst out with all his strength. Forbidden power poured into the silver long spear and merged with Qiu Qiu's power. The silver long spear stabbed towards Yin Jiuling. The silver long spear also had the power of the Great God Wind technique and the Great Shattering technique. Boom. The 2 attacks collided once again. However, the result was still that Lu Ming was no match for Yin Jiuling. He retreated rapidly and the blood in his body kept rolling over and over. Yin Jiuling was indeed one of the candidates of the Universe Genius list. His combat strength was too high. Although his cultivation was only at the 2nd level of the Divine Emperor realm, his combat strength was amazing. He was even stronger than Qiu Qiu and Jian Wushuang. Such combat strength was enough to cross 4 realms to kill an enemy. It was simply incredible and terrifying to cross 4 realms to kill an enemy at the Divine Emperor realm. This was the top genius of the entire primitive universe. He was almost standing at the top of all the geniuses. It was unimaginable in the Taishu dynasty or ordinary universe level forces. In the Divine Emperor realm, it was already a genius among geniuses to be able to cross 1 realm to fight. It could only be said that the primitive universe was too big, and there were too many geniuses. Therefore, the gap between geniuses was also extremely huge. However, Yin Jiuling's face was extremely gloomy when he failed to kill Lu Ming in 1 move. Obviously, he was very dissatisfied. What a powerful metallic life form. I want this metallic life form. Yin Jiuling was extremely overbearing. It was as if he had announced the ownership of Qiu Qiu. He controlled the Tai Yin divine light and rushed towards Lu Ming like a ray of light. He waved his palms and a terrifying palm force accompanied by the Tai Yin divine light bombarded towards Lu Ming. Wherever it passed, the void turned into chaos. Come on. Lu Ming was not afraid at all. He went up and fought with Yin Jiuling. He had the cooperation of Qiu Qiu and his strength was also very strong. Although he was at a disadvantage, it was not easy for Yin Jiuling to defeat him completely. In the blink of an eye, the 2 had exchanged more than a dozen moves. Divine Origin Power Factor, 6 Awakenings, 5 shackles of the secret technique of origin have been severed. Lu Ming whispered, sighing in his heart. Yin Jiuling was only at the 2nd layer of the Divine Emperor realm. It was really terrifying that he could do this. This was just the surface. In addition, the secret technique of physique and some other attacking means were also very terrifying. Together, these made Yin Jiuling's terrifying combat strength. No one dared to get close to the battle between the 2. When they looked at Lu Ming, they were full of shock. Lu Ming was unexpectedly able to contend with Yin Jiuling. Although he relied on the metallic life form, it was still shocking enough. Boy Dai Taiyin Divine Pagoda. Yin Jiuling had lost his patience. A black pagoda appeared in his hand. The pagoda exuded a terrifying aura. Then, rays of Tai Yin divine light spread out from the pagoda. A total of 12 rays of Tai Yin divine light shot towards Lu Ming. Chapter 3955. 12 divine Yin lights flew out at once. Powerful weapon. Lu Ming's heart sank. A terrifying genius like Yin Jiuling indeed had a powerful weapon. This pagoda was Yin Jiuling's powerful weapon, and its power was extremely terrifying. The people of the Yaksha tribe saw this, and their faces changed drastically as they retreated frantically. Although the Yaksha tribe also had candidates for the Universe Talents list, they did not come here this time. No one here was Yin Jiuling's opponent. At this time, a bead appeared in Lu Ming's hand. It was the Gale bead. He was no match for Yin Jiuling. After Yin Jiuling took out his powerful weapon, he definitely had to take out his powerful weapon to fight against Yin Jiuling. Otherwise, he would only die. Boom. Under the guidance of the Great God Wind technique, an amazing gale burst out from the Gale bead and swept forward. Rumble. 12 divine yin lights collided with the gale. A kind of extreme yin force and a kind of extreme yang force continued to collide and caused a big explosion. However, in the end, the gale was actually broken and a few rays of lunar divine light charged toward Lu Ming. Even though they were all great killing weapons, there were differences in power. At the same time, it was also related to the strength of the controller. The stronger the controller, the higher the cultivation, the stronger the power of the weapon could be. Yin Jiuling's cultivation was at the second-level God-Emperor realm, so he could control the weapon with greater power. Buzz Lu Ming brandished the silver-long spear. Many spear shadows appeared in the void and bombarded the lunar divine light. Eventually, the lunar divine light was blocked. However, Yin Jiuling's second wave of attack had arrived. Kill! Yin Jiuling shouted, and his body was filled with Tai Yin Qi. He had awakened 6 origin source divine power factors and injected it into the divine Yin pagoda. The divine Yin pagoda lit up and a terrifying aura burst out. Rays of divine light rushed out again. The other geniuses of the Sun tribe and the Yaksha tribe were alarmed by the battle between the two. They stopped and looked at Lu Ming and Yin Jiuling. Who is that human? He is so terrifying that he can compete with Yin Jiuling. Moreover, he is only at the quasi-emperor realm. On the side, many people were discussing in shock. Although Lu Ming relied on external forces, it was also a kind of strength to be able to rely on external forces. For example, ordinary people would not be able to wield all kinds of weapons of mass destruction. They would not be able to display their power. Those who could use them were monstrous geniuses. They did not recognize Lu Ming. After all, Lu Ming had changed his appearance and they did not know who Lu Ming was according to life origin aura. Swoosh swoosh swoosh, beams of divine light of Yin charged toward Lu Ming, slashing through the void with terrifying power. On the other hand, Lu Ming continued to guide the gale to fight back. Both sides collided fiercely. However, Lu Ming was still no match for the gale bead. Swoosh swoosh swoosh. Swoosh swoosh. Swoosh 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 ash 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 swoosh 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 ash ash. However, Yin Jiuling had already rushed over. The lunar divine pagoda launched the second wave of attack towards Lu Ming. Lu Ming could only use his strong gale pearl to defend himself. However, he had to block the remaining lunar divine light and wipe out the strong gale pearl. As a result, the strong gale pearl's power couldn't be fully unleashed. For a moment, Lu Ming fell into a passive position. My cultivation is still too weak. Lu Ming frowned. He was only at the quasi-emperor realm. His foundation was too weak to unleash the full power of the gale pearl. If he broke through to the godly emperor layer, even if he only had the first layer of the godly emperor layer, the power of the gale he could summon would increase dramatically. Defeating Yin Jiuling wouldn't be a problem. Now he could only use the mysterious ice rod. Although with Lu Ming's cultivation, it was impossible for him to unleash even 1/10,000th of the obsidian staff's power. It was still more powerful than the gale pearl. In any case, no one recognized him. Even if he used the mysterious ice rod, no one would know that it was his. Most importantly, there were no seniors here. They were all young people, so they might not know how precious the mysterious ice rod was. Whoosh whoosh whoosh. Lu Ming once again pulled out the cracks in the gale pearl. The wind roared and swept across the sky, shattering the void. The gale and the divine sunlight were constantly fighting against each other. At this time, the mysterious ice rod had already appeared in Lu Ming's hand. Boom! The mysterious ice rod rapidly grew in size. Like a mountain, it exploded outwards. The remaining divine sunlight was directly destroyed by the mysterious ice rod. The mysterious ice rod continued to attack Yin Jiuling. There is one more thing. How is it possible? Yin Jiuling let out an incredible roar and retreated. At the same time, he activated the divine sun pagoda with all his strength, trying to resist the attack. However, he was still one step too late. The divine sunlight in the divine sun pagoda had not been activated, and the mysterious ice rod was about to hit him. Yin Jiuling could only control the divine sun pagoda to block in front of him. Boom! The mysterious ice rod heavily bombarded the divine sun pagoda, bursting out an earth-shattering roar. Then the divine sun pagoda flew back and hit Yin Jiuling. The 9 layers of body protection divine light on Yin Jiuling's body were directly shattered. He vomited blood and his body flew out. 2 great killing weapons. How can there be 2 great killing weapons? The geniuses of the Sun Moon tribe and the Yaksha tribe shouted in shock. It was already very terrifying for a person to be able to control a great killing weapon. The conditions were very harsh, and it was impossible for one to do so unless one was a top genius. Moreover, the more great killing weapons one had, the better it was. It also depended on whether one could exert the power of the great killing weapon. If one could not exert the power, it would be useless no matter how many great killing weapons one had. Lu Ming had a forbidden body. Even if he controlled a few great killing weapons, he could still exert a few moves. After Lu Ming injured Yin Jiuling, he continued to attack Yin Jiuling with the mysterious ice rod in his hand. Yin Jiuling's eyes were filled with horror and he roared, "Brat, I will take revenge sooner or later." As soon as his voice fell, Yin Jiuling was wrapped in the Sun Moon divine light and turned into a ray of light, leaving the place quickly. Lu Ming wanted to chase after him, but he found that Yin Jiuling's speed was very fast. He was really like a ray of light, and Lu Ming could not catch up with him. Lu Ming was at a disadvantage in terms of cultivation. If he had the cultivation of the Divine Emperor realm, he would definitely not be slower than Yin Jiuling with the Great God Wind skill. Now he could only watch Yin Jiuling escape. After Yin Jiuling escaped, Lu Ming put away the mysterious ice rod and his figure flickered, leaving the place. No one dared to stop Lu Ming. With Lu Ming's terrifying combat strength, they would be killed if they went up against him. There is still no evil Yin Qi. What's going on? After leaving the place where the 9 graves were connected, Lu Ming frowned. Even Guemo found it strange. Logically speaking, the layout of the 9 graves should be able to breed evil Yin Qi with spirituality. But in the end, the 6 evil Yin Qi did not have spirituality. Do I really have to attack those terrifying tombs? Lu Ming muttered and felt a headache. Chapter 3956. In the end, Lu Ming shook his head. It was impossible to attack such a large tomb. The dead spirits in the tomb were extremely terrifying. Going there would be suicide. Even the Yaksha tribe and Sun Moon tribe did not dare to go, even though they had so many evil suppressing seals. Guemo, where did you hide the ancient secret skill? Is it possible for the Haze Chi to be born there? Lu Ming asked Guemo. He planned to obtain the 3,000 ancient secret skills first before looking for the Haze Chi. That place is in the core of the myriad burial grounds. It is in a large tomb. That tomb is the Emperor's tomb. Guemo said. Emperor's tomb, hive. Lu Ming almost cursed. The so-called Emperor's tomb was the Emperor of the tombs. It was located above all the tombs, and the living beings buried there were definitely the most terrifying. In that case, how terrifying would the dead spirits that evolved from those living beings be? Wouldn't Lu Ming be courting death if he went there? If Guemo hid the ancient secret skill there, how could he get it? Don't worry. Since I called you here, I'm sure you can get it. Although there is a peerless Almighty buried in the Emperor's tomb, that Almighty didn't turn into a dead spirit after his death. Turning into a dead spirit depends entirely on luck. It doesn't mean that the more powerful you are, the more you can turn into a dead spirit. Guemo explained. So it did not turn into a dead spirit. Lu Ming heaved a sigh of relief in his heart. However, Guemo changed his tone and said, however, there are many small tombs around the Emperor's tomb to protect it. Many of these small tombs have turned into dead spirits. If you want to enter the Emperor's tomb, you have to go through these small tombs. Furthermore, the Haze Chi there is extremely dense. There is a high chance that the Haze Chi will be born there. Lu Ming immediately decided to head to the Emperor's tomb. He could obtain the ancient secret skill and search for the Haze Chi with spirit. Following Gumo's instructions, Lu Ming headed towards the Emperor's tomb. The Imperial tomb was at the core of the myriad tombs, where the Yin energy was the densest. However, Lu Ming had the power of the taboo and was able to resist the attack of the sinister aura. Along the way, Lu Ming avoided the terrifying tombs as well as the geniuses of the Sun Moon tribe and the Yaksha tribe. A few hours later, Lu Ming arrived at a vast land. This region was very strange. From a distance, it was possible to see an incomparably majestic mountain up ahead. However, it was not a mountain, but rather, an enormous necropolis. An enormous necropolis, larger than any of the other necropolises Lu Ming had seen along the way. Surrounding the large tomb were smaller tombs. These smaller tombs were like guards. Actually, he was not wrong. The creatures buried in these small tombs were indeed the guards of the terrifying existence in the Emperor's tomb. When that terrifying existence was buried, he had killed a group of guards and used them as his tomb guards. Hoo-hoo, the Yin energy was rolling and it was even colder than ice. Lu Ming had to cross the tombs of the guards to enter the Emperor's tomb. Without hesitation, Lu Ming turned into a gust of wind and flew forward. Everywhere he passed, the thick Yin energy was broken. Roar. Suddenly, a terrifying roar could be heard. A figure dashed toward Lu Ming at high speed. Then, a terrifying roar was heard. A blade light broke through the Yin energy and slashed towards Lu Ming. Without hesitation, Lu Ming swept the silver spear in his hand towards the blade light. Since arriving here, Lu Ming had Qiu turn into an armor to cover his body. He was fully armed and ready for battle. Boom. The blade light slashed the silver spear. The silver spear vibrated violently. Lu Ming's body shook violently, and he was pushed back tens of thousands of meters. He felt his blood boiling and he almost vomited blood. At this moment, Lu Ming finally saw what the existence that had attacked him looked like. It was an existence with a human body and a crocodile head. It was more than 3 meters tall and wore tattered iron armor. It held a thick saber in its hand, and Yin energy soared to the sky. This was an undead spirit, and it was extremely powerful. Bang! The undead spirit with a human body and a crocodile head stomped heavily on the ground. Its body was like a small mountain as it smashed towards Lu Ming. The heavy saber slashed down at Lu Ming's head. The space was directly split into 2 halves. At this time, Lu Ming did not wave the silver spear to block. In Lu Ming's left hand, a dazzling golden light suddenly burst out. Then 16 golden runes flew out. Lu Ming took out the evil suppression rune. The evil suppression rune was undoubtedly the most effective way to deal with undead spirits. It saved him a lot of trouble and effort. Under the dazzling golden light, the crocodile headstone spirit could not help but stop. Its body made a sizzling sound and emitted bursts of black smoke. Roar! Roar! The crocodile headstone spirit kept roaring as its body kept retreating. Suppress! Lu Ming poured in the forbidden energy with all his might. The forbidden energy was too advanced. After it was poured into the evil suppression rune, the golden light of the evil suppression rune was extremely dazzling. It was as if dozens of yikshaws were controlling it at the same time. Chi-chi. The crocodile head undead spirit's body was constantly corroded, and its aura was getting weaker and weaker. Finally, it let out an unwilling roar and turned around to run. In the blink of an eye, it disappeared without a trace. After the undead spirit escaped, Lu Ming immediately put away the evil suppression rune. After all, constantly controlling the evil suppression rune like this consumed a lot of energy. Lu Ming continued to fly towards the Emperor's tomb. However, not long after, another undead spirit attacked him. This time, several undead spirits attacked Lu Ming from all directions. Moreover, these undead spirits seemed to belong to the same race. They were the same as the undead spirit that Lu Ming had encountered before. They also had a human body and a crocodile head. They wore tattered iron armor and held a thick saber. Lu Ming wouldn't fight these undead spirits head-on. He took out the evil suppression rune and scared the undead spirits away. After that, Lu Ming encountered more than 10 undead spirits. All of them were scared away by the evil suppression rune. Finally, Lu Ming arrived at the Emperor's tomb. Something's not right. Someone went in first. The door of the tomb is open. Bone Demon shouted. Lu Ming took a look. Indeed, the tombstone of the Great Tomb had been moved aside by a crack. Are you sure it was sealed before? Lu Ming asked. Of course there's no mistake. Someone must have gone in first. Kid, go in quickly and stop them. Bone Demon shouted. Whoosh. Before Bone Demon could finish his words, Lu Ming had already rushed out. In the next moment, Lu Ming had already rushed into the Great Tomb. In the Emperor's tomb, the Yin Qi was so dense that it almost materialized. Lu Ming wasn't surprised. Instead, he was happy. With such a dense Yin Qi, the chances of Yin Qi with spirituality were much higher. The Emperor's tomb was very spacious. There was a passage that led straight ahead. Lu Ming spread out his spiritual sense and scanned the surroundings. His figure was like a gust of wind as he rushed forward along the passage. All of a sudden, Lu Ming stopped in his tracks as he sensed a terrifying sense of danger. In the next moment, a huge pressure surged toward him from the front. Chapter 3957. A terrifying force suddenly appeared in the tomb of the emperor and surged toward Lu Ming. Without thinking, Lu Ming raised his silver spear diagonally. Like a silver rainbow, it pierced through the void and pierced toward that force. Boom. The two powerful forces collided with each other. Lu Ming's body shook violently as he retreated and hit the wall of the imperial tomb. He felt that several of his bones were broken, and he spat out a mouthful of blood. However, before Lu Ming could react, a figure had already rushed towards Lu Ming. It's him. Lu Ming narrowed his eyes. He was a little surprised because the person who attacked him was actually Yin Jiuling. However, Yin Jiuling didn't seem to be in the right state at the moment. Yin Jiuling's body was full of Yin evil qi. His eyes were dark and there was no white in them, like two dark vortexes. His face was distorted and he looked very ferocious. Roar. Yin Jiuling roared and rushed towards Lu Ming. He clawed continuously with his hands and the space exploded, making a terrifying whistling sound. Lu Ming didn't hesitate and took out the gale pearl. Suddenly, the wind whistled and a terrifying and scorching gale swept out. The scorching gale broke through the Yin Qi and rushed towards Yin Jiuling. Boom. Boom. Yin Jiuling's claws grabbed the gale, and there was a violent explosion. For a time, the gale was about to be broken. So strong, Lu Ming was shocked. He found that Yin Jiuling's strength was much stronger than when he fought with him before. Because at this moment, Yin Jiuling didn't use the Divine Yin Pagoda at all. He didn't use the Divine Yin Pagoda at all. Without using the Divine Yin Pagoda, he could actually compete with the gale head-on. Such strength was terrifying. In just a few hours, how could Yin Jiuling's strength have improved so much? Lu Ming could feel that Yin Jiuling's cultivation hadn't improved, and he was still at the second layer of the Divine Emperor realm. His cultivation hadn't improved but his combat strength had skyrocketed. That's not right. This guy's body has been possessed by a strand of baleful Yin Qi. Guemo said. What? He has been possessed by the baleful Yin Qi. How is that possible? Lu Ming was bewildered. What's impossible? When the baleful Yin Qi has spirituality, it goes one step further and gives birth to intelligence. It will be very terrifying and become a strange life form that can seize other creatures and attach itself to other creatures. Obviously, this Yin Jiuling was seized by a wisp of baleful Yin Qi that gave birth to intelligence. This kid is completely finished, Guemo said. Lu Ming was really shocked. Who would have thought that on top of the baleful Yin Qi that had spirituality, there was also the baleful Yin Qi that had intelligence. It was extremely terrifying and could actually possess other living beings. Obviously, a wisp of Yin evil Qi with intelligence was born in this emperor's tomb. Yin Jiuling broke in first, and was taken over by the Yin evil Qi. No wonder he became so crazy and was full of Yin evil Qi. Boom. Boom. Yin Jiuling was extremely crazy, roaring constantly and bombarding wildly. In the end he actually completely blocked the gale that Lu Ming pulled out. Then he roared and charged towards Lu Ming. Lu Ming continued to pull out the gale in the gale bead and attacked Yin Jiuling, blocking Yin Jiuling. Then bringing the baleful Yin Qi with intelligence to the heavenly palace should be qualified, right? Lu Ming muttered. Of course, it's a higher level. How can it not be qualified? Moreover, you have to deal with this Yin Jiuling, Guemo said. Why? Lu Ming was curious. Why did he have to deal with him? At most, he could go to other places to find the baleful Yin Qi with intelligence. Because the ancient secret technique and other demon Dao secret techniques that I left behind are already in his body, Guemo said. Lu Ming was dumbfounded. Because I used to seal the ancient secret technique and some ordinary demon Dao secret techniques in a bone bead. Now, I can clearly sense that this bone bead is in Yin Jiuling's body. Guemo continued to explain. Lu Ming understood. It turned out that he was one step behind and Yin Jiuling had obtained the secret skill left behind by Bone Demon. Then, Yin Jiuling really deserved to die. Evil beast, give me your life. Lu Ming shouted, crazily pulling the power of the gale bead. At the same time, a long staff appeared in his right hand. Xianai's staff. Boom. The Xianai staff with a violent aura crushed towards Yin Jiuling. Boom. Yin Jiuling was directly hit by the Xianai staff. He roared and retreated, coughing out a few mouthfuls of blood. The baleful Yin Qi on his body was constantly flickering. However, Yin Jiuling was fine and resisted the attack of the Xianai staff. Because the rich baleful Yin Qi between heaven and earth was constantly gathering towards Yin Jiuling. Yin Jiuling's aura became stronger again. Roar. Yin Jiuling roared like a mad beast. The baleful Yin Qi between heaven and earth, like waves, was attracted by him and turned into violent energy, surging towards Lu Ming. Lu Ming's face was a little dignified. Yin Jiuling never used the lunar divine tower. Lu Ming estimated that after Yin Jiuling was seized by the baleful Yin Qi, he could no longer use the lunar divine tower. Such a great weapon had spirituality and could recognize people. After being seized, it was equivalent to not being Yin Jiuling anymore. However, he did not use his great weapon. This was the land of thousands tombs, the Emperor's tomb, a place where baleful Yin Qi was born. Yin Jiuling had a unique advantage here. He could erupt with powerful strength and was extremely difficult to kill. Just now, he was hit by the Xianai staff, but he was still fine, which showed how terrifying it was. Lu Ming controlled two great weapons at the same time. It would not take long at all. Could he really kill Yin Jiuling? Lu Ming was not sure and could only go all out. Boom. Boom. The power of the two great weapons erupted. First, the strong wind in the gale bead blocked the attack of Yin Jiuling. Then, the Xianai staff broke through the layers and bombarded Yin Jiuling's body. Yin Jiuling was blasted out and hit the wall. The baleful Yin Qi on his body trembled and his aura withered. However, the surrounding baleful Yin Qi continued to gather towards Yin Jiuling. His injuries were healed in an instant, and his aura was even more terrifying. How can I fight this? Lu Ming was speechless. Boy, are you stupid? Use the evil suppression rune. Bone Demon reminded. Yes. Lu Ming wanted to slap himself. He was completely stunned just now and forgot to use the evil suppression rune. The baleful Yin Qi was similar to the dead spirit after all. The evil suppression rune could completely restrain it. With a thought, a set of evil suppression rune flew out, exuding a golden light and pressed against Yin Jiuling. Chi Yin Jiuling kept roaring. Black smoke rose from his body. In his dark eye sockets, there was fear and his figure retreated. Chapter 3958. Lu Ming used the evil subduing rune to repel Yin Jiuling. Yin Jiuling retreated and then turned to run. Want to leave? Stay. Lu Ming shouted and chased after Yin Jiuling. However, Yin Jiuling was very fast, and while running he controlled the Yin Qi to rush towards Lu Ming. In the Emperor's tomb, the Yin Qi was too dense, like a Yin Qi storm, completely blocking Lu Ming's vision. When Lu Ming broke through a few waves of Yin Qi, he had already lost track of Yin Jiuling. Damn it! Lu Ming was very unhappy. This time in the land of thousands of tombs, he didn't get the ancient secret technique and Demon Dao secret technique left by Bone Demon, nor did he get the spiritual Yin Qi. It was the first time Lu Ming entered a place without any gains. This guy can't run away. He has my bone bead on him. I can sense his approximate location. Bone Demon said. Is he still in the Emperor's tomb? Take me there. Lu Ming said. No, he has left the Emperor's tomb. I don't think he will stay in the land of thousands of tombs. Bone Demon said. Won't stay in the land of thousands of tombs? Why? Lu Ming asked. That's because the baleful Yin Qi has gained sentience and possessed other living beings. It will constantly devour other baleful Yin Qi to strengthen itself, especially the baleful Yin Qi with sentience. So there are no other spiritual Yin Qi in the land of thousands of tombs. I guess they were all devoured by this wisp of Yin Qi. That's why it is so powerful. Next, if he wants to devour other Yin Qi, he will have to go to other places with dense Yin Qi. Naturally, he will have to leave the land of thousands of tombs. I can sense that he is quickly heading towards the periphery of the land of thousands of tombs. Bone Demon quickly explained. I see. Lu Ming nodded, his face a little gloomy. It wasn't that there was no spiritual Yin Qi in the land of thousands of tombs, but it had been devoured by this wisp of Yin Qi. Where is he? Let's chase him. Lu Ming said. If it was just Inchi, Lu Ming didn't care. At most, he would look for another place. But there was an ancient secret technique on the other party. Lu Ming must get it. Cultivating the forbidden physique, he couldn't comprehend the origin secret technique. So the 3,000 ancient secret techniques were his strongest offensive means. Each one of them was precious. Furthermore, if he wanted to walk the path of the strongest in the future, all sorts of secret arts would be his foundation, especially the 3,000 ancient secret arts. The more it would be more beneficial for him in the future. Under the guidance of Bone's guidance, Ming chased after him. With the help of the great god Wen's skill, Lu Ming was like a wisp of green smoke. His speed was astonishing. Ordinary people would not be able to catch sight of him. However, Yin Jiuling's speed was not slower than him. When Lu Ming reached the edge of the land of thousands of tombs, Bone told him that Yin Jiuling had entered the vast starry sky. Lu Ming couldn't rush out because the two races were blocking him. However, Bone Demon had left more than one teleportation formation here. Lu Ming found a new teleportation formation and left the land of thousands of tombs. Then he activated the teleportation formation on his body and traveled through the void. With their current cultivation, their speed was too fast. Countless planets and the boundless starry sky were left behind by them. In the blink of an eye, 3 days had passed. The Dark Pit Demon Mountain was a huge mountain that was suspended in the starry sky. This Dark Pit Demon Mountain was also a place of extreme yin. In the chaotic universe, it was more famous than the land of thousands of tombs, because it was a famous forbidden area in the chaotic universe. Of course, it wasn't too dangerous during normal times. Once the yin qi erupted, this place would completely turn into a land of death. No one could get close to it. Even the big shots above the Divine Emperor realm would die if they came. Of course, during this period of time, it was not the time for the yin qi to erupt. Therefore, during this period, many people came here. They were all here to search for baleful yin qi with spirituality. There was no doubt that the Dark Pit Demon Mountain would produce a lot of yin qi. On the huge demon mountain, people could be seen flashing by from time to time. At this moment, a figure suddenly appeared outside the demon mountain. This person was full of strong yin qi and his face was ferocious. It was Yin Jiuling. Mine, it's all mine, no one can take it away. Yin Jiuling roared and rushed into the Dark Pit Demon Mountain like a bolt of lightning. After a few breaths, he suddenly appeared in front of a young man. This young man had the cultivation of the third Divine Emperor realm, and was very powerful. He was definitely a top genius. However, when he saw Yin Jiuling, he was shocked. You're Yin Jiuling? The young man was shocked. These candidates of the universe young geniuses list were very famous. Their portraits could be seen in the dreamy divine jade, so they were easy to recognize. Evil Yin Qi, it's mine, go to hell. Yin Jiuling roared. His murderous intent was extremely strong. He suddenly charged at the young man. His sharp claws were as sharp as blades, wrapped in dense yin qi. Yin Jiuling, you're crazy. The young man was shocked and hurriedly defended himself. However, although his cultivation level was one level higher than Yin Jiuling's, the difference in battle strength was huge. He could only block one attack, but his forehead was pierced by Yin Jiuling's claws and he died on the spot. Yin Jiuling moved his hand and a storage ring appeared. Then, a black qi flew out of the storage ring. It was the evil yin qi. Furthermore, this baleful yin qi seemed to be alive. It was like a small snake that was constantly twisting. This was a wisp of baleful yin qi that had its own consciousness. It's the evil yin qi with intelligence, haha, it's mine. It's mine. At this moment, a few people passed by and saw the evil yin qi. They looked greedy, but when they got close, they suddenly stopped and exclaimed, "It's Yin Jiuling, one of the candidates of the Universe Genius list." Several people exclaimed and showed great fear. However, it was too late for them to stop, because Yin Jiuling had already attacked them. A few screams resounded, and these people were killed by Yin Jiuling one after another. Then Yin Jiuling opened his mouth and sucked this wisp of evil yin qi into his mouth. Suddenly, the evil yin qi on Yin Jiuling's body trembled and became extremely rich. His aura also increased by a level. Roar! Yin Jiuling roared excitedly and glanced at the peak of the Dark Pit Demon Mountain. Then he turned into a rainbow light and rushed to the peak of the mountain. This is Yin Jiuling? Why does he have such rich eviline qi? Could it be that he has more than one wisp of eviline qi? No matter who he is, let's kill him first. On the dark pit demon mountain, there were ruthless people from various races. Some of them were not afraid of the Sun Moon tribe at all, and directly attacked Yin Jiuling. However, Yin Jiuling was extremely evil and powerful. Those who attacked him were all killed by him, leaving a ground full of corpses. The others were shocked and did not dare to attack Yin Jiuling. Chapter 39:59. Yin Jiuling is going to rush to the top of the dark pit demon mountain. Is his target the pit? However, ordinary people can't get close to the pit at all. Only peerless geniuses can't get close. However, with Yin Jiuling's talent, he can definitely reach the top of the mountain. However, the 8 positions near the pit have been occupied by others. If Yin Jiuling wants a position, there will definitely be a fierce battle, and a peak battle will break out. Let's go and have a look. These people didn't dare to get close to Yin Jiuling. They followed Yin Jiuling from afar, heading towards the top of the dark pit demon mountain. At the same time, the news quickly spread out. On the dark pit demon mountain, many creatures gathered around and followed Yin Jiuling from afar, heading towards the top of the demon mountain. However, when they were close to the top of the mountain, they had to stop and look, because in the pit at the top of the mountain, there would be a terrifying demonic sound of death. This demonic sound was very terrifying and could kill people silently. Moreover, this demonic sound of death would adjust the intensity according to the cultivation base. The lower the cultivation base, the lower the impact of the demonic sound of death. The higher the cultivation base, the higher the impact of the demonic sound of death. If one wanted to reach the top of the dark pit demon mountain, no matter what kind of cultivation base one had, it was useless. One must have peerless talent and invincible combat strength to reach the top. As long as one's talent was high enough, one could reach the top even with a low cultivation base. If one's talent wasn't high enough, one couldn't reach the top no matter how high one's cultivation base was. These people were searching at the bottom of the dark pit demon mountain, because they couldn't reach the top. If they could reach the top, they would have done so long ago. Because at the top of the demon mountain, in the pit, there would be spiritual yin qi rushing out. There was no need to look for it at all. They just had to wait there. Sometimes there would even be other extreme yin treasures rushing out. However, all the positions near the sinkhole were occupied by people. If Yin Jiuling went up, there would definitely be a battle. These people stopped and watched from afar. They could clearly see that there was a huge pit at the top of the mountain. In each of the 8 directions of the pit, there was a living being. These living beings were either standing or sitting. Their eyes were bright as they stared at the pit, as if waiting for something. Yin Jiuling didn't stop at all. He kept moving forward, heading towards the top of the mountain. His speed was extremely fast, and he did not stop at all. He only slowed down when he neared the top of the mountain. When Yin Jiuling was climbing the mountain, the 8 creatures around the pit also looked at Yin Jiuling. At the same time, they also recognized Yin Jiuling. Some were expressionless, while others frowned. Especially in front of Yin Jiuling, there was a young man about 30 years old. He was burly and more than 6 meters tall. His real body was a gigantic ape, and he was also a terrifying genius. His name was Korean, and he had the strength of the 4th godly emperor layer. He looked at Yin Jiuling, who was coming up with a dignified expression, but he was not afraid. Yin Jiuling, this place has been occupied by me. You can leave now. The giant ape youth said. Those who block me shall die. Yin Jiuling roared, and the dark yin qi in his body kept rolling. The 8 creatures on the top of the mountain were puzzled. Why was Yin Jiuling's dark yin qi so dense? Did he already have dark yin qi? But if he already had dark yin qi, why did he still come here? Yin Jiuling, others are afraid of you, but I'm not. You're a candidate for the universe's young geniuses list. Hee. I'd like to meet you. Korean said coldly, and his eyes were filled with battle intent. He was also a peerless genius, and he had always been conceited. He had the strength of the 4th godly emperor layer, which was 2 layers higher than Yin Jiuling. He did not believe that Yin Jiuling was stronger than him. Die. Yin Jiuling roared, and his sharp claws broke through the air, trying to grab Corian's head. Corian shouted, and a terrifying chi burst out. His muscles bulged, and an iron rod appeared in his hand. The iron rod whistled and attacked Yin Juling. Boom! Their attacks collided, and there was an earth-shattering explosion. But at the next moment, Corian's expression changed drastically, and he was pushed back. His muscles were trembling. Swoosh! Yin Juling's attack was endless, constantly bursting out, tearing the void apart. The sky was full of sharp claws condensed by Yin Qi, and there were at least hundreds of them, grabbing towards Coriander. Coriander roared, and his divine power erupted. His entire body shone with dazzling golden light, and a giant ape covered in golden fur appeared. It held a golden staff in its hand, and it swept through the army. That giant golden ape was Corian's original secret technique. Rumble! There was a big explosion, and the chi was rolling wildly. However, it was blocked by an invisible force, and the chi couldn't go more than 100 meters away. Once it was 100 meters away, it automatically disappeared. After a series of exchanges, Corian was pushed back again, and he was completely suppressed. There were several wounds on his body, and his bones were bleeding. He was no match for Yin Juling at all. Not only him, but even the people around him were in disbelief. Corian was not an ordinary person. He was a peerless genius, but he was no match for Yin Juling even though his cultivation was 2 levels higher. Moreover, Yin Juling didn't use any powerful weapon, and he was completely relying on his own strength. What they didn't know was that Yin Juling was no longer Yin Juling at this moment, but he was possessed by Yin Qi. His current combat strength was stronger than Yin Juling's previous strength. What's more, the Yin Qi in the Dark Pit Demon Mountain was extremely rich, and Yin Juling's strength was also enhanced. Therefore, Corian was still no match for Yin Juling even though his cultivation was 2 levels higher. Roar! Yin Juling became crazier as he fought. The surrounding Yin Qi was driven by him, and it turned into a terrifying attack. It was like a storm, and it was constantly pouring towards Corian. After a few more moves, there were a few more wounds on Corian's body. One of the wounds almost split his body in half. Corian was seriously injured, and his aura was getting weaker and weaker. He was no match for Yin Juling. Yin Juling, brother Yin, I admit defeat. I don't want this position anymore. I will give it to you. Corian shouted and directly admitted defeat. If he continued to fight, he would be in danger. However, Yin Juling didn't care about him at all, and his attacks became more and more violent. Puff! Blood spurted out, and Corian's burly body was directly torn in half by Yin Juling's claw. Corian was not dead yet, and his eyes were full of horror. He desperately screamed and begged for mercy, but it was useless. Yin Juling's claw directly crushed Corian's head. Corian was dead. Around the dark pit, there were a few people who were frightened, but there were also people who showed a strong fighting intent. For example, one of them was a young man who was more than 2 meters tall, wearing a purple armor. His purple hair fluttered in the wind, and his fighting intent was extremely strong. Chapter 3960. However, Yin Juling didn't intend to continue the battle. After killing Coriander, he took a few steps and came to the side of the pit. Then he jumped directly into the pit and disappeared. At this moment, everyone was shocked. Yin Juling jumped directly into the pit. Was he looking for death? The pit was very dangerous. The Dark Pit Demon Mountain was a famous forbidden area in the primitive universe because of the pit. No one knew what was in the pit. No one knew how the pit was formed. They only knew that it was very terrifying and dangerous. In history, some powerful cultivators had entered the pit and wanted to explore it, but in the end, they didn't come out. None of the people who had entered the pit had ever come back out. But Yin Juling jumped into the pit himself. Wasn't he looking for death? At this time, Lu Ming also arrived at the Dark Pit Demon Mountain. The Bone Demon sensed that Yin Juling was at the top of the mountain. Lu Ming rushed to the top of the Dark Pit Demon Mountain. When he was halfway there, he saw Yin Juling killing Coriander, and then jumping into the pit. Damn it! Lu Ming shouted angrily. The ancient secret skill was still in Yin Juling's body. Lu Ming was a little anxious and exerted his speed to the extreme. However, those who were watching in front of him blocked his way. Go away! Lu Ming hollered. His figure did not stop. He dashed toward the crowd, bringing about a violent airwave. Boy, who do you think you are? How dare you ask me to go away? Go away yourself. Someone saw that Lu Ming, who was just a quasi-emperor, was so arrogant. He was instantly displeased and wanted to give Lu Ming a slap. Bang! Lu Ming threw a punch. The person screamed and was sent flying, vomiting blood. The others were shocked. The person who had attacked Lu Ming just now was at the second Divine Emperor realm. However, he was not Lu Ming's match and was injured by Lu Ming's punch. They were shocked by Lu Ming's strength. Another monstrous genius wanted to climb the mountain. The surrounding people couldn't help but make way for him. It wasn't that they were afraid of Lu Ming. Among them, there were people with extremely high cultivation bases who weren't afraid of Lu Ming at all. They were just curious and wanted to see if Lu Ming could withstand the demonic tune of death and reach the peak. After reaching the top of the mountain, would he be able to compete with the remaining 7 people? This was what they wanted to see. Therefore, Lu Ming quickly stepped into the area enveloped by the demonic tune of death. When Lu Ming stepped into the area, a cacophony of voices rushed into Lu Ming's ears. This voice was mournful, disorderly, sharp, crazy. It was hard to describe the specific emotion, but it contained many different emotions. This kind of voice could drive people crazy. Those who were not mentally strong would instantly go crazy. Lu Ming's state of mind was extremely firm. His mind was empty of other things. He allowed these voices to enter his ears without any ripples in his heart. His speed almost did not decrease as he rushed towards the top of the mountain. However, the closer he got to the top of the mountain, the more terrifying the demonic tune was. In the end, the voice contained a terrifying energy attack. The cells in Lu Ming's body trembled, and the forbidden force spread all over his body, blocking the energy in the demonic tune of death. In the end, Lu Ming set foot on the top of the mountain, standing at the place where Coriander stood just now. Standing on the top of the mountain, there was a large pit in front of him. It was actually a cave, dark and unfathomable. Dense Qi continued to seep out from the pit. Just one look at it was enough to make one feel a sense of terror in their hearts. Lu Ming's face was a little gloomy. Jiuling jumped into the pit. He couldn't follow him down for the sake of an ancient secret technique. However, since he was here, Lu Ming decided to wait until he got a wisp of spiritual Qi before leaving. On the top of the mountain, the other 7 people also looked at Lu Ming curiously. They had never seen such a young man with a quasi-emperor cultivation base, so they were naturally a little curious. Interesting. Among them, there was a young man in purple armor with a head full of purple hair. He stared at Lu Ming, revealing a raging battle intent. Suddenly he stepped out, and in a few flashes he appeared in front of Lu Ming. A powerful aura pressed towards Lu Ming. Battle God Yuan is going to make a move. They are both quasi-emperors, he must be itching for a fight. Battle God Yuan is almost invincible in the same realm. Now that he saw an unfamiliar quasi-emperor genius, it would be strange if he didn't make a move. There were bursts of exclamations all around. Battle God Yuan won. Lu Ming's eyes narrowed slightly, and battle intent involuntarily appeared in his eyes. This was the battle intent that was involuntarily aroused when encountering a powerful opponent. Because Battle God Yuan was worthy of Lu Ming's battle intent, although the Battle God Yuan was only a quasi-emperor. However, Battle God Yuan was too famous. The first in the top 100 quasi-emperor list. He was a peerless genius of the Battle Saint tribe, one of the top 10 tribes. He was known as the #1 talent of the Battle Saint tribe. He had always been invincible in the same realm. No one was a match for him. Without a doubt, he was also one of the candidates of the Universe Prodigy list. Although he hadn't broken through to the Godly Emperor realm, no one doubted whether he could break through to the Godly Emperor realm. Breaking through to the Godly Emperor realm was a certainty. Even entering the Universe Prodigy list in the future was also a certainty. It was also very likely that he would enter the top 10. Although such a character was only a quasi-emperor, his name had already shaken the universe. Lu Ming had also heard of him long ago. In the face of such a character, Lu Ming's battle intent was also ignited. Battle God Yuan could be said to be standing at the peak of the quasi-emperors in the entire primitive universe. It wouldn't be an exaggeration to call him the #1 quasi-emperor expert. Lu Ming wanted to know if his forbidden body was stronger, or if Battle God Yuan Wen was stronger. Boom! A powerful aura erupted from Lu Ming's body, and collided with Battle God Yuan Wen's aura. The void trembled violently. The void was compressed by a terrifying force, distorting and shattering it. Interesting, interesting. I can feel that you are very strong. There are indeed crouching tigers and hidden dragons in the primitive universe. There is actually someone like you among the quasi-emperors. Good, very good. Battle God Yuan Wen nodded repeatedly, revealing a look of excitement. The Battle Saint tribe was a battle maniac. They loved to fight big battles, and also loved to find other geniuses to fight. Battle God Yuan Wen was even more battle-hungry than ordinary Battle Saint tribe members. I have heard of your name. Battle God Yuan Wen, you are said to be invincible among those of the same realm. Coincidentally, I have never met a worthy opponent among those of the same realm. I hope you won't disappoint me. Lu Ming said. The cells in his body trembled slightly. Lu Ming was speaking the truth. However, in the ears of others, Lu Ming was too arrogant. What big words! Do you think you are invincible after reaching the peak of the Dark Pit Demon Mountain? Do you think you are invincible among those of the same realm? Someone sneered and mocked. Chapter 3961. Lu Ming's words attracted a lot of ridicule. They thought that Lu Ming was too arrogant to compare himself to the Battle God Yuan Wen. He even faintly did not put the Battle God Yuan Wen in his eyes. He was too arrogant. In the universe, at least so far, among the quasi-emperors, there was no one who was qualified to talk to the Battle God Yuan Wen like this. Lu Ming ignored the ridicule of others. His attention was all on the Battle God Yuan Wen. Before the fight even started, the Battle God Yuan Wen had already brought some pressure to him. Lu Ming had never encountered this before. Ha ha ha, I hope your strength is as strong as your confidence. I also want to say something in your words, that is, I hope you won't let me down. The Battle God Yuan Wen laughed. As soon as his voice fell, his aura had reached its peak. Boom. The Battle God Yuan Wen suddenly took a step forward. The ground roared. His person was like a mountain, rushing towards Lu Ming. He threw out a punch. The purple divine power boiled and turned into a terrifying fist energy, crushing towards Lu Ming. Good. Lu Ming let out a long howl and similarly threw a punch. Lu Ming did not borrow the power of Qiuqiu. It was all his own power. The opponent was at the same level as him. If he borrowed the power of Qiuqiu, he would not be able to survive. His belief of being invincible would be shaken. Boom. The two terrifying fist energies collided in the air, causing the void to tremble. The middle of the collision turned into chaos. The fist energy was like a wave, sweeping in all directions. However, it dissipated into nothingness 100 meters away. Lu Ming and the Battle God Yuan Wen retreated at the same time. Good, good. I won't test you anymore. Take this, Battle 18 strikes. The Battle God Yuan Wen roared. His figure flashed and struck out. The space collapsed. He used a terrifying secret technique, bursting out a terrifying killing power, and attacked Lu Ming. The destructive power surged towards Lu Ming like a tide. Great divine wind technique, great shattering technique. Lu Ming's heart moved. The two ancient secret techniques were activated. He attacked continuously, causing a hideous crack to appear in the void. The two figures were like two planets, colliding fiercely. All kinds of attacking techniques clashed continuously. Boom, 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 boom. Between heaven and earth, there was a violent roar. In the blink of an eye, the two of them had exchanged dozens of blows, but it was difficult to determine the victor. Impressive, impressive, Lu Ming's eyes lit up. He couldn't help but exclaim in his heart. At this moment he had already activated the battle symbol formula to increase his combat power by 5 times, but he still couldn't do anything to Battle God Yuan Wen. The Battle God Yuan Wen also had a terrifying secret art. It was an innate secret art of the Battle Saint tribe, and was able to erupt forth with combat prowess several times stronger than before. It was somewhat similar to the battle character art. This was Lu Ming's first time encountering such a powerful genius in a battle of the same level. 6 times, Lu Ming bellowed in his heart. The fight incantation had increased his combat ability by 6 times. His combat ability had increased by a notch in an instant. Haha, impressive. Attack. The battle god Yuan was even more excited. His attacks suddenly changed. They were incomparably sharp and stronger than before. Could it be the origin ancient word? Lu Ming's heart moved. Although the quantum art wasn't with him and Lu Ming couldn't sense whether the other party had the origin ancient word or not, he had been controlling the origin ancient word for a long time. In the battle with the battle god Yuan, he vaguely felt that the other party had also controlled the origin ancient word. With the battle god Yuan's talent, it was normal for him to control the origin ancient word. The attacks of the two were even more terrifying. The battle was even more intense. In the blink of an eye, the two of them had exchanged more than 100 blows. Everyone in the surroundings was dumbfounded, including the other 6 terrifying creatures on the top of the demon mountain. They were all dumbfounded, because the attacks of Lu Ming and the battle god Yuan were too terrifying. Was this still a battle between quasi-emperors? The most important thing was that someone could fight with the battle god Yuan like this? Who was this person? Was there such a person in the primitive universe? Quick, open the Dreamy Divine Jade and broadcast the battle to the Dreamy Divine Jade. Someone shouted. The others woke up from their dream and quickly took out the Dreamy Divine Jade to broadcast the battle live. In the public area of the Dreamy Divine Jade, several messages appeared almost at the same time. Shocking, the battle god Yuan has met an opponent. Shocking, at the same level, someone can fight Yuan to a draw. The battle god Yuan's opponent is here. The continuous messages detonated the Dreamy Divine Jade and the entire universe. In an instant, countless people watched the battle between Lu Ming and the battle god Yuan through the Dreamy Divine Jade. At first, many people didn't believe it. They didn't believe that someone could fight with the battle god Yuan, but after watching the live broadcast, they were shocked. It was actually true. God, who is this person? He can actually fight with the battle god Yuan. There is actually such a genius in the universe. I haven't seen him before. This person is most likely hiding his true appearance. It's a pity that I'm not at the scene. Otherwise, I can judge who he is through his life origin aura. What a terrifying battle power. In the future, there will be another strong competitor in the top 10 of the universe prodigy list. The universe was in an uproar. After all, the battle god Yuan was known as the number 1 among his peers and dominated the entire universe. The appearance of such a character would definitely attract attention. As long as he didn't die halfway, his future rise was certain. At this moment, many geniuses in the universe were alarmed. For example, the geniuses on the universe prodigy list were paying attention with a dignified look. Because such a character would definitely have an impact on their status in the future, they naturally had to pay more attention. Lu Ming didn't know that he had attracted the attention of countless people in the universe. At this moment, Lu Ming was wholeheartedly immersed in the battle. He only felt incomparably carefree. He had never fought with someone of the same level so happily. This was a completely different feeling from fighting with someone of a higher level. Boom. With a violent explosion, the two of them retreated rapidly and faced each other from afar. Awesome. Battle god Yuan was the same as Lu Ming. He also felt incomparably carefree. He was so excited that his body was trembling. The power you control is terrifying. You can actually fight against my battle saint force. Come, let's continue the battle. I want to borrow your strength to step into the deity emperor realm. Battle god Yuan said. His eyes were shining brightly. That's exactly what I want. Lu Ming said. Every cell in his body was trembling. His eyes were filled with excitement and battle intent. The power controlled by the battle god Yuan wasn't to be underestimated. It was a terrifying power called the Battle Saint Force. This power was unique to the Battle Saint tribe. However, even in the history of the Battle Saint tribe, there were very few people who could control this power. Everyone who could control this power was a hero of their generation. Chapter 3962. Battle god Yuan was the only one among the younger generation of the Battle Saint tribe who had grasped the Battle Saint Force. Of course, it didn't mean that the Battle Saint Force could really contend against the Taboo Force. The reason why Battle god Yuan and Lu Ming were evenly matched was because other than the Battle Saint Force, Battle god Yuan also had the God Force. The God Force that had awakened the Origin Source God Force multiple times, coupled with the Origin Source secret technique, was boundless. Furthermore, he had the secret technique that was compatible with his Battle Saint body. It could be said that Battle God Yuanwen was very comprehensive in all aspects, with almost no weaknesses. There was another important reason, and that was that Lu Ming's taboo force had yet to reach its peak. There was still a lot of potential for it to grow. Each of Lu Ming's cells could fuse with a secret technique rune. When Lu Ming's cells fused with more secret technique runes, his taboo force would naturally become stronger. Right now Lu Ming's taboo force wasn't strong enough. Therefore, it seemed that he was evenly matched with the Battle Saint force. Both of their eyes were filled with fighting spirit. In the next moment, the two of them turned into two streaks of light and clashed once again. All kinds of secret techniques collided in the void. The two of them used their full strength, erupting their techniques to the extreme. In the blink of an eye, the two of them had exchanged over 100 moves. Lu Ming didn't plan to use the Gale Pearl because someone like Battle God Yuanwen would definitely have a powerful killing weapon. It would be useless even if he used it. Moreover, it was a fair battle. There was no need to use the Gale Pearl. As for the Bingxian Rod, there were so many people watching. Lu Ming would not use it as much as possible. As for Battle God Yuanwen, he had a similar thought. He naturally had a terrifying killing weapon, but he and Lu Ming were having a fair battle. If he used his killing weapon, then he wouldn't be Battle God Yuanwen. In fact, their killing weapons were only used when their cultivation base was much higher, and their lives were in danger. It could be considered a kind of trump card. Around the dark pit Devil Mountain, in various parts of the universe, the people who were watching through the illusory heavenly jade were all silent. They were all watching this peak battle between quasi-emperors. For a quasi-emperor to be able to erupt in a battle of this level, it was hard to come across such a scene even in countless years. Every single one of these characters could suppress an era. For two of them to appear at the same time in an era was too difficult, too rare. They had only been heard of in legends. The battle between Lu Ming and the Battle God Yuanwen became more and more intense. Bang! Lu Ming's palm landed on Battle God Yuanwen's shoulder. The power of the Great Godly Wind technique and the Great Shattering technique almost dislocated Battle God Yuanwen's entire arm. However, his battle sacred body was extremely powerful. It forcibly blocked the attack, but blood still flowed out. His blood was purple and emitted divine light. When Lu Ming hit Battle God Yuanwen's finger was like a sword. The full power of the Battle 18 strikes erupted, turning into a terrifying penetrating power that penetrated Lu Ming's abdomen in one fell swoop. A bloody hole appeared in Lu Ming's abdomen, and blood was also flowing out. Lu Ming's blood mixed with the purple blood of the Battle God Yuanwen, spilled on the dark pit Demon Mountain, and some spilled into the dark pit. Awesome again. That's exactly what I want. The two continued to fight. After a few moves, both of them were injured again. Divine blood drifted out, but the two of them did not seem to feel it. Their fighting spirit became stronger and stronger, and their eyes became brighter and brighter. Lu Ming and Battle God Yuanwen's cultivation were originally at the limit of the quasi-emperor realm. They both needed an opportunity to break through and step into the divine emperor realm. At this moment, the two of them saw this opportunity in each other at the same time. They felt that they were not far away from the breakthrough. The more they fought, the more condensed their essence, chi, and spirit became. Are they about to break through? There were 6 other powerful existences at the peak of the dark pit Demon Mountain. No matter what their cultivation was, they were all monstrous figures. Otherwise, they would not have been able to set foot on the peak of the dark pit Demon Mountain. They were the closest to Lu Ming and Yuanwen. They could clearly feel that the two of them were about to break through. If the two of them really broke through in the battle, it would probably create a legend in the primitive universe, and become a topic of conversation after dinner. However, at this moment, something strange happened. Rumble. In the dark pit, a violent roar suddenly came from an unknown depth. Everyone's face changed wildly. What's going on? Is the pit going to erupt? Impossible. It's not the time to erupt at all. In the dark pit Demon Mountain, there were cries of horror. The dark pit Demon Mountain was a terrifying forbidden area in the universe. Once the pit really erupted, None of them on the dark pit demon mountain would be able to leave. Rumble. A violent roar sounded again, and then, a terrifying force erupted from the pit. Then a figure rushed out of the pit. It was Juling. Juling had jumped into the pit himself, but at this moment he was rushed out. Was the vibration just now caused by Juling? What did Juling encounter in the pit? Also, he jumped into the pit and came out alive? There was an uproar at the scene. He was the first person to enter the pit and come out alive. Countless people wanted to know what Juling encountered in the pit. But at this moment, two dazzling rays of light rushed out of the pit. One was blood red, and the other was purple crystal clear. The two rays of light entangled together and turned into a light shield, enveloping the surroundings of the pit. Lu Ming, Battle God Yuan 1, and the other 6 powerful existences, plus Juling, were all shrouded in the rays of light. As for the other people on the dark pit demon mountain, they were not shrouded, but the rays of light blocked their vision, making them unable to see what was happening inside. The illusory heavenly jade could not illuminate the situation inside. At this moment, whether it was the people on the dark pit demon mountain, or the people watching through the illusory heavenly jade, they were all confused. What happened? Why would 2 rays of light rush out and shroud the peak of the dark pit demon mountain? They couldn't guess. Rumble. The people outside saw that the light shield formed by the purple-red rays of light was constantly vibrating and emitting a roar. The people inside are bombarding the light shield. Could it be that they can't come out? Someone guessed. Obviously, they guessed right. After a period of time, no one rushed out. Outside, there were bold people who tried to control the divine weapon to attack the purple-red light shield. But when the divine weapon approached the purple-red rays of light, the divine weapon was like ice meeting fire and directly melted. The others were scared and hurriedly moved away, not daring to approach. Could it be the King Qing domain? In the illusory heavenly jade, someone sent out a message with a little doubt. Then, someone recognized that the speaker was a mighty figure from the Blood Clan, one of the top 10 clans. This caused everyone to be shocked. Even the powerful figures of the top 10 races were alarmed by this matter. Chapter 3963. King Realm? What's that? Immediately many people raised their doubts, because they had never heard of it before. I'm just guessing. I'm not sure. The Blood Tribe expert said. That's right. This is the King Realm. At the next moment, someone spoke out and gave a definite answer. Someone recognized that the person who spoke was an ancient existence from the Buddha tribe. The Buddha tribe was also one of the top 10 tribes. The existence who spoke was a legendary figure who had lived for a long time. Many people were shocked. It was just a fight between 2 juniors, but it actually attracted such a powerful existence. It was really terrifying. Senior, can you tell us what the King Realm is? Someone asked. The King Realm would only appear occasionally in some very ancient places. For example, the Dark Pit Demon Mountain is an extremely ancient forbidden land. If I'm not wrong, it's the divine blood of the 2 young geniuses that activated the King Realm. Their talents are too strong. The ancient existence from the Buddha tribe explained. Everyone was shocked. Even the ancient existence from the Buddha tribe sighed. The 2 young geniuses' talents were too strong. This was the greatest recognition. At the same time, they were also enlightened. It turned out that the purplish-red light shield was caused by the battle between the 2 young geniuses. It was stimulated by the divine blood of the 2 young geniuses. No wonder the color was purplish-red. Lu Ming's blood was red, while Battle God Yuanwen's blood was purple. However, no one said anything. They were waiting for the ancient existence from the Buddha tribe to explain. The ancient existence from the Buddha tribe continued. Once the King Realm is activated, the group of people with the strongest talents will be enveloped and trapped inside. Only the strongest among them will be able to come out. What? Only the strongest of those trapped inside can come out. Doesn't that mean that most of the people trapped inside will die? Everyone was shocked. That's right. This rule is very cruel. The people inside will have to kill each other. The winner will be the king. Therefore, it's called the King Realm. Those who come out alive will be the strongest king. The ancient existence from the Buddha tribe said. CSISI. Everyone sucked in a breath of cold air. This time, Many big tribes were alarmed and it caused a huge uproar. Because these big tribes had peerless geniuses inside. For example, the Battle Saint tribe, the Sun Moon tribe, the Azura tribe. Among these people, only the strongest could come out. Didn't that mean that everyone else had to die? Among the people here, who could be called the strongest? Was Battle God Yuanwen the strongest at the same level? However, there was still the person who fought against the battle god, Yuanwen. Was his cultivation the strongest? There were quite a few of them with extremely high cultivation bases. Wouldn't that mean that someone like the battle god, Yuanwen, would fall inside? In the king realm, there are usually great restrictions. For example, it is difficult to use powerful weapons, and the cultivation will be suppressed to a certain level. As for the details, each king realm is different, so I don't know. That ancient existence from the Buddha race added. Lu Ming, battle god Yuanwen, and Yin Jiuling stood in different directions in the area covered by the purple-red light shield. Their faces were gloomy. In the beginning, they were indeed a little flustered and attacked the purple-red light barrier. However, they were all extraordinary people and quickly calmed down. Do any of you know what is going on? Battle god Yuanwen asked. Although he wanted to continue fighting with Lu Ming and break through completely, in the face of such a situation, they could only stop fighting. I don't know. You have to ask Yin Jiuling, said a ferocious-looking young man who was about 30 years old. Looking at Yin Jiuling, that young man was from the Azura clan. He was older than Lu Ming, Yin Jiuling, and battle god Yuanwen, but he was still a young man. His cultivation base was very high, reaching the 5th godly emperor layer. Besides, he was also a terrifying genius. Otherwise, no matter how high his cultivation base was, he wouldn't have been able to reach the top of the Dark Pit Demon Mountain. The others also looked at Yin Jiuling because Yin Jiuling had jumped into the pit, and then there was a change. If it wasn't caused by Yin Jiuling, who else could it be? In fact, even Lu Ming thought so. Yin Jiuling's eyes were ferocious, like two pitch-black vortexes, filled with murderous qi. After a short while his qi had become even more terrifying. He had broken through to the 3rd godly emperor layer. It's the king realm. It's not caused by that boy. At that moment, Gumo's voice resounded in Lin Fan's mind. What's the king realm? Asked Lu Ming curiously. Look at the illusory godly jade. Some old guys in the universe should be able to recognize it. Maybe someone will give you an explanation, said Gumo immediately. Lu Ming took out the illusory godly jade. The illusory godly jade wasn't isolated, so he could still see what the others were talking about. In fact, battle god Yuanwen and the others also took out their illusory godly jades and wanted to ask their elders. Then, they saw the explanation of the powerful cultivator of the Buddha clan. After reading it, they were shocked and released a powerful qi. They looked at the others vigilantly. What's going on? My cultivation base is only at the 1st godly emperor layer. My cultivation base is also at the 1st godly emperor layer. Damn it. Some people shouted angrily. Especially the young genius of the Azura clan, his face was even more ferocious. Originally, among the 9 people here, his cultivation was the most outstanding. There was only one person who could stand shoulder to shoulder with him. On top of that, with his talent, he was confident that he could keep all of them here. Battle god Yuanwen was strong, but he was only at the 1st emperor layer, so he didn't take him seriously. But now his cultivation base was at the 1st godly emperor layer. He didn't have an advantage anymore. The others, regardless of their cultivation level, were all at the 1st godly emperor layer. 1st godly emperor layer? Whispered Lu Ming. He was at the 1st godly emperor layer, so his cultivation level couldn't be increased, so he didn't feel anything. I can't even use powerful weapons. Look at the Zephyr Pearl and the Xianice Rod. Lu Ming tried to control the Xianice Rod and the Zephyr Pearl, but he realized that there was no reaction at all. It was as if the connection between them had been cut off. Lu Ming's heart sank. He couldn't use powerful weapons. Only the strongest cultivators could get out of here. Lu Ming wasn't completely confident. First of all, battle god Yuanwen was extremely difficult to deal with. Besides, the other 7 geniuses were also terrifying. Even if there wasn't a genius like battle god Yuanwen, the weaker ones were also terrifying. For example, Yin Jiuling, who was a candidate for the Universe Young Geniuses list. Those people were also terrifyingly strong. They were all at the first Godly Emperor layer. Lu Ming and Battle God Yuanwen didn't have an advantage because their cultivation levels weren't high enough. Instead, they were at a disadvantage. Chapter 3964. The peak of the dark pit demon mountain suddenly fell into silence. Only Yin Jiuling occasionally roared. The other 8 people looked at each other and saw a strong murderous intent in each other's eyes. If they wanted to leave alive, they had to get rid of the others. Interesting, really interesting. It's so interesting to be able to get rid of so many geniuses at once. I will use you as my stepping stone to break through to the Godly Emperor realm. Battle God Yuanwen grinned, and his eyes were full of fighting spirit. At this time he was still fighting like a madman. His aura seemed to have reached a critical point. Lu Ming's aura was also extremely powerful and had reached a peak. However, no one made the first move. They were all on guard against each other, waiting for the others to make the first move, so that they could reap the benefits. The scene was in a stalemate. Roar. At this time, Yin Jiuling roared again and jumped into the pit, as if something in the pit was attracting him. However, when he jumped into the pit, there was another powerful aura that rushed out of the pit and forced Yin Jiuling out. This madman, I suggest that we make a move first and get rid of Yin Jiuling so that he won't cause any more trouble. What do you think? The young man from the Shura clan said. This person was called Xiao Moyun, and he had been eyeing Yin Jiuling since the beginning. Among the 9 people present, Lu Ming and Battle God Yuanwen were undoubtedly the strongest at the same level. But their cultivation was only at the Quasi-Emperor realm, so they were not the biggest threat to him. The biggest threat to him was Yin Jiuling. After all, Yin Jiuling was a candidate for the Universe Prodigy list. He was extremely powerful, and was one of the top geniuses in the universe. His current cultivation was suppressed to the first Godly Emperor realm, just like him. He had no confidence to fight against Yin Jiuling, so he had to get rid of Yin Jiuling first. On the side, the others were also tempted. Their thoughts were similar to Xiao Moyun's. Kill. Xiao Moyun took the lead and condensed a Shura sword with his divine power. It broke through the void and slashed at Yin Jiuling. Roar. Yin Jiuling saw someone attacking him and roared, revealing a ferocious murderous intent. He pounced at Xiao Moyun with his sharp claws. Evil Yin Qi filled the air. Clang. Clang. The sound of metal colliding rang out continuously. The two of them had exchanged more than 10 moves in an instant. Then a figure retreated, covered in blood. It was Xiao Moyun. After exchanging a few blows, he was injured. This made him extremely shocked. Yin Jiuling's strength was much stronger than he had imagined. Roar. Yin Jiuling roared and continued to attack Xiao Moyun. What are you waiting for? Xiao Moyun roared. However, none of the people on the side made a move. They all looked on coldly. It wouldn't be too late to let Yin Jiuling deal with Xiao Moyun first. Moreover, Xiao Moyun could consume a portion of Yin Jiuling's strength. Then, they would deal with Yin Jiuling. In this way, he could deal with the Xiao Moyun and Yin Jiuling at the same time. Of those who could make it this far, which one of them was simple? Xiao Moyun wanted to use the others to deal with Yin Jiuling first, but the others directly used him. All of you deserve to die. Xiao Moyun instantly guessed the thoughts of others and roared. But Yin Jiuling had already attacked him, so he could only do his best to resist. However, Yin Jiuling was too strong. He was originally a candidate of the Universe Prodigy list. After being possessed by the evil Yin energy, his battle strength became even stronger, and his attacks were crazily aggressive. Although Xiao Moyun was also a peerless monster, he wasn't qualified to be a candidate of the Universe Prodigy list. In a battle of the same level, his battle strength was weaker than Yin Jiuling's. He was completely at a disadvantage and was suppressed by Yin Jiuling. After more than 10 moves, Xiao Moyun was almost beheaded by Yin Jiuling. Although he narrowly avoided it, he was still seriously injured. Damn it, all of you deserve to die, then die together. Xiao Moyun knew that he couldn't escape, so he roared crazily. His body swelled rapidly, and he was about to self-destruct. However, Yin Jiuling didn't seem to know, and continued to rush over. His sharp claws pierced through Xiao Moyun's head. Boom. At this moment, Xiao Moyun's body suddenly exploded, and a terrifying force swept in all directions. However, Lu Ming, Battle God Yuan 1, and the others were already prepared. They had already retreated to the edge of the King Cheng domain and set up layers of defense in front of them, blocking the power of Xiao Moyun's self-destruction. Yin Jiuling was at the center of Xiao Moyun's self-destruction, so he suffered the most intense destructive impact. Yin Jiuling's figure retreated rapidly, and there were many hideous wounds on his body, and black blood flowed out. However, in the pit, Yin Qi was constantly attracted by Yin Jiuling, and it poured into his body. His wounds were quickly healing. The others' faces became solemn. This Yin Jiuling is not right. Could it be that he has gone mad? It's more terrifying than I imagined. Let's attack together and get rid of him first. It's best to attack together. The remaining few people were transmitting their voices to each other. The next moment, among the remaining 5 people, 4 rushed out at the same time and attacked Yin Jiuling. There was still one person who didn't attack. Lu Ming and Battle God Yuan 1 didn't attack either. However, when the 4 experts joined forces, their power was extremely shocking, because each of these people was a peerless genius, and each of them had the combat strength of a divine Emperor realm expert. Roar! Yin Jiuling roared and pounced on the 4 people. The 2 sides started a fierce battle. The 4 experts joined forces to fight Yin Jiuling, and Yin Jiuling suddenly fell into a disadvantage. He was hit continuously, and there were several wounds on his body. Yin Jiuling was injured by Xiao Moyun's self-destruction, and his combat strength wasn't at its peak. When the 4 experts saw that Yin Jiuling was injured, their attacks became more violent. At the same time, they were transmitting their voices to each other. Those 3 guys don't attack. Very well, after we kill Yin Jiuling, we will kill them, and then the 4 of us will fight to determine the winner. What do you think? Okay, it depends on who can go out in the end. The 4 discussed secretly, and their attacks were fierce. For a time, Yin Jiuling was in danger, and there were more and more wounds on his body. Lu Ming's eyes flickered, and he was considering whether to attack, because the ancient secret skill left by the Bone Demon was with Yin Jiuling, and he had to get it. But in the end, Lu Ming still didn't attack. The current situation was very complicated, and it was better to preserve a little bit of strength. After more than 10 moves, Yin Jiuling's situation became more critical. His body was tattered, and it seemed that he was going to die at any time. Rumble. At this moment, there was a violent vibration from the bottom of the pit, and then, a strong Yin Qi rushed out of the pit. There were a few strands of Yin Qi in the Yin Qi. Chapter 3965. Among the Yin Qi, there were a few strands of Yin Qi. These strands of Yin Qi seemed to be alive, like small snakes that were swimming around. This was a Yin energy that possessed spirituality. Originally, the dark pit would spew out dark Yin Qi with spirituality. Previously, Battle God Yuan 1 and the others had been guarding here, waiting for the dark Yin Qi to come out. At this moment, seeing the Yin Qi spurt out, the people present were not too surprised. At this moment, being alive was more important than anything else. Only a few of them dashed forward and grabbed at the murderous aura. They were Lu Ming, Battle God Yuan 1, and Yin Jiuling. Yin Jiuling roared and rushed to the pit desperately. He opened his mouth and inhaled, and the Yin Qi rushed towards Yin Jiuling. Lu Ming and Battle God Yuan 1's face changed. Swish. Lu Ming condensed a huge hand with his taboo power. With a grab, he caught a wisp of Yin Qi with spirituality in his hand. Battle God Yuan 1 shot out 2 beams of light from his eyes. These 2 beams of light were like 2 chains, entangling the Yin Qi and collecting it. 4 strands of spiritual Yin Qi were collected by Lu Ming and Battle God Yuan 1, and the remaining 2 strands were sucked into Yin Jiuling's mouth. However, Yin Jiuling absorbed the Yin Qi wholeheartedly, but ignored his own defense, and was bombarded by the attacks of the 4 masters. Bang! Yin Jiuling's body directly exploded into pieces. Only his head was left. It flew out and was wrapped in dense evil Yin Qi. At this moment, the Yin Qi that rushed out of the pit suddenly rolled back and fell back into the pit. Yin Jiuling's head took the opportunity to rush into the Yin Qi, and with the Yin Qi, it rushed into the pit and disappeared in front of everyone in the blink of an eye. The 4 masters looked at each other with a pale face. Yin Jiuling was forced to rush into the pit, and they didn't know whether he was dead or not. If it was someone else, they would be relieved because they would never return after rushing into the pit. But Yin Jiuling had rushed down once before, but he came out safe and sound, so they were not confident. Who knew whether Yin Jiuling was dead or not? Forget it, let's get rid of these 3 people first. Yes, Yin Jiuling only has 1 head left, and he is seriously injured. He probably won't survive. Let's get rid of them first, and then we will decide the winner. The 4 masters transmitted their voices to each other, and they glanced at Lu Ming, Battle God Yuan 1, and another middle-aged man. Let's join forces. The middle-aged man's face changed wildly, and he quickly said. The reason why he didn't make a move before was that he wanted to sit on top of the mountain and watch the tigers fight, because he always felt that Yin Jiuling was very strange and wouldn't be killed so easily. He didn't expect that Yin Jiuling would be killed so easily. At this time, when he saw the 4 masters looking at them, he was shocked. It's too late. I'll send you to hell. 2 of the experts charged toward the middle-aged man while the other 2 charged toward Lu Ming and Battle God Yuanwen in a flash. One of them. They were confident enough. Although Lu Ming and Battle God Yuanwen were strong, they were all at the Divine Emperor realm. They could deal with Lu Ming and Battle God Yuanwen. Kill. Let's fight. Lu Ming and Battle God Yuanwen were fearless, and they roared and attacked. One of them against one. The 2 sides collided in an instant, and they continued to attack each other. In the blink of an eye, they had exchanged more than 10 moves. However, their opponents were indeed powerful. Although they were suppressed to the 1st godly emperor layer, they were still able to kill cultivators of the 4th godly emperor layer. Although Lu Ming tried his best, he was still at a disadvantage, and he retreated quickly. On the other side, Battle God Yuanwen also retreated quickly, and he was also at a disadvantage. Sure enough, those who could step on the Dark Pit Demon Mountain weren't simple. They weren't much weaker than Yin Jiuling. As soon as Lu Ming retreated, the other party chased after him and continued to attack him. Explode! Lu Ming shouted, and his whole body glowed. All the secret techniques turned into dazzling brilliance, covering Lu Ming's body. At the same time, the battle character formula increased his fighting strength by 6 times, and the Great Holy Wind technique and Great Shattering technique were activated to the extreme. Boom! 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 Both sides exchanged more than 10 moves, and Lu Ming's chest was pierced by a sword chi. He coughed up blood and retreated. However, despite being injured, Lu Ming's eyes were still bright, and he had a firm and unyielding belief. There was only motivation when there was pressure. There was a sense of crisis, and there was more motivation. At this moment, he could not use his trump card, and even Qiu could not move. He could only rely on himself. Lu Ming was excited because the opportunity to break through was getting more and more obvious. Previously, when he fought with Battle God Yuanwen, he felt the opportunity to break through. He felt that he was only a step away from breaking through. At this moment, facing the crisis, this feeling was even stronger. Fight, fight, let's fight to our heart's content, come on. You don't seem to have any strength. Ha ha ha. On the other side, Battle God Yuanwen also laughed, without a trace of fear. Instead, he was more excited. He also felt the opportunity to break through. At this moment, a shrill scream was heard. The middle-aged man, besieged by the 2 experts, screamed and died on the spot. After killing the middle-aged man, the 2 experts also pounced on Lu Ming and Battle God Yuanwen. In this way, it became 2 against 1. Originally, Lu Ming was facing one of them, and facing 2 of them was even more dangerous. Puff! Lu Ming's heart was pierced by a sword chi. Then a terrifying fist force hit his abdomen. Lu Ming flew out, vomiting blood, and his body almost exploded. However, the potential stored in Lu Ming's cells gushed out crazily, and his injury was quickly healing. Soon, just a little bit more. Lu Ming's eyes were bright, and he was a little excited. In the face of a life and death crisis, his potential was stimulated to the extreme. Kill! Lu Ming shouted and took the initiative to attack the 2 experts. Bang! 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 After a series of collisions, Lu Ming was injured again, and was forced to retreat. Let's kill him in one go. Kill! After injuring Lu Ming, the 2 experts unleashed their ultimate moves and attacked Lu Ming, wanting to kill Lu Ming completely. But at this moment, boom! A violent aura rushed out of Lu Ming's body, like a volcanic eruption, bringing with it a violent burst of energy. Breakthrough. At this moment, Lu Ming finally broke through and stepped into the Divine Emperor realm. At the moment of breaking through to the Divine Emperor realm, the potential stored in Lu Ming's cells was stimulated to the extreme, and all of it was transformed into Lu Ming's cultivation. Hungry. In an instant, Lu Ming was engulfed by endless hunger, as if he had not eaten for 100,000 years. Incomparable hunger was revealed in every cell. Let me absorb it. With a thought in Lu Ming's mind, piles of elven tree heart flew out, and the surging life essence madly converged towards Lu Ming. Chapter 3966. A large pile of elvenwood hearts turned into surging waves of life essence, and converged towards Lu Ming. Every cell in Lu Ming's body was crazily devouring and absorbing the life essence. Satisfaction. A sense of satisfaction spread throughout his body. Breakthrough. The two experts besieging Lu Ming were shocked. They did not expect that Lu Ming could break through under their joint attack. What kind of monster was he? Kill, we can't let him break through. One of them roared. Together with the other, they charged toward Lu Ming in a frenzy. When Lu Ming was still a quasi-emperor, his combat strength was already so terrifying. Once he broke through to the Divine Emperor realm, his combat strength would soar and he would definitely be far above them. They must not let Lu Ming break through. Once Lu Ming broke through, they would be the ones to die. The two experts exerted their full strength and launched two incomparably sharp and terrifying attacks towards Lu Ming's head. Kill! Lu Ming suddenly shouted and violent energy swept out from his body, forming a terrifying shockwave. The two experts were hit by the shockwave, and their bodies shook violently as they retreated. Lu Ming seized the opportunity, and continued to devour the life essence of the elvenwood hearts crazily. Break for me! On the other side, Battle God Yuanwen also roared, and a terrifying aura burst out from his body. Breakthrough. Battle God Yuanwen also broke through at the critical moment under the joint attack of the two experts. Dazzling gems appeared on his body. These gems weren't divine gems, they were precious gems that contained rich and pure energy. These energies were like a great river that rushed into the Battle God Yuanwen's mouth. The two experts were also shocked and wanted to attack Battle God Yuanwen, but they were also repelled by him. Lu Ming and Battle God Yuanwen broke through the shackles, and entered the Divine Emperor realm one after another. Their aura became more and more terrifying. As for the four experts, their expressions were extremely ugly. Everyone, we have to go all out. If we don't, we'll be the ones to die. Go all out, kill. Burn. The four experts revealed a frenzied look. The divine power in their bodies burned like flames. They went all out. Regardless of the consequences, they burned their divine power and origin and charged toward Lu Ming and the Battle God Yuanwen. They had to kill the two of them. At this moment, they were filled with regret. If they had known earlier, they would have killed Lu Ming and the Battle God Yuanwen from the very beginning. Previously, the two of them were only quasi-emperors. Although they were excessively monstrous, they did not take them to heart. They were fully confident that they could suppress Lu Ming. Who would have thought that the two of them could break through to the Divine Emperor realm in the middle of the battle? Now the ones who will die are you. Lu Ming's eyes emitted an incomparably resplendent multicolored light. His entire body was shrouded in a fierce wind. Instead of retreating, he advanced and attacked the two experts. His palm was like a blade, shattering the void as he attacked continuously. Boom. Boom. Lu Ming and the two experts exchanged blows, causing two violent explosions. Then two muffled groans could be heard. The two experts were pushed back violently as blood spurted out from their bodies. Cracks appeared on their bodies, caused by the great shattering art. Blood flowed out from the cracks. After breaking through to the Divine Emperor realm, whether it was the Great Divine Wind technique or the Great Shattering Art, their power had increased tremendously. Moreover, Lu Ming had just broken through and had yet to gain a firm foothold in the Divine Emperor realm. Otherwise, he would have killed the two experts with that move. After all, the gap between the quasi-emperors and the Divine Emperors was huge. Once a breakthrough was made, one's combat strength would increase tremendously. Even so, Lu Ming's combat strength was above the two experts. Fight, fight, fight! On the other side, the battle god Yuan roared madly. His combat strength was unparalleled, causing the other two experts to vomit blood. How could this be? The four experts all revealed a panic-stricken expression. They were all geniuses of their generation, and their future was limitless. They did not want to die here. Looking at Lu Ming's cold eyes, they felt chills all over their bodies. Brother, why don't you spare our lives? We can cooperate and leave this place together. One of the young men shouted at Lu Ming and begged for mercy. Hee. Lu Ming replied with a cold smile. They wanted to kill him when they had the upper hand. Now that they were no match for him, they wanted to cooperate. How could that be possible? Lu Ming was not an easy person to talk to. Lu Ming took a step forward and continued to force his way toward the two experts. It's not that easy to kill us. You'll have to pay the price too. Let's fight. The two experts saw that Lu Ming was not going to let them go. They looked ferocious and went all out to attack Lu Ming. However, no matter how hard they tried, their cultivation was suppressed to the first divine emperor realm. They were at the same level as Lu Ming. Even though Lu Ming had just broken through, they were still far from him. After a few attacks, their bodies were almost torn apart. A dozen of their bones were broken. Let's die together. One of them went crazy. His body swelled up as if he was going to explode. Lu Ming quickly retreated. Boom. A terrifying explosion sounded as the man exploded. A terrifying strength swept in all directions. The destructive strength was not only aimed at Lu Ming, but also at the others, including the battle god Yuan and the other two experts. The explosion of such an expert was indeed terrifying. Lu Ming had retreated in time, but he was still injured. His chest and abdomen were in tatters and many of his bones were broken. However, those injuries were nothing to Lu Ming. He was recovering at a speed visible to the naked eye. On the other hand, the expert who besieged Lu Ming together with this person was not so lucky. He was directly engulfed by the destructive power, and was blasted into smithereens. At the same time, the two experts who were fighting against the battle god Yuan were slightly further away, so they were less affected. However, they were also seriously injured. The battle god Yuan was also injured, but his injuries were much lighter. Battle 18 strikes. The battle god Yuan did not care about his injuries at all. As soon as he retreated, he attacked again. His fingers were like swords as he attacked continuously. Poof. The two experts were already seriously injured and dispirited. At that moment, they could not block the attacks of the battle god Yuan. They were directly killed by the battle god Yuan. Now only Lu Ming and the battle god Yuan were left on the peak of the dark pit demon mountain. Ha ha ha. In the end, only the two of us are left. Just nice. I can use you as a stepping stone to become an invincible king and break through the king realm. The battle god Yuan looked at Lu Ming. His battle intent was burning fiercely. At the same time, he was still absorbing the energy of the crystals to stabilize his divine emperor realm cultivation. Of course, Lu Ming was also absorbing the life essence of the Elvenwood heart to stabilize his cultivation. Chapter 3967. Your words are exactly what I want to say. You are a rare opponent. I will go all out to make my name as invincible. Lu Ming said. Ha ha ha, you have confidence and strength. I like it. Since you are about to die in my hands, I still don't know your name. I want to see when someone like you appeared in the universe. Battle god Yuan said. To be honest, he had some sympathy for Lu Ming. At his level, it was too difficult to find a real opponent. Mu Yin. Lu Ming pondered for a moment and said the name Mu Yin. Mu Yin? Battle god Yuan revealed a thoughtful look and then said. Not long ago, the person who was in an uproar with the elf princess Ling Yue was also called Mu Yin. Could it be you? That's right. Lu Ming nodded. So it's you. It seems that everyone has underestimated you. Battle god Yuan said. After saying this, the two fell into silence. However, their auras became stronger and stronger. Like waves, they met in the middle and collided fiercely. Boom. The collision of auras was like a stormy sea. In the next moment, two figures rushed towards each other. The two peerless monsters once again fought together, pushing their combat strength to the peak. Battle 18 strikes. Great God Wind technique. Great shattering technique. Terrifying killing moves collided in the void. In an instant, the two had exchanged dozens of moves. After dozens of moves, the two retreated at the same time, and stood on both sides of the pit, facing each other from a distance. The battle just now was still undecided. I really want to know what kind of power you control to be able to compete with my Battle Saint force, Battle God Yuanwen said, very curious. As long as you can defeat me, I will naturally tell you, Lu Ming said. Very well, my curiosity will soon be realized. Battle God Yuanwen was still very confident. For example, geniuses like Lu Ming and Battle God Yuanwen had almost swept away all their opponents along the way. They had never met a worthy opponent at the same level, and had developed the belief of being invincible. Even if they met an opponent now, they still had the belief of being invincible, and believed that they could defeat their opponent. Their auras burst forth, and they were about to fight again. But at this moment, there was another change in the pit. With a loud explosion, a gust of yin qi rushed out. Along with this wave of yin qi, a figure rushed out. This figure was actually Yin Jiuling. Previously, Yin Jiuling only had his head left and rushed into the pit. But now he had recovered and his body was intact. Furthermore, his aura was extremely terrifying. His entire body was covered in a dense murderous aura. It was possible to see the murderous aura slithering in and out of his mouth and nose like tiny snakes. His appearance was extremely strange. Kill. Yin Jiuling landed next to the sinkhole and immediately let out a roar. He clapped his palms consecutively and a strong evil aura rushed out of his palms, turning into two pitch-black pythons that bit toward Lu Ming and Fighting God Yuanwen respectively. The yin qi whistled, bringing with it a terrifying might, giving Lu Ming a sense of crisis. Boom. Lu Ming's palm was like a knife, slashing with all his strength. It collided with the python's head, and there was a violent explosion. Suddenly Lu Ming felt a cold and terrifying force rushing towards Lu Ming. Even the forbidden force could not completely block it. Lu Ming's body retreated rapidly. A layer of black qi appeared on the surface of his body. This time, the black qi was extremely strange, as if it was going to corrode Lu Ming's body. Lu Ming's body shook and the forbidden force in his cells burst out, shaking off the black qi. On the other side, Battle God Yuanwen was not much better. He was also repelled by the python. No, Yin Jiuling's state is not right. Battle God Yuanwen shouted. He also found that Battle God Yuanwen's state was extremely strange, as if he was possessed by the devil. Moreover, in the King realm, their cultivation was suppressed to the first divine emperor layer. However, Yin Jiuling was extremely terrifying. He repelled Lu Ming and Battle God Yuanwen with one move. Was Yin Jiuling so strong? Impossible. In the entire primitive universe, no one at the same level could defeat the two of them in one move. He is no longer Yin Jiuling. He has been possessed by the evil yin qi, Lu Ming said. He has been possessed by the evil yin qi with spiritual intelligence? Is there such a thing? No wonder he could come out alive after entering the sewer. Battle God Yuanwen suddenly realized. Yin Jiuling was no longer an ordinary creature. It could be said that he had evil yin qi, so he could come out alive from the sewer. Dai. While Lu Ming and Battle God Yuanwen were talking, Yin Jiuling roared and launched an attack on Lu Ming and Battle God Yuanwen. Yin Jiuling had swallowed a lot of evil yin qi in the sewer. Even if his cultivation was suppressed to the first divine emperor layer, he was still very terrifying. With a wave of his hand, the sky was full of evil yin qi. The dense evil yin qi between heaven and earth was also driven, and turned into a terrifying attack, attacking Battle God Yuanwen. He's mine! Battle God Yuanwen shouted. His body was shrouded in purple divine light as he attacked Yin Jiuling. He used his divine power to condense a purple halberd, and used the halberd to perform the War 18 strikes, launching a fierce attack. The Battle 18 strikes of the Battle Saint tribe was an extremely terrifying secret technique. It could perfectly combine with the bloodline of the Battle Saint tribe, the Battle Saint body and the Battle Saint force of the Battle Saint tribe. It was very mysterious and there was no fixed technique. Every member of the Battle Saint tribe could practice it, but what they comprehended was different, and the power was also very different. The Battle 18 strikes of the Battle God Yuanwen was undoubtedly very powerful. When the halberd struck down, Heaven and earth trembled. Yin Jiuling is my prey. I came here because I was chasing him. Lu Ming also shouted coldly. He jumped up and attacked Yin Jiuling. All kinds of secret runes in his cells shone and turned into a dazzling light, forming a mysterious attack power that crushed Yin Jiuling. Boom. Boom. The three experts started a peak battle. In the battle domain, terrifying rumbling sounds could be heard. Fortunately, this scene was isolated by the Battle King domain. Otherwise, it would definitely shake the entire universe. At this moment, Yin Jiuling was so terrifying that it was a little strange. Lu Ming and Battle God Yuanwen joined forces, but they could only suppress him by a little. If they were alone, they might not be his opponent. What exactly is this baleful Yin Qi that has its own consciousness? It's just a possession. How can it be so terrifying? Lu Ming secretly asked Bone Demon. He was really shocked. It was just a wisp of baleful Yin Qi that had its own consciousness, but it actually made Yin Jiuling so terrifying that he could fight against his taboo force and the battle saint force of Battle God Yuanwen. It didn't make sense. Moreover, Lu Ming also thought of another problem. The Heavenly Palace asked everyone to collect the baleful Yin Qi to register. They definitely had to collect the baleful Yin Qi. This showed that the baleful Yin Qi was somewhat extraordinary. Chapter 3968. Even the Heavenly Palace was collecting Yin Qi with spirituality. What was the secret behind this? You're right. Once the Yin Qi has spirituality, it's very extraordinary. It's very likely that it's related to a terrifying place? Guemo said. What terrifying place? Lu Ming asked. Dark Universe. Guemo said. Dark Universe? What's that? Lu Ming was curious. He had never heard of a dark universe. As for what it is, you will definitely know when you become a heavenly soldier. You will most likely come into contact with it personally. Even if I explain it now, you won't understand. Guemo said. Lu Ming could only suppress the curiosity in his heart and continue to fight with Yin Jiuling. The three of them fought fiercely. However, Lu Ming and Battle God Yuanwen teamed up and eventually gained the upper hand and slowly suppressed Yin Jiuling. Boom. After hundreds of moves, Lu Ming hit Yin Jiuling's head. Bang! A large part of Yin Jiuling's head exploded and was full of cracks. However, with the Yin Qi running, Yin Jiuling's head was quickly healing. However, there was still a bone bead that flew out from the place where it exploded. This was the bone bead left by Guemo, which sealed the ancient secret technique and other demon secret techniques. Previously, Guemo had sensed that the bone bead was in Yin Jiuling's left head. Therefore, Lu Ming specifically targeted Yin Jiuling's head. After hundreds of moves, Lu Ming finally seized the opportunity and blasted the bone bead out. The bone bead flew out and was caught by Lu Ming. Finally got it. Lu Ming showed a hint of joy and kept the bone bead in his storage ring. Roar. Yin Jiuling let out an angry roar. The Yin Qi around the pit was controlled by him and rushed toward Lu Ming and Battle God Yuanwen like waves. The reason why Yin Jiuling was so strong was related to the environment here. Around the Dark Pit Demon Mountain, especially the peak of the Dark Pit Demon Mountain, the Yin Qi was too strong. Yin Jiuling was like a fish in water here, and could exert 120% of his strength. Boom. Boom. Lu Ming and Battle God Yuanwen unleashed their killer moves, breaking through the layers of Yin Qi and attacking Yin Jiuling. The three of them started fighting again. The battle between the three grew more intense. In the blink of an eye, another 200 moves had been exchanged. At this point in the battle, the three of them were all covered in blood, all of them injured. Purple blood, bright red blood, pitch black blood. 3 types of blood spilled out. The 3 strongest demonic geniuses fought each other crazily. Boundless energy had already accumulated in this region. Well, all of a sudden, the Qingqing domain around the ditch shook violently. Outside, around Demon Mountain, many living beings who were watching suddenly became excited. The King realm is about to break. The cruel battle inside is about to end. Who will be able to come out alive? Is it the prodigy of the Azura clan or Yin Jiuling? Or is it the Battle God Yuanwen and that mysterious demon? I don't know what kind of cultivation level will be suppressed in the king's domain. If it's suppressed to the godly emperor layer, then the Battle God Yuanwen and that mysterious genius will die. If that's really the case, then it's a pity. Those two peerless geniuses. The scene was filled with discussions. Many people were broadcasting the battle to the entire universe through the illusory divine jade. Countless people were watching the purple and red King Chung domain nervously. Many of the major clans were extremely nervous because they had demonic geniuses inside. If they couldn't come out alive, it would be a great loss. Especially the Battle Saint tribe, they were the most nervous. The Battle God Yuan Wen's talent was too high. Even in the vast history of the Battle Saint tribe, he was one of the top geniuses. Once he reached the major success stage in the future, he would become a terrifying overlord of the universe, a character that could suppress an era. The strength of the Battle Saint tribe would also become stronger, suppressing the other top 10 tribes. If such a character died inside, it would be a pity. It would be an inestimable loss. Many of the major figures of the Battle Saint tribe were staring at the King Chung domain through the illusory divine jade. The Sun Moon clan, Azura clan and other clans were also doing the same. Wang. Wang. The King Chung domain vibrated more and more violently. Suddenly, with a loud boom, it exploded, turning into a rain of light and dissipating. When the King domain exploded, 3 figures flew out and continuously exchanged blows in the air. Boundless energy swept out in all directions, creating a terrifying scene. Someone is fighting. 3 people. Why are there 3 people? Didn't they say that only the strongest King Realm cultivators could come out? The scene was in an uproar. Even the ancient existence of the Buddha clan was stunned. Obviously, he didn't expect such a situation. Generally speaking, only the strongest King Realm cultivator could escape from the King Chung domain and become an invincible king. Why are there 3 people coming out now? Who are they? Many people stared at them. Slowly, the rain of light dissipated, and they found out who the 3 people were. It's the Battle God Yuan 1 and Yin Juling. The third one is that mysterious demonic genius. What a terrifying aura. The aura of the Battle God Yuan 1 and the mysterious demonic genius have both reached the Divine Emperor realm. They broke through in such a short time. What's even more astonishing is that they joined hands to fight against Yin Juling. How can Yin Juling be so terrifying? When the 3 people were discovered, the entire universe was astonished. First of all, the Battle God Yuan 1 and Lu Ming had broken through. Then, the 2 of them joined hands to fight against Yin Juling. That was even more astonishing. How could Yin Juling be so strong? Damn it! Damn it! Shouted the strong cultivators of the Azura clan and the other clans. Their geniuses hadn't come out yet, so they must have died. Boom! At this moment, the aura on Yin Juling's body suddenly became violent and rose rapidly. Without the suppression of the King Chung domain, his cultivation level was recovering. First Godly Emperor layer, second Godly Emperor layer, third Godly Emperor layer, fourth Godly Emperor layer. In a flash, Yin Juling's cultivation level rose to the 4th Godly Emperor layer. Before, when the King Chung domain had just formed, Yin Juling's cultivation level had only reached the 3rd Godly Emperor layer. Now he had broken through to the 3rd Godly Emperor layer. That kind of breakthrough speed was earth-shattering. After recovering his cultivation level, Yin Juling's fighting strength had reached the peak. Die! Shouted Yin Juling. He wanted to kill Lu Ming and the Battle God Yuan when in one fell swoop. Without the King Chung domain you'll die, shouted the Battle God Yuan 1. A purple golden halberd appeared in his hand. One could see that the end of the battle halberd was missing a corner. However, a terrifying aura erupted from the battle halberd. The violent aura directly split apart the Battle God Yuan 1's shockwave that was rushing over. That was the trump card of the Battle God Yuan 1. It was also his trump card. Whoosh! The purple golden halberd turned into a huge mountain and slashed towards Yin Juling. At the same time, Lu Ming took out the Zephyr bead. A scorching tornado swept towards Yin Juling. Chapter 3969. Lu Ming and Battle God Yuan Wen used their weapons at the same time. The terrifying power of the 2 weapons instantly shrouded Yin Juling. Yin Juling roared and unleashed his full strength. Evil Yin Qi soared to the sky and fought against the 2 weapons. However, after Lu Ming and the Battle God Yuan Wen reached the Divine Emperor realm, the power that they could unleash when controlling the big killing weapon was stronger. After a series of collisions, Yin Jiuling's protective yin qi was forcibly broken. His body was cut by the strong wind, and was almost cut in half by the purple-golden halberd. Yin Jiuling's body was blasted back. Roar! Yin Jiuling roared angrily. The rich, sinister aura in the pit converged toward him. His injuries were recovering rapidly. He kept roaring and his eyes were filled with murderous intent. He kept glancing at Lu Ming and the battle god Yuanwen with his tyrannical eyes. You too die. Yin Jiuling roared intermittently. Then he turned around and left, turning into a stream of yin qi. In a flash, the space was broken, and he disappeared in a blink of an eye. His speed was amazing. After all, Lu Ming and the battle god Yuanwen's cultivation were only at the first level of the Divine Emperor realm. They could only injure Yin Jiuling by relying on the big killer weapon. However, in terms of speed, they were far inferior. They could only watch Yin Jiuling escape. Wait until my cultivation improves, then I will kill you with one hand, battle god Yuanwen said disdainfully. Then he looked at Lu Ming with a strong battle intent. Mu Yun, you changed your appearance because you don't want others to know. I won't tell anyone, but our battle is not over yet. We will fight next time. Battle god Yuanwen transmitted his voice to Lu Ming. Then he turned around and went down the dark pit demon mountain. He had already obtained a wisp of evil yin qi, so he didn't need to stay here. Lu Ming smiled and didn't care. Why would he be afraid of others' challenge? To be honest, battle god Yuanwen was a very good opponent. Lu Ming had never met such an opponent. Having an opponent was a kind of pressure, and also a kind of motivation that could promote him to keep moving forward. If you want to fight, I am always ready, Lu Ming replied with a voice transmission, and then went down the mountain from another direction. The purpose of this trip was finally completed. The ancient secret skill left by the bone demon, and a wisp of evil yin qi with spirituality. Although the process was quite tortuous, it was a complete success. The next step was to go to the city of heaven, where the dreamy heavenly palace was located. The dreamy heavenly palace was the real core of the dreamy heavenly palace. It was difficult for outsiders to go there. The Dream Sky City was an incomparably majestic and boundless ancient city. It was suspended in the starry sky of the universe, with the sun, moon, and stars revolving around it. One could see how huge it was. Lu Ming spent several months before he arrived at the Dream Sky City. He could not help marveling at the ancient city from afar. The dreamy heavenly palace was surrounded by the sun, moon, and stars. These sun, moon, and stars actually formed a formation. Once it was attacked, the astral formation would activate and unleash a devastating attack. In addition, the dreamy heavenly palace was shrouded in layers of multicolored light, which looked like a dream. There was only one gate in the dreamy heavenly palace. Lu Ming flew toward the gate. In front of the gate, there was a 300 million mile long avenue that extended all the way to the gate. From afar, one could see countless creatures walking on the avenue. Most of these creatures were in human form, but there were also many who revealed their true form. Some were as small as ants, and some were as big as mountains. Fortunately, the avenue was big enough to accommodate these creatures no matter how big they were. It's really spectacular, Lu Ming exclaimed. When he approached the path, he felt a strong pressure acting on his body. In the dreamy heavenly palace, one couldn't fly, so Lu Ming could only land on the avenue and walk into the dreamy heavenly palace. If it was an ordinary person, they wouldn't be able to walk 300 million miles even if they walked for a lifetime. Of course, they weren't ordinary people. Lu Ming took a step forward and moved 100 miles away. His figure was like a ray of light as he walked toward the gate. In fact, the others seemed to be walking, but their speed wasn't slow at all. Therefore, it looked normal. Even so, Lu Ming walked for a full day before he walked through the avenue and entered the city gate. Behind the city gate, there wasn't any avenue, but a huge platform. The platform was very high, and standing on the platform, one could see the bustling streets and various ancient buildings in the distance. Come, the dream sail to the Aquamoon Heavenly Palace. Only 10 Emperor-level divine pills per person. Go to the dream sail to the number 1 auction house in Sky City. 15 Emperor-level divine pills per person. Those who want to register for the Heavenly Soldier competition, go to the registration area. 10 Emperor-level divine pills per person. As soon as Lu Ming stepped onto the platform, he heard shouts and shouts. It turned out that on the platform, there were sailboats floating in the air. So we need to ride these sailboats. Lu Ming was enlightened. Indeed, the Dream Sky City was too big, and one couldn't fly. It would take a long time to go from one place to another, no matter how fast one was. And this kind of dream sail could fly at an extremely fast speed. Therefore, most people would ride this kind of dream sail. However, the price was too expensive, starting from Emperor-level divine pills. Emperor-level divine pellets were useful for divine emperors. Moreover, there were 10 of them at once. Ordinary people wouldn't be able to afford it. But here, one had to ride it even if they didn't want to. If they walked, they would die. Lu Ming stepped forward and came under one of the dream sails. The dream sail was very big, at least 10,000 people could ride it at once. Brother, you're too big. Can you please shrink a little? Under the dream sail, a bearded man said to an elephant whose body was as white as jade. This elephant was 10,000 zhang tall, so it was too big to fit into the dream sail. Okay. The white jade elephant nodded and shrunk into its human form. Then it handed over 10 Emperor-level divine pills and boarded the dream sail. Little brother, 10 Emperor-level divine pills. Go to the registration area of the Heavenly Soldier. Then the bearded middle-aged man stopped Lu Ming. Here. Lu Ming took out 10 Emperor-level divine pills and gave them to the man. Lu Ming had killed many divine emperors, so he still had some Emperor-level divine pills on him. Haha, please, I hope you pass the assessment and become a heavenly soldier. The burly man with a full beard smiled and let Lu Ming board the dream sail. After boarding the dream sail, Lu Ming found a place to sit down and closed his eyes to rest. Set sail. About 2 hours later, a shout came out, and the dream sail was covered with a layer of white light. With a swoosh, it rushed out 100 times faster than walking. Chapter 3970. Lu Ming stood up and watched from the side of the dream sail. On the dream sail, the scenery of Dream Sky City was unobstructed. He could see that the streets below were crisscrossing, and it was very prosperous. No one was flying in the sky. There were only other dream sails sailing in the sky like giant birds, going back and forth to various parts of Dream Sky City. That's the angel race. And the one full of blood chi is the blood race. The Buddha race. Lu Ming swept his gaze across and saw various clans on the streets below. He even saw many of the top 10 clans. Dream Sky City was indeed the heavenly city of the Dream Sky Heavenly Palace. It gathered the elites of various races in the universe, and many of them permanently settled in Dream Sky City. On the dream sail, many people, like Lu Ming, had come to Dream Sky City for the first time. They stood on the dream sail and looked around curiously. The dream sail was very fast, but Dream Sky City was just too big. Even with the dream sail's speed, it still took an entire day to reach the registration area for the divine soldier. The registration place was in front of a majestic palace. At the moment, it was already crowded. There were no less than thousands of people. In front of the palace, there were 9 light doors. In front of the doors, some elites in armor were checking and registering. We've arrived at the registration place. You can disembark, the bearded man said. Everyone nodded and jumped down from the dream sail. They landed in front of the palace, then walked to the 9 light doors and began to line up. Lu Ming also walked to a light door and began to line up. At the same time, he looked around. A young man walked up to a few experts in armor and registered their names. Then he took out a storage ring. A strand of baleful yin qi flew out from the storage ring. It was a baleful yin qi that had its own spirituality. One of the armored experts nodded and put away the wisp of baleful yin qi. Then another person took out a jade tablet and handed it to the young man. Enter the light door and be tested, a burly man in armor said. These armored men were the heavenly soldiers of the heavenly palace. The young man seemed a little nervous and hesitant. In the end, he clenched his teeth and stepped into the glowing door. Wang. When this person walked into the door of light suddenly emitted a dazzling light. How dare you? How dare you deceive the heavenly palace? You deserve death. A heavenly soldier shouted. His aura was wild and his killing intent was like a knife. I'm innocent. The baleful yin qi was indeed obtained by me. The young man's expression changed drastically as he roared. Presumptuous! How dare you quibble? These 9 light gates were created by the heavenly palace, who was proficient in the art of divination. As long as you step into the light gate, as long as you don't personally obtain the evil yin qi, the light gate can be divined. You've committed a crime upon a crime. A heavenly soldier shouted. Plop. The young man knelt down. His face was deathly pale as he shouted. Please spare my life. Master, please spare my life. I was confused for a moment. It's my first offense, please spare my life. The heavenly palace has already informed us, but you still want to deceive the heavenly palace. Unforgivable, shouted the heavenly soldier coldly. Swish. When the young man saw that the heavenly soldier wasn't going to spare him, he turned into a beam of light and ran away. Without a doubt, this young man was also a top genius. He had already broken through to the 3rd godly emperor layer. He was extremely strong. He used his full strength and his speed was astonishing. You want to die, said a middle-aged heavenly soldier coldly. He raised his spear and threw it at the young man. Whoosh! A spear silhouette streaked across the sky and moved as fast as lightning towards the young man. Shouted the young man furiously. He used all his strength to resist, but it was all in vain. His attacks and defenses couldn't withstand a single attack from the middle-aged heavenly soldier. Slash. The young man's head was pierced through and he died. Someone come and take him away, said the middle-aged heavenly soldier coldly. Someone immediately came and took the young man's corpse away. How strong! Many people were astonished. That middle-aged heavenly soldier looked ordinary, but he was terrifyingly strong. He was at least at the top of the godly emperor layer. I heard that when one first becomes a celestial soldier, the celestial palace will bestow rewards. Everyone will reap great benefits and their strength will soar. In addition, by participating in various missions in the celestial soldier, one can obtain large amounts of rewards and rapidly increase one's strength. Indeed, the heavenly palace has the best resources in the universe. No other clan can compete with them. I can't wait. Many people were astonished, but at the same time, they were whispering to each other. The heavenly palace had unimaginable resources. If you practiced in the heavenly palace, your cultivation would increase quickly. That was why so many geniuses wanted to join the heavenly palace and become heavenly soldiers. Even the top 10 clans had many geniuses who could become heavenly soldiers. That was because even the top 10 clans did not have as many resources as the heavenly palace. I'll say it one last time. If you didn't get the dark yin qi by yourself, but bought it, or given it by someone else, or even an elder, please leave now. The heavenly palace will not pursue the matter. However, if you're discovered after registration, you'll be sentenced to death, shouted the middle-aged heavenly soldier. Many people were astonished, but no one left. In fact, there were very few people who thought they were lucky. That was because history had already taught them a lesson. No one could deceive the heavenly palace. Those who thought they were lucky and tried to get away with it all ended up in a miserable state. Every time, there were very few people who thought they were lucky. Most of the time, there was no one. This time, one of them was discovered. He was lucky. The registration process continued, and no one was found who tried to get away with it. Bone Demon, can that gate find out that I have a forbidden body? Lu Ming secretly asked Bone Demon. A forbidden body was a great enemy of the heavenly palace. If it was discovered, Lu Ming would be in trouble. To be honest, sneaking into the heavenly palace was like entering a tiger's den. Lu Ming was still a little nervous, although Fei Huang told him that it was fine. Don't worry. A forbidden body can't be seen on the surface. Even the forbidden power can't be seen. On the surface, it's no different from other divine powers. Only those who have come into contact with your taboo energy will be able to sense it. So don't worry, said Bone Demon. Lu Ming nodded and felt slightly relieved. Soon it was Lu Ming's turn. What's your name? Where are you from? Which force are you from? Asked a heavenly soldier. Mu Yun, from the Fengdu sword sect of the Iron Sea Star Zone, replied Lu Ming. He's Mu Yan? When the surrounding people heard Lu Ming's name, they were all shocked and looked at Lu Ming curiously. Because of Ling Yue, Lu Ming could be said to have become a famous person in the universe. Chapter 3971. Many people were secretly sizing up Lu Ming, especially some of the young geniuses. Their eyes were filled with intense hostility. Ling Yue was one of the 20 Pearls of the universe, and the princess of the elf clan. There were many people pursuing her, including countless divine emperor realm geniuses. And now, the relationship between Lu Ming and Ling Yue had been made public. Who knew how many people wanted to make a move against him? Lu Ming looked down, as if he didn't care. There was nothing he could do. Ever since he had Ling Yue as his fiancée, he had expected this to happen. However, Lu Ming had never been afraid of challenges from others. If he really couldn't avoid it, then so be it. He would just treat it as a form of training. However, the heavenly soldier was expressionless, as if he had never heard of Lu Ming's name. He took out a jade tablet and registered it. I hope the information you said is true. You should know that the Heavenly Palace will thoroughly investigate your background. The heavenly soldier reminded him. Of course. Lu Ming nodded. This was the reason why he joined the Fengdu sword sect. Where's the spiritual baleful Yin Qi? Take it out. Another heavenly soldier said. Lu Ming took out the baleful Yin Qi. The other party checked it for a moment and kept it. Then the heavenly soldier from before handed the jade tablet to Lu Ming. Enter the gate of light. Only by passing through the gate of light can you proceed to the next round of the examination. The heavenly soldier said. Lu Ming took the jade token and stepped into the door of light. There was no reaction from the door of light. Since there was no reaction, he had passed. You've registered successfully. Come with me. Behind the gate of light, another heavenly soldier said to Lu Ming. Lu Ming nodded and followed the heavenly soldier into the palace. After passing through the palace, there was a huge plaza behind it. The plaza was huge. At this moment, there were already a lot of people in the plaza. You've only registered successfully. If you want to become a heavenly soldier, you still need to go through a few rounds of assessment. I don't know what the specific assessment is yet. Just wait here. When it's time for your assessment, someone will naturally call you. The heavenly soldier said. Thank you. Lu Ming cupped his fists. The celestial soldier nodded and left. Lu Ming found a random place to sit down and wait. Not long after, an old man in a snow-white robe and a jade crown flew over. The heavenly official is here. Looks like someone else has a mission. Someone whispered. Many people looked at the sky official. Every time the sky official came, he would announce a few people to take part in the examination. Not everyone would participate in the examination together. Furthermore, the contents of the examination would be different for many people. Meng Jia of the Iron Armor clan, Shen Fei of the Fei Yuan clan. The 12 of you, follow me to participate in the assessment. Sky official rode. Immediately, 12 people stepped forward. The majority of these 12 people were young, but there were also a few middle-aged burly men or old men. The sky official waved his hand, and a beam of light swept up the 12 people and left. In Dream Sky City, the heavenly officials and heavenly soldiers were naturally able to fly. If they couldn't fly, how could they carry out their mission? The sky official took 12 people away. Not long after, another heavenly official arrived and took away 12 people. In this way, another heavenly official would come and take away a group of people. Not all 12 people were taken away. Sometimes 15 people were taken away, sometimes over 100. The number was uncertain. Lu Ming roughly understood that the Heavenly Palace's examination was divided into many missions. Each group of people would complete one mission. Lu Ming waited patiently. 2 days passed in the blink of an eye. The people in the square came and went and came again. Finally, Iron Sea Star Zone's Fengdu Sword Sex Mu Yun, Ziying Races Zimeng. The 12 of you, follow me to complete the examination. A white-haired heavenly official announced. It's finally my turn. Lu Ming smiled and stepped forward. 11 other people also stepped forward. The white-haired heavenly official waved his hand, and a beam of energy swept up Lu Ming's group and took them in a certain direction. On the way, Lu Ming's group of 12 people looked at each other. Among them, there were 7 young people who looked like they were in their 20s. There were men and women. Among the other 5, there were 3 middle-aged men and 2 old men. Their cultivation levels aren't low. Lu Ming looked at them and realized that their cultivation levels were very high. Apart from him, the weakest one had the strength of the 3rd godly emperor layer. The strongest one was an old man. He didn't release his chi, so he couldn't guess. But he had to have the strength of the 6th godly emperor layer. He had the lowest cultivation level, the 1st godly emperor layer. The others glanced at Lu Ming, but they just glanced at him and didn't pay him any attention. Even though Mu Yun was famous in the universe, the real strong cultivators didn't take him seriously. After all, back then, Lu Ming had only been a quasi-emperor layer cultivator. Now it seemed that even though Lu Ming had broken through to the godly emperor layer, he had just broken through to the 1st godly emperor layer. They weren't ordinary people, so they didn't take a cultivator of the 1st godly emperor layer seriously. They glanced at each other and tried to remember each other's faces. After a short time, they arrived in front of a wormhole. They stepped into the wormhole, and in the next moment, they arrived on a planet with life. "All right, now I'll announce your tasks," said the sky official. Everyone felt a chill in their hearts and began to listen attentively. This is the group of Flying Cloud Star Area. The group of Flying Cloud Star Area is controlled by 2 influential groups, the Flying Stars Sect and the Moon Cloud Pavilion. However, the Heavenly Palace has found out that the Flying Stars Sect doesn't respect the Heavenly Palace. They might be in contact with rebels. Therefore, your task is to help the Moon Cloud Pavilion destroy the Flying Stars Sect, said the sky official. His eyes were filled with killing intent. Everybody was astonished. Their task was to destroy a powerful, influential group of the universe. What made them even more confused was that the reason for destroying the Flying Stars Sect was that they didn't respect the Heavenly Palace and were in contact with rebels. What was a rebel? Wasn't the primitive universe under the control of the Heavenly Palace? It was the era of the Heavenly Palace. The Heavenly Palace was supreme. How could there be rebels? It seemed like there were many secrets in the primitive universe. Lu Ming's eyes flashed and thoughts flashed across his mind. He knew some secrets. The Heavenly Palace was not without enemies, such as the Life Spirit Heavenly Court, the Dragon Clan, and especially the family of Xian Yanqing's previous life, the Flying Phoenix Clan, and others seemed to be enemies. Who was the rebel the sky official was talking about? Was it the Tang clan that supported Xian Yanqing? Or was it someone else? Master Sky Official, how strong is the Flying Stars Sect? What's the cultivation level of their strongest cultivator? Asked an old man respectfully. I know you want to ask. The Flying Stars Sect is quite strong. The Patriarch is a cultivator of the 9th Godly Emperor layer. Below him, there are more than a dozen cultivators of the 8th Godly Emperor layer, said the sky official. Chapter 3972. The sky official's words caused everyone to pale. There are cultivators of the 9th Godly Emperor layer. There are more than a dozen cultivators of the 8th Godly Emperor layer, shouted a few people. The others pulled long faces. How could they kill a cultivator of the 8th or 9th Godly Emperor layer? How could they kill him? Lu Ming was the only one who looked calm. I didn't ask you to go to the Flying Star Sect and destroy them. I asked you to help the Yunhua Pavilion destroy the Flying Star Sect. The Yunhua Pavilion isn't much weaker than the Flying Star Sect. They also have cultivators of the 9th Godly Emperor layer, said the Tian official. Only then did everyone relax. The Yunhua Pavilion also had cultivators of the 9th Godly Emperor layer. You have 1 year. You must complete the mission within 1 year. Also, only 2 of the 12 of you can pass the test. The 2 of you who have contributed the most and performed the best will pass the test. The rest will be eliminated, said the Tian official. Everybody's expression changed drastically. The 12 of them had to destroy the Flying Star Sect within 1 year. Even if they managed to destroy the Flying Star Sect, only the 2 who had contributed the most would be able to finish the task. That way, the task would be much more difficult. Not only did they have to destroy the Flying Star Sect, but they also had to compete with each other. The 12 of them glanced at each other. Some of them looked murderous. Nobody knew what they were thinking. All right, I'll take you to the Yunhua Pavilion. Heavenly Official Path then led Lu Ming and the 12 of them to break the void and leave. The sky official's cultivation base was terrifyingly profound, surpassing the God Emperor level at the very least. With the 12 of them, he was able to break through the void. Before long, they arrived at an enormous planet. As soon as they arrived, a group of people flew out to welcome them. Welcome, emissaries from the heavenly palace. A middle-aged man leading a group of people bowed and saluted. That middle-aged man's chi was extremely powerful. He was the leader of the Yunhua Pavilion, a cultivator of the 9th Godly Emperor layer. However, that cultivator of the 9th Godly Emperor layer was extremely respectful in front of the sky official, like a little puppy. The Tian official said expressionlessly, "Take these 12 people with you. They'll help you destroy the Flying Star sect." Roger. The pavilion master of the Pavilion of Clouds and Rain said respectfully. The sky official nodded. He turned around and took a step forward. The void rippled and his figure disappeared. "Everyone, please follow me and stay here. We'll discuss the matter of dealing with the Flying Star sect another day." Of course, he was not as respectful as he was to the sky official, but he was still polite. Everyone followed the Yunhua Pavilion master and the others into the planet below. They arrived at a palace and stayed there temporarily. Yunhua Pavilion, in the Great Meeting Hall. The pavilion master of the Yunhua Pavilion and some other upper echelons of the Yunhua Pavilion were gathered together for a meeting. Leader, the Heavenly Palace only sent 12 people. The strongest one among them only has the strength of the 7th Godly Emperor layer. Most of them have the strength of the 3rd, 4th, 5th, and even the 1st Godly Emperor layer. How could they destroy the Flying Star sect? Indeed, I don't think we can defeat a cultivator of the 8th Godly Emperor layer. We've been fighting against the Flying Star sect for a while now, and we're at a disadvantage. Many people in the Yunhua Pavilion were complaining. "Don't underestimate those people," said the pavilion master of the Yunhua Pavilion. Everybody quieted down. "The Heavenly Palace is recruiting celestial soldiers now. Those people must have signed up for the exam," said the pavilion master of the Yunhua Pavilion. "Leader, you mean there are some incredible geniuses among them?" asked someone. "That's right. Anyone who signs up for the Heavenly Soldier assessment is not weak. Even the older ones have strong combat strength. Cultivation is not the only criterion. Since the Heavenly Palace sent them here, they must think that there is someone who can help us destroy the Flying Stars sect. Otherwise, they would not have sent them here. The Heavenly Palace must have paid special attention to the people they send. Don't underestimate any of those 12 people," said the pavilion master of the Yunhua Pavilion. Yes. Everybody nodded. In the Yunhua Pavilion, Lu Ming took out some weapons and gave them to Qiu Qiu. Qiu Qiu had a huge appetite. Every once in a while, it would eat a batch of weapons or high-level metal materials. After feeding Qiu Qiu, Lu Ming sat down cross-legged and focused on cultivating. He had just broken through to the Divine Emperor realm. He had to make the best use of his time to stabilize his cultivation. The day passed quickly. On the second day, the pavilion master of the Yunhua Pavilion summoned them for a meeting. "Everyone, the strength of the Yunhua Pavilion and the Flying Star sect are about the same. In terms of high-end combat strength, we are slightly weaker than them. However, I believe that with everyone's help, we will be able to destroy the Flying Star sect very quickly," said the pavilion master of the Yunhua Pavilion. Everybody nodded. They knew that the pavilion master of the Yunhua Pavilion was just being polite. As expected, the pavilion master of the Yunhua Pavilion continued. "The main battlefield between the Yunhua Pavilion and the Flying Star sect will be the Flying Cloud Continent. That is a continent floating in the void. However, now is not the time for a decisive battle. We need to take over a few important planets of the Flying Star sect. These places all have wormholes. Once we take over these places, the Flying Star sect's flexibility will be greatly reduced." "What do you want us to do, Pavilion Master?" asked an old man from the group of 12. He had the strength of the 7th Godly Emperor layer. He was the strongest cultivator among Lu Ming's group. "All right, I will split you up. You will go to those important places and cooperate with the Yunhua Pavilion. We will take those places," said the pavilion master of the Yunhua Pavilion. Everybody nodded. They had no objections. Very quickly, the pavilion master of the Yunhua pavilion divided them into 6 groups of 2, and they went to 6 different places. Lu Ming and a young man in blue clothes were in the same group. The young man glanced at Lu Ming indifferently. He didn't take Lu Ming seriously. On the contrary, he was happy. Lu Ming was in the same group as him, so Lu Ming couldn't compete with him. He had heard of Mu Yun. Even though Mu Yun was a terrifying cultivator, he wasn't weak either. He had already broken through to the top of the 4th godly emperor layer. He could fight against ordinary cultivators of the 5th godly emperor layer. Lu Ming only had the strength of the 1st godly emperor layer, so he didn't take him seriously. After splitting up, there were naturally people who would lead them out. Lu Ming and the others were going to a place called Kuandong Planet. The Yunhua Pavilion had an army there. Lu Ming and the young man in blue clothes went through a wormhole and arrived on Kuandong Planet. On the way, Lu Ming learned the young man's name. His name was Su Yi, and he was from the Heavenly Eagles clan. The Heavenly Eagles clan was ranked 137th in the list of the 10,000 clans of ancient desolation. Su Yi was also a famous genius of the Heavenly Eagles clan. He was a godly emperor, and could fight against cultivators of higher cultivation levels. He was extremely talented. Chapter 39-73. As soon as Lu Ming and Su Yi arrived at Kuandong Planet, they saw a general in armor leading an army to welcome them. The 2 of them were welcomed into a military camp. "Brother Su, please have a seat." The general in armor was called Brother Hao. He was very polite to Su Yi and led him to the seat of honor. However, he was much colder to Lu Ming. Su Yi had the strength of the top of the 4th godly emperor layer, and he looked very young. He was definitely a genius. Such a person would be very beneficial to Kuandong Planet. However, Lu Ming was only at the 1st level of the Divine Emperor realm. In their opinion, he was dispensable. He would not be of any help to the battle on Kuandong Planet. He didn't understand why the Heavenly Palace had sent a cultivator of the 1st godly emperor layer to Kuandong Planet. He was just a hindrance. Of course, he could only suppress these doubts and dissatisfaction in his heart. He did not dare to voice them out. However, he could not help but express his dissatisfaction through his actions. For example, he was not very enthusiastic towards Lu Ming. Lu Ming noticed that, but he didn't take it to heart. He just sat down and drank. "Brother Hao, what's the situation on Kuandong Planet?" Su Yi casually sat at the head of the table and asked. Then a beautiful maid poured wine for him. The east side of Kuandong Planet is occupied by the Yunhua Pavilion, and the west side is occupied by the Fei Xing sect. But the most important wormhole is in the west. "We've attacked it a few times, but we haven't been able to take it," said Brother Hao. "What kind of strong cultivators do they have?" asked Su Yi. "They have 2 cultivators of the top of the 5th godly emperor layer. They're very strong. We only have 2 cultivators of the top of the 5th godly emperor layer. We don't have the advantage. The other strong cultivators are fighting everywhere, especially in Feiyun. It's difficult to send them out," said Brother Hao. "Only the top of the 5th godly emperor layer? That's easy." After Su Yi heard this, he revealed a confident expression. Brother Hao's eyes twinkled. "Do you have a solution?" "Of course, if they only have the strength of the 5th godly emperor layer, I'm strong enough to fight against them," Su Yi said proudly. Brother Hao was amazed and said, "Prince Su Yi only has the strength of the 4th godly emperor layer, but he can compete with cultivators of the 5th godly emperor layer." "Haha, I wouldn't dare. Of course, that's not enough. I have a secret treasure that can injure cultivators of the 5th godly emperor layer. With that, I can kill cultivators of the 5th godly emperor layer as easily as killing chickens." Su Yi said he didn't dare, but he looked very proud of himself. At the same time, he said he had a trump card which could only be used once. It could injure cultivators of the 5th godly emperor layer. Hearing that, the smile on Brother Hao's face grew wider. At the side, the others also flattered Su Yi. From beginning to end, they had neglected Lu Ming. A cultivator of the 1st godly emperor layer couldn't do anything. Besides, he couldn't become a celestial soldier, so why should they care? It's not the right time to attack. We'll wait for the pavilion master's order. As soon as the pavilion master gives the order, we'll immediately launch an attack and take down the entire Kuandong planet in one fell swoop. Brother Hao said. Sui nodded and ended the meeting. Lu Ming didn't say anything. He just sat there and slowly sipped his wine. To be honest, the wine was really good. Lu Ming couldn't help but drink a few more cups. Brother Hao and the others disdained Lu Ming even more. They thought that Lu Ming knew that he was weak, so he didn't say anything. After the meeting, Lu Ming went back to his room and sat down cross-legged. A bone pearl appeared in his hand. That bone pearl was the container that Gu Mo used to seal the ancient secret skills and other secret skills of the demon path. Before, Lu Ming was in a hurry, so he didn't have time to open it. Now he had time to open it. According to Gu Mo's instructions, Lu Ming used a special talisman to inject it into the bone pearl. After a short time, the bone pearl emitted dazzling lights. Then talismans flew out of it. There were at least a few hundred talismans. Most of them were black talismans, but one of them was black gold in color. It was very eye-catching. Lu Ming grabbed the black gold jade talisman with his hand and sank his spiritual sense into it. One of the 3,000 ancient secret skills, the Great Demonic Sword Technique. Lu Ming whispered, but to be honest, he was a little disappointed. The Great Demonic Sword Technique was also an offensive secret skill. However, Lu Ming already had the Great Shattering Technique and the Great Godwind Technique. Another one wouldn't be of much help to him. However, he still had to cultivate. No matter what kind of secret skill it was, Lu Ming had to cultivate it. This was to lay the foundation for his future. However, it wasn't easy to cultivate the ancient secret skill. Lu Ming planned to find a chance to cultivate it later. Lu Ming memorized the Great Demonic Sword Technique and then looked at the other secret skills. There were more than 300 demon secret skills. Moreover, Lu Ming hadn't cultivated many demon secret skills before. Therefore, there were 300 demon secret skills that Lu Ming hadn't cultivated before. Lu Ming was overjoyed. He collected all of them and would cultivate them when he had time. After collecting them, Lu Ming took out some elvenwood hearts and began to absorb them to strengthen his foundation. In the blink of an eye, a month had passed. After a month of cultivation, Lu Ming's cultivation level was completely stabilized. He had completely stabilized at the first godly emperor layer. Compared to when I just broke through, my strength has increased by 50%. Lu Ming smiled. When he fought against Yin Jiuling in the Dark Pit Demon Mountain, he had just broken through and his strength hadn't reached the peak yet. Now his cultivation level had completely stabilized, and his strength had reached the peak. He was 50% stronger than when he was in the Dark Pit Demon Mountain. Now he was confident that he wouldn't be so embarrassed if he fought against Yin Jiuling again. He alone was enough to fight against him. He didn't need to team up with Fighting God Yuan 1. After stabilizing his cultivation level, Lu Ming planned to start cultivating the demon secret skills. However, at this time, Lu Ming received news from Brother Hao that they were about to launch an attack. He could only cultivate the secret skills later. Lu Ming left his residence and went to the barracks with Sui to set off with the army. This time, we have the help of the emissary of the Heavenly Palace. We will definitely destroy the Flying Star sect. Now let's go and take Kuandong Star. Brother Hao shouted. Victory! At least 100,000 soldiers shouted. Swoosh! The 100,000 soldiers were all experts. They turned into rainbow lights and flew to the west of Kuandong Star. It was a very spectacular sight. They were very fast and soon arrived at the west of Kuandong Star. However, there was a strong divine light flickering in front of them, illuminating the starry sky. In front of them, there was a large army blocking their way. This army was naturally the army of the Flying Star sect. They had already known that the Yunhua Pavilion was about to attack, and had made defensive preparations in advance. Chapter 3974. The Flying Star sect's army was lined up neatly, blotting out the sky and blotting out the earth. There were at least 100,000 of them. The two armies hadn't even collided yet, but their terrifying chi had already collided. Boom! The atmosphere shook violently as a terrifying crack appeared in the sky. It looked like a ferocious mouth had appeared in the sky. Die! Destroy the Flying Star sect! Shouted Brother Hao furiously. He took the lead and charged towards the Flying Star sect's army. Die! Shouted the Yunhua Pavilion's army. All sorts of godly lights dazzled as all sorts of weapons rose up in the air. In the end, they turned into a terrifying force and moved towards the Flying Star Sect's army. However, the Flying Star Sect's army also released all sorts of attacks and collided with the Yunhua Pavilion's army. After a series of explosions, the distance between the two armies was reduced. Horrible shrieks filled the air as the two armies collided. At least a few hundred people were killed. Blood dyed the sky red. Die. There was a long howl that was exceptionally sharp and bright. Sui was surrounded by dazzling godly lights. In front of him, 3 swords were floating. Those 3 swords looked like the feathers of an eagle. Actually, they were made from the feathers of an extremely strong cultivator of the Heavenly Eagle clan. They were extremely sharp. The illusory figure brushed past the 3 divine swords and continued its killing spree. Every time it flickered, a few people would be pierced by the divine swords or split into 2 halves. Sui moved forwards and killed dozens of strong cultivators of the Flying Star Sect. No matter if they were cultivators of the 1st, 2nd, or 3rd godly emperor layer, they were all killed instantly. Of course, the strong cultivators of the Flying Star Sect noticed him. "Little boy, die!" shouted a cultivator of the 4th godly emperor layer from the Flying Star Sect. He stared at Sui and attacked him. That person was surrounded by starlight. He waved his hand and starlight turned into a sword which descended from the sky and pierced towards Suyi's head. "You want to die?" Sui smiled coldly. He waved his sword and the starlight battle sword broke apart. Then, his 3 swords shot out and appeared in front of the cultivator of the 4th godly emperor layer of the Flying Star Sect. The cultivator of the Flying Star Sect was astonished. He hastily used all sorts of skills to block the attack, but it was useless. Slash. Suyi's battle sword directly pierced through all of his defenses, piercing 3 transparent holes in his dantian, chest and glabella. The cultivator of the 4th godly emperor layer from the Flying Star Sect had died instantly. How strong! When the people of the Yunhua Pavilion saw how strong Sui was, instantly killing people of the same level as him, their morale soared. Ao roared and charged at Sui. "Brother House Chi. L." Suyi's battle prowess was indeed strong. It was not wrong to say that he could fight those above his level. At this moment, Lu Ming's performance was neither fast nor slow. He charged forward with the army and did not stand out. Sui was in high spirits as he charged towards Brother Hao. At that moment, Brother Hao was fighting against a general of the top of the 5th godly emperor layer. Sui brushed past the 3 swords and fiercely slashed at the general. The general of the Flying Star Sect was wielding a battle saber that glittered with starlight. With a loud roar, he swung his saber at Suyi's 3 divine swords. Clang! Clang! A violent collision broke out, and energy waves spread in all directions. The Flying Star Sect's general and Sui were forced to retreat. They were evenly matched. The people from the Yunhua Pavilion and the Flying Star Sect were all shocked. In the Divine Emperor realm, the gap between each level was huge. It was extremely difficult to fight against someone of a higher level. But Sui, with the strength of the 4th godly emperor layer, was able to fight against a general of the top of the 5th godly emperor layer. They had never seen such a genius before. They were all dumbfounded. Brother Hao was the first to react. He was overjoyed. With a roar, he charged toward the general of the Flying Star Sect. Whoosh! Whoosh! Sui also joined forces with Brother Hao. Suddenly, the Flying Star Sect's general was forced to retreat again and again. He only had the strength to defend himself, and was unable to fight back. The other cultivator of the 5th godly emperor layer from the Flying Star Sect was fighting against a cultivator of the 5th godly emperor layer from the Yunhua Pavilion. The Flying Star Sect was in a bad situation. Boom! At that moment, a tall and sturdy man wearing armor from the Flying Star Sect suddenly had the strength of the 4th godly emperor layer. He suddenly had the strength of the 5th godly emperor layer. He was holding a spear, and it moved like a bolt of lightning. He was fighting against a cultivator of the 4th godly emperor layer from the Yunhua Pavilion. He was startled and hastily dodged. But in the godly emperor layer, the difference of 1 godly emperor layer was overwhelming. Slash. The cultivator of the 4th godly emperor layer from the Yunhua Pavilion was instantly killed. Then he turned into a beam of light and moved towards Sui. Sui had no choice but to give up on the general of the Flying Star sect and fight against him. How come you have a cultivator of the 5th godly emperor layer? Brother Hao was astonished. The Flying Star sect and the Yunhua Pavilion were fighting on the battlefield. It was difficult for them to send out strong cultivators. How come they suddenly had a cultivator of the 5th godly emperor layer? Could it be that something had happened on the battlefield? They're from the Feiyun continent, of course. They're waiting for the big fish. Smiled the general of the Flying Star sect coldly. Boom. At that moment, a powerful chi rose up in the air from the Flying Star sect. Surprisingly, another cultivator of the 5th godly emperor layer appeared and threw himself at Sui. It's over. At that moment, the faces of the Yunhua Pavilion's army turned deathly pale. The enemy had hidden so many strong cultivators in their army. They had 2 more cultivators of the 5th godly emperor layer than they had expected. That kind of fighting strength was enough to turn the situation around. Were the Yunhua Pavilion going to suffer a crushing defeat? You want to die? At that moment, Sui coldly shouted. His eyes revealed a gloomy expression. At the same time, 2 black beads appeared in his hand. Within the 2 black beads were strands of lightning flickering. I didn't want to use them, but since you want to die, I'll help you, said Sui icily. Then he threw the 2 pearls at them. Boom boom. The 2 pearls exploded and released lightning. In a flash, the 2 cultivators of the 4th godly emperor layer were engulfed by the lightning. Around them, some other strong cultivators were also engulfed by the lightning. They didn't even have time to scream before they turned into ashes. When the lightning disappeared, 2 silhouettes were blown away. Their clothes were tattered, and their chi was extremely weak. It was the 2 cultivators of the 5th godly emperor layer from the Flying Star sect. At that moment, they were severely injured and their chi was extremely weak. When Brother Hao and the others saw that, they were extremely happy. Sui had said that he had a weapon that could injure cultivators of the top of the 5th godly emperor layer. Chapter 3975. Die! Shouted Sui furiously after injuring the 2 cultivators of the 5th godly emperor layer. Then he threw himself at the 2 cultivators of the 5th godly emperor layer. Help! Shouted the 2 cultivators of the 5th godly emperor layer. No one can save you, smiled Sui coldly. Little boy, you want to die. As soon as Sui finished his sentence, a loud roar could be heard coming from the Flying Star sect. Following this, several terrifying auras rose into the sky. There were a total of 3 auras, and they were extremely terrifying. As soon as the auras appeared, a few beams of divine light shot towards Sui. That's 6th godly emperor layer. Suyi's face turned pale with fright. He hastily made his 3 swords fly out and collide with the 3 beams of godly light. Although the 3 divine lights were blocked, Suyi's 3 divine swords were also beaten until they lost their luster. They flew out, and no one knew where they flew to. Swoosh! Swoosh! 3 tall and sturdy silhouettes appeared from the Flying Star sect. They were surrounded by starlight. 6th godly emperor layer! Shouted Brother Hao furiously. Not only were there cultivators of the 5th godly emperor layer in the enemy's camp, but there were also cultivators of the 6th godly emperor layer. It was over. At that moment, they could only put their hopes on Sui. They hoped that he could create a miracle and save the situation. Otherwise, the Yunhua Pavilion's army would be in danger. Sui pulled a long face when he saw the 3 cultivators of the 6th godly emperor layer coming towards him. He clenched his teeth and took out 5 black orbs from his storage ring. He only had 7 of those Tai Chi lightning pearls. He had already used 2 of them, so he only had 5 left. He hoped he could injure the cultivators of the 6th godly emperor layer of the Flying Star sect. He waved his hand and threw the 5 pearls at them. 5 explosions sounded as the 5 pearls exploded. The 3 cultivators of the 6th godly emperor layer and a few hundred people from the Flying Star sect were trapped inside, including the 2 cultivators of the 5th godly emperor layer, who had been seriously injured. Lightning filled the air, and the people from the Flying Star sect who were trapped inside were turned into ashes. However, 3 figures managed to rush out of the range of the lightning. It was the 3 cultivators of the 6th godly emperor layer. Their godly lights were dim, and some parts of their bodies were burnt. They had been injured by the Tai Chi lightning pearl. However, his injuries were not serious. The Tai Chi lightning pearl could injure cultivators of the 5th godly emperor layer, but it couldn't harm cultivators of the 6th godly emperor layer. However, apart from the cultivators of the 6th godly emperor layer, the cultivators of the Flying Star sect, including the 2 cultivators of the 5th godly emperor layer, were all dead. The 3 cultivators of the 6th godly emperor layer were furious. Kill that brat. That kid is dead for sure. Kill. The 3 cultivators of the 6th godly emperor layer were furious, and threw themselves at Su Yi. Su Yi's expression changed drastically, revealing a look of fear as he turned around and ran. He was strong enough to fight against cultivators of the 5th godly emperor layer, but against cultivators of the 6th godly emperor layer, he would die instantly, let alone 3 cultivators of the 6th godly emperor layer. A pair of wings extended from his back, flapping wildly as he fled for his life. However, he wasn't as fast as the cultivators of the 6th godly emperor layer. They were getting closer and closer to him. Stop them. I order you to stop them. Sui charged into the Yunhua Pavilion's army and roared at the Yunhua Pavilion. But the people of the Yunhua Pavilion didn't dare stop the cultivators of the 6th godly emperor layer. Therefore, the people of the Yunhua Pavilion moved to the sides. Fuck! Shouted Sui furiously. His hands turned into talons and he grabbed a few people of the Yunhua Pavilion and threw them at the 3 cultivators of the 6th godly emperor layer of the Flying Star sect. His goal was to delay them so that he could escape. The people of the Yunhua Pavilion who were thrown away gave horrible shrieks as the 3 cultivators of the Flying Star sect smashed them into pieces. Su-yi kept throwing people of the Yunhua Pavilion at the 3 cultivators of the Flying Star sect. In the blink of an eye, over 100 people had been thrown away. They all died at the hands of the 3 cultivators of the Flying Star sect. What's going on? Brother Hao and the others pulled long faces. The favorable impression that Su-yi had created for him was now gone. In order to survive, he had sacrificed his own teammates. How shameless! At that moment, they didn't have a good impression of Su-yi anymore. Everywhere Su-yi went, the people of the Yunhua Pavilion ran away. Of course, there was one person who didn't run away. Lu Ming. Lu Ming had been following the army the whole time. He hadn't done anything special. He didn't like to show off. Since Su-yi wanted to show off, Lu Ming didn't mind. At that moment, Su-yi threw himself at Lu Ming ferociously. He shouted furiously, "Little boy, go and stop them. Even if you die, you have to stop them." At the same time, he grabbed Lu Ming's shoulder with his talons and threw him back. He wanted to throw Lu Ming towards the 3 cultivators of the Flying Star sect. But he didn't move. Su-yi had the impression he was grabbing a planet. He couldn't throw him away. On the contrary, because he was using too much strength, his arm almost broke. Piss off, little boy. Su-yi roared again and unleashed all his strength, wanting to throw Lu Ming out. However, he still did not move an inch. Su-yi was dumbstruck. He looked at Lu Ming incredulously. Lu Ming was looking at him coldly. "If you hadn't provoked me, I wouldn't have bothered with you. But since you provoked me, I have no choice but to help you," said Lu Ming coldly. He stretched out his hand and put it on Su-yi's face. His hand shook violently and Su-yi's body was blown away towards the 3 cultivators of the 6th godly emperor layer of the Flying Star sect. Ah! Su-yi screamed in horror. He wanted to stabilize his body, but he realized that he could not do so at all. Lu Ming's outburst of power was too strong. How could a cultivator of the 1st godly emperor layer be that strong? Die. At that moment, the 3 cultivators of the 6th godly emperor layer of the Flying Star sect arrived and attacked Su-yi. Su-yi gave a horrible shriek, and then his body and soul were destroyed. That little boy is evil. Kill him first. After killing Su-yi, one of the cultivators of the 6th godly emperor layer of the Flying Star sect looked at Lu Ming. He used starlight to appear in front of Lu Ming,